Well, our journey continues with its biggest step. We venture deep into the Ardennes to the legendary Spa-Francorchamps. We started the season down under with a 12 hours of Bathurst, but before we go out to see the rest of the virtual world, we double the distance and get ready to go twice around the clock. It's the jewel of the season, and it is its toughest test as we get ready for the 24 hours of Spa here in the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series. Our drivers and teams preparation phases are coming to a close. Qualifying is already in the rearview mirror and eyes are on the road ahead. And to take you through all of that, I'm Lewis McGlade. Joining me in the commentary booth for the opening portion of this race is, of course, David Christie. And David, this race last year was an absolute thrill ride as a part of the European Endurance Series. It saw FDA Esports taking a victory, but it was a thrilling fight over the night against them and Coanda Simsport to see who was going to lead into the morning. We know this race is as brutal as it gets. It's all about strategy, consistency, weather. It is insanely difficult, and it's going to be a huge part in deciding this championship.
It certainly is. Good afternoon, Lewis. Pleasure to be here as always. More importantly than that, it's about taking two dice, putting it in a cup, giving it a shake and seeing if your numbers come up, because that is literally what today is about. Lady Luck is going to be at her best here at Spa as well. But the gauntlet has already been shown down earlier on, as you were mentioning, back at Bathurst. You know, that outstanding performance from the Lamborghini Huracan team of Jordan Sherritt, Gianfranco Gigloli and Giorgio Simonini dominating that race. But I don't think it's going to be anywhere near the same sort of race today, especially given the first type of hour.
No, there was a lot of teams that had their fair share of drama, shall we say, back at Bathurst. It's kind of what we expect always with the rounds and races that we have in this season. Drama is a necessary part of it, but for some, they'll come into this round and they'll think this is the time to really bounce back. You can see some of the teams and drivers that we've got on the grid that we'll expect to do well. BS Competition all the way at the top there. Those three I would expect to go very, very strongly around here. The Mobileye team as well, Jean Lacey Esports Academy, expect those to go quite strong. The Hondas have looked pretty fast around here, as well as the likes of maybe even the McLaren Veloce team. Know how fast James Baldwin can be in qualifying.
Absolutely. Again, just picking up on what you mentioned there, the BMW G2 Esports, they were second at Bathurst. I've got my eyes firmly on to them as well, and so many incredible teams and incredible drivers on this. And I was joking about last time at Bathurst about thinking how long it would take me and you, Lewis, to actually go through every single one of these teams. I think we'd be in hour 4 by the time we actually got finished.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many good teams and names on the grid to keep your eye on, whether it's in the pro category or in the silver category. In the silver category, it was the Age of Sim Racing team powered by Gardi that took the victory with Petrochenko, Dietrich, Osterman and Rotters behind the wheel. Here's your championship standings, and there is that silver one that we were speaking of. Of course, there's only been one round, so it's not too overly complicated on this point. West Competition Racing and FFS Racing rounding out the top 3 on the podium that day. Everyone back here, and this is the same in the pro category as well. Anyone that finished outside the top 10, and to be fair, even those that finished towards the back of the top 10, they had plenty of struggles throughout the day. Had 2 retirements at the circuit. One of them was Rocket Simsports, who actually looked very quick this round, as well as the SDL Esports Logitech G car that finished, or was in 22nd in the standings, but of course retired from the race. In the pro category though, things like you said, the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team took victory by 20 seconds over the BMW G2 Esports and BMW BS Competition on the podium. A few other teams in here to really keep your eye out. The Mercs, all of the Mercedes back teams should actually go quite strong around here. We know that Spa works out really, really nicely for the Mercedes-AMG Esports group in general, particularly the Unicorns of Love Car. They go very, very strong around here. Only one retirement in the pro category at Bathurst, and that one was the FFS Racing 123.
The other thing about Bathurst as well, which completely surprised me, was the fact, like you said, just the one retirement from the pros, and how even that race was. It really did sort of ebb and flow throughout the entirety of the 12 hours. 24 hours, though, completely different animal. I would say, again, these first couple of hours, Lewis, are going to be so critical for getting these teams and drivers on a good, steady footing. Obviously, qualifying is in the bag and on the books already, but you want to be in that top 20, don't you, for that for the start of the race, and get yourself right up there at a very early stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky circuit. We know the run down the hill out of La Source, down the hill up towards Rouge and Ravillon, which is such a long run, by the way, from La Source all the way to Les Combes at the end of the Kemmel Straight. It's 2 kilometres in its entirety. And it's the riskiest part of the race. On that very first lap, you've got, as much as we're talking of 2 different categories there, Pro and Silver, they're all in one big group, coming down the hill, racing their way, then back up. It's the part where you kind of expect a couple of incidents to happen, and keeping out of that is going to be critical if people want to be honest, to stay in the race, to battle inside the top 10.
100%, and it's all about just keeping your nose clean, getting yourself out of trouble, and just being able to sort of hit your marks every single way around the track here.
Well, we know it's a very difficult circuit here at Spa, and there is one man that can definitely show us a way around. Of course, Bruno Spengler has done a little video just to show us exactly how to take the absolute most out of this circuit, courtesy of BMW.
Hi, I'm Bruno Spengler, BMW M-Works driver. I'm your track genius for today's race. Today I'm going to show you around one of the world's most beautiful tracks, Spa-Francorchamps. Let's go. Turn 1, La Source. Very, very important to place the car well, because after that you have Eau Rouge and it's all the way uphill. So if you make a mistake at the exit and don't take the momentum with you, you're going to lose massive lap time. Here next corner, Les Combes, right-left combination, very technical. You have to place the car well on the right-hander to make sure you don't go too wide after this combination, to be able to place the car well for the next right-hander. So here I stay on the left, short shift to third, bit of curb, early on the power, just a short break here, bit of curb, back on the power, use all the track at the exit, slightly too much. One specificity of this track is that you can drive very different downforce levels, very different setups. You can go very high downforce to be very quick in the middle sector. So you can gain up to 8/10 in the middle sector compared to someone that has low downforce. But with a low downforce setup, you gain a lot in sector 1 and in the last sector. So you gain everything back. You can also drive a car that has like mid downforce level. You can make all 3 different setup work. That's very specific for this track, to be able to drive full downforce, low downforce, medium downforce, and at the end come out with the same lap time or similar lap time. In the end, it's just up to you where you want to suffer most. But that's very, very special for this track. So guys, I hope you're ready, because now it's your turn. See you next time.
Many thanks to Bruno Spengler for giving us all of the advice as to how to completely master a circuit like this in the BMW M4 GT3, of which we are going to see plenty of out on this racetrack. We know they go quite strong in this championship. We saw that back at Bathurst, but how's that? Getting a little walk around the circuit, but also a little bit of setup as well. Love it.
Exactly, you've got to love it. That's one of the best videos I think I've seen for an intro to a track guide this season. So yeah, very happy with that, and delighted to see that. However, don't be surprised, because I mean the BMWs are going to be a really strong force to contend with today. Don't be surprised to see 3 or 4 of them in the top 10 for the first couple of hours here, Lewis.
Yeah, we know they're strong. They went strong last round. Whether we're going to see them go as strong this round, they've got the drivers to do so. But of course, BMW aren't the only manufacturers and stuff that are in sim racing. We've seen this with Mercedes as well being in sim racing. Ferrari, of course, they've got teams out on the grid. Another manufacturer that's really starting to work their way into sim racing is, of course, Lamborghini. Race action is just around the corner. The 24 hours of Spa is about ready to get underway. This is going to be a proper thrill ride, David.
It certainly is. The car's up on the grid, ready to go. Just a reminder for those maybe new to Assetto Corsa Competizione, the cars that you can see kind of hovering magically mid-air there, they are in the setup menu doing some last-minute tweaks ahead of our racing. Lewis, again, they'll be in discussions with their teams on voice chat, wanting to make sure they get the absolute best out of these cars for the start.
Well, I mean, look at this grid that we have here. You consider where some of these teams are. The number 51 Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team that was struggled a little bit at Bathurst courtesy of some contacts and stuff. They seem to have the pace. They're the race winners here. They'll start from 10th place. On pole at the moment, though, at the moment, it'll be for the run down towards turn 1. James Baldwin and the Veloce McLaren GT car. Absolutely superb. But alongside is the silver pole of Rocket Simsport. Absolutely sensational. For the team that retired from the 12 Hours of Bathurst, they'll start from second. The 149, of course, that one belonging to the Yaz Heat. That's their McLaren. Then we've got the 99, the 14, the 55. We were being told there might have been a little bit of damage on the front end of McCormack's number 55. But that, of course, being the Mercedes AMG Esports Team Williams car. That one, I think, probably is all right. Also for Dara McCormack, the last time we saw him racing in SRO Esports competition was, of course, at Nürburgring in the sprint round. It was his 18th birthday on that day. Well, if they win today, at least they could finally properly celebrate that one, just ahead of Niels Nyox and then Yiga Rogorognikov. Then Samira Brahimi, that is second place in the silver category, only one position inside the top 10. Then we have David Tanitsa and then Rutters, who obviously finished quite high in the previous round of the season in the silver category. But it's quite a tight grid. There are quite a lot of names on there that I'm sort of almost questioning as to why they are so low comparatively to some of their the drivers that we'd normally see around. For example, Robbie Stapleford, 15th position at the moment, and that is the team that is second in the standings in the pro category.
Yeah, and not only is it a big ask for all of the drivers and the teams taking part here today over the 24, but obviously here at the production studios as well. Also got to give a big shout out, Lewis, to the one and only Amaris Boumariadi on the GT World YouTube chat, who's going to be manning the social media platform for an entire 24 hours. Yeah, at least we get a little bit of a break every now and again. So yeah, send your Fs and the banter over there.
And of course to Mike Yao and Steve Proudley, who were behind the scenes in the broadcast. That is just David Christie completely ignoring the people that are in our ear. That is just really rough, mate. Really rough. It is going to be a long day for everyone on the grid. We know that these teams and drivers, when they are out on the racetrack, it is a brutal, relentless charge for an entire day. But it is also for everyone behind the scenes, whether it's behind the scenes of the teams, behind the scenes here at Race Control. Everyone is going to be here for the entirety of the race, and we sure hope that you'll join us for most of it, because it's going to be quite a thrill ride.
James is looking very happy. I get worried when Baldwin has got a big smile on his face like that. So the number 66 obviously in pole position. I'm absolutely stunned at that 22 Honda, that silver Honda, in second position. What a lap to get up there, and in the pound seats, really able to make things work at such an early stage of this race. Lewis, I wonder what is going through the drivers' heads at this point in time.
Well, I mean, it'll probably be kind of a bit of disbelief a little bit as to what's actually going on. That sounds like a bit crazy because obviously they do race all the time, so disbelief probably isn't the right word. But it's more so the you're sat there. You've done a race start hundreds of times, whether it's in sprint races or whatnot. But it does take a little while into a 24-hour race to be like, oh, actually no, we are actually going for a whole day. Like and it's still going. You're kind of sat there thinking, it's like, how long are we going to last? Are we going to be able to last the entirety of this first hour? What's going to happen? You've got to kind of ignore all of that. Just focus on the race ahead. Almost treat it like a sprint race. Just focus on what you are doing. James Baldwin has the pound seats. He's going to be starting at the front. He's going to have the clean air on the run down towards Eau Rouge. The problem from that, though, comes from, is he going to be under attack coming into Les Combes? The Hondas are looking very quick around here. Yes, they're second and fourth. Unfortunately for the two HPD Yaz Pro cars, they are a little bit further down, but the Hondas are still looking pretty aggressive. I think the McLarens are fast enough to keep the lead, at least in the run into Les Combes. but that's Baldwin against Smith. What about Statsenko? Is Statsenko going to be on the attack and maybe trying to find a way past into Lake On? I think that might be on the cards.
I think so as well. One thing that we didn't notice is our champions, our championship leaders down in 26th position, Jordan Sherritt in that 63 Lamborghini, all the way down there, Lewis. That is going to be a difficult day at the races here, but I think you're spot on. The Hondas and McLarens, they have the straight line speed to make things work here.
Yeah, the reason why I've not said I'm not sure about the Hondas taking the lead going down into Lake On is that they're very, very fast in the corners, but they lose a little bit of speed on the straights, and I think that might play its part. The deep breath will be out because we've got a lot of time to look forward to in this race. James Baldwin has the pole, absolutely detonates that cone on the way into pit lane as he is getting ready to launch. It's all in-game, so they're all getting the call as to whether they can launch from the in-game system. James Baldwin is on pole position ahead of the Rocket Sim Sports car, which is on the pole in the silver category. All of our cars lining up, and there is a lot of them, 48 cars as we'll race our way. They'll begin after the run through La Source on that run down the hill, which makes it so tricky. Again, from La Source down to Lake On, it is a whopping 2-kilometre run, which James Baldwin will have the control of. Smith, Statsenko, Vornum, Gronewold, Nariox, McCormack, Ogorognikov, Abrami, Tanitsa. Who's going to be our champions here of the 24 hours of Spa? We get ready to get underway in the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series once again, as we'll go twice around the clock. James Baldwin will lead us from pole position as we race our way down towards Eau Rouge for the first time. Already plenty of side-by-sides. Everyone's trying to get back into single file. Williams Esports going around the outside, going up over the top at Radion as we head through for the first time. It is nice and clean. And look at Smith attacking for the race lead for Rocket Sim Sports. Gets to the outside. Statsenko deep in the slipstream. Bit of side-by-side in the background as Williams Esports trying to attack the Race Anywhere car on the run down into Lake Com. It is going to be Veloce leading. Rocket's trying to go around the outside and Statsenko's trying to fill the gap, making it a little bit of side-by-side. Absolutely beautiful stuff, and Rocket is able to hang on. Race Anywhere dropping behind Dara McCormack.
Beautiful start there. That's exactly what they needed to see. As up the inside, that's a dive and a half there from Dara McCormack. Loses the position back out on after that one to Statsenko, but my goodness me, balls of steel from Dara McCormack there. You'll love to see it, but he's absolutely getting hounded there. Tobias Grunwald fancies getting in on the mix here. You've got Till Borman as well. And yeah, I'm absolutely floored at how that went.
Yeah, I mean, for McCormack, he may well have turned 18, but he's still got that young, feisty blood in his veins. And boom, straight up past Senko. Oh, the 949's gone for a bit of a spin coming through the through Pouon for the first time. A couple of cars going all off around in the background. We'll have to catch as to what happened there, but I'm going to assume that was assisted.
Yeah, I'm just seeing the 404 of Jordy Sanders as well, right at the back of the pack there, about 10 seconds off of the tail of the pack here. But back to this, we're already halfway through, near the end of our first lap here. You know, for all intents and purposes, I was expecting a very different opening lap there, Lewis. Great to see that they're now able to get at least 3-4 corners in before they start hitting each other. Yeah, no, I've been watching a little bit of sim racing today where that has been very much on the cards. Statsenko looking to the outside of Vornum once again, coming down to the final. Oh, that's a little bit of contact as Vornum was just sending it down the inside of McCormack, is allowing the top two to clear at 1.1 seconds. Oh, the Scuderia Ferrari has had a bit of an issue in the background. They've just had a bit of a touch and they are dropping back even more positions. Oh my goodness me, Blyer's going to come through, Robbie Stapleford's going to come through, and Vornum's looking to attack Dara McCormack once again. You had to jinx it. I did say at least they got 3 or 4 corners, so no, it's fine. You know, it's before it all starts. It was inevitable, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still a remarkably clean opening lap. Yeah, I'm really quite impressed with that. The problem is for Tanitsa is he always, for some reason, finds himself at the epicenter of everybody else's problems. Have you noticed that throughout the different championships? It's like, I don't know what he's done luck-wise, but it's certainly not on his side right now. No, it is not. And Robbie Stapleford's now going to be charging, and if Stapleford has the invitation to pass David Tanitsa, he will certainly go for it into Lake Com. Yellow flags out once again. This is on board with the Race Anywhere Sim Sports car of Till Vornum that sat in 5th
place at the moment. It's got Mikhail Stutsenko. Whilst one Williams Esports car is going quite well, Tinko van der Velde is not being afforded the same opportunity. Drop right the way down the order coming out of the Camel Curve. There is more issues coming up towards Lake Com. You can kind of see ahead of him.
It certainly can. I think that was actually at the top of Radion that he's possibly went into the wall there. Valentin Barry for Virtual Drivers by TX3, that 333 Aston Martin, that's been in the wars as well. And this is exactly what we said about attrition. You're not even 5 minutes into the race and you've already got ridiculous amounts of damage. It is a crazy, crazy place to be because, Lewis, it's so hotly contested. The elbows are so fierce. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. I know some people might be, certainly I would have been, had I not looked at the entry list, and been sent a document, by the way, from Williams Esports. It was very interesting. I don't know if you had a little look at it, where they had like stuff on all their drivers and whatnot. Dara McCormack typically teams up with Tinko van der Velde. Tinko van der Velde is obviously in the number 5, which is in that Bentley. Dara McCormack is in the Mercedes, the two, obviously, Williams drivers. McCormack is being teamed up with by Brzezinski and Wisniewski, but he's now got to worry about Stutsenko, right on the rear end. Tinko van der Velde's teammates are Igor Rodriguez and Fidel Moreira. But you know, we typically see that McCormack and van der Velde are like a bulletproof pairing, and that you should almost never split them up. But in this, they've decided to split them up, and they still seem to go somewhat strong. But unfortunately for van der Velde, the issues are certainly arising as the Kramer Racing Esports guys looking to the outside of the G2. A little bit of a squeeze there from Robbie Stapleford, and of course the SMP car of Alex Samolya is trying to slot the gap.
Yeah, he sees that a mile off and thinks, yep, I'll have a little bit of that. And you can't blame him, to be fair, but that door was always going to close from the likes of Bischoff and Stapleford just up in front, though. Great to see Robbie Stapleford still up in that top 20 just now, but I mean, you've got to say fair play as well to Smith in that number 22 Honda just now for Rocket Sim Sport, still on the back of Baldwin, where they've absolutely dropped Dara McCormack.
Are doing an absolutely sensational drive right now, just purely based on the fact of, sure, everyone else was battling behind, but Smith is in the, and the Rocket Sim Sports car, they're in the silver category, which means that from a theoretical point of view, there is no reason right now for Smith to attack Baldwin, absolutely none, because it doesn't matter if he's leading the race. If Rocket Sim Sports could be leading the race now, that'd be great, fair enough. But it doesn't do anything for them because they're leading their category. That's the important bit being ticked off. Obviously, a few investigations being made after qualifying, courtesy of some infringements, obviously various blockings and stuff. So I don't think there's anything too major to speak of. All that comes through as a non-NFA and no further action. But Race Control still keeping their eye on it. And it is a bit of a reminder to all of our drivers that despite all of the incidents that we've had in the opening stage of this race, Race Control are definitely looking over what's going on, so I'd suspect we're going to see a couple of penalties just based on what's happened over the first couple of laps here. Yeah,
this is usually where they earn a lot of their pennies, so to speak, at Race Control. The first hour of the race, it's usually when the thickness of the volume of incidents certainly come in, but I don't think they're going to have too much to bother them in the first 5 minutes anyway. They'll have a couple of things that they've looked at, and we can already see, as we see Niles Noyox there just making a little adjustment to his headphone there as he comes into the final chicane as well. It's amazing because you'd think for the amount of time that I'd been commentating, Lewis, on ACC, and yet the amount of times they come out of that final chicane and I'm like ready to go in full gear, and always remember that it's actually after La Source and it's down the other side that the green line starts. But I often wonder as well, because obviously it's all signposted in the game, if it wasn't for that, I wonder how many of the drivers would get caught out with that as well.
Yeah, you get like a little heads up display thing that tells you basically what's going on with the race start and stuff, so they'll know that wasn't going to be the race start. But it is still a little bit concerning when you're coming around there, because obviously we're typically used to having the run down into La Source being T1, but that is not the case. It is always an endurance race to the 24 hours of Spa down into Eau Rouge. Which do you prefer as turn one? Because I can tell you for sure which one I do. I much prefer... Oh, as here we go. Till Vornen getting around the outside of Mikhail Stutsenko. Little bit of contact as Neil Yox is trying to make it 3 wide through the middle. Oh, my goodness me. Yox was just leaving his nose there, was trying to wait for something. Stutsenko keeps Vornen at bay. And Niels Nyox not able to squeeze his way past Il Vornen right now.
Oh my goodness me, sorry, but I was just giggling at Till Vornum's webcam there, his reaction as that was all going on. His eyes were literally almost popping out of his head, Lewis. He was really completely caught by surprise at all of that going on. I'd love to see a replay of that. David Tinitza still down in that 13th place though, looking cool, calm and collected, although I've got to be honest, I'd not be that cool, calm and collected. That is a veritable train that he has got going on behind him. Stapleford, Bischoff, Smollier, Cuban, Piffet and King all just queuing up to get past him or to have a go. Yeah, I'd be very, very worried if I was David Tinitza right now.
Got to be said, there is a little bit of damage on the front end of Tinitza's car. You can kind of see it there. The paintwork's just been scraped off of the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports car, but still closing in on Osterman in the Sim Racing Gardi car that obviously was victorious back at Bathurst. But yeah, for Tinitza, you said, he keeps finding himself in these sort of dodgy spots where he's in the middle of it and it's bad luck and stuff. I mean, there isn't... Yes, sure, Ferrari, maybe it's not as fast as they had it set up last season, whatever, but there are some clear issues in pace within the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports camp because they don't seem to have the pace that they did last season. They've moved back comparatively to the rest of the grid, maybe a tenth of a second, but unfortunately a tenth or two of a second is basically pushing you outside of the top 10 when we would normally expect them to be inside the top 5 every single race.
100%, and I think back to that first race at Bathurst with the Lamborghini, where it came out of nowhere. The other, I think, second Lamborghini was down in like 15th, 16th place, never got any higher than that, and then you had this one that was so fast up in the lead as Niles Noyaux times that to perfection, going down towards Lycum. He's going to try and outbrake round the outside of Till Vornum there. Beautiful move. That is clean, precise. It's exactly what you want, but I don't think Till Vornum's done with him just yet.
Yeah, I think left it down the inside going through Malmedy as well as we look back to Robbie Stapleford heading through the same complex of corners. That did notice, there we go, there is Till Vornum. It has Tobias Gronewold and Samira Brahimi to worry about. Did notice that Stetsenko was able to pull away quite a sizable margin on Vornum over the lap. So clearly a battle with Niels Noyaux a little bit, now defends and is very much the cork in the bottle is the Honda NSX of the Race Anywhere Simsport car that Till Vornum is driving. Tobias Gronewold looking for the up and under at Pouant. The answer is not there. Coming down into Fagna, might well fancy a big send to the inside. It's exactly what he's looking for. They are such a feisty team you've gone to love.
Whew, that was a little bit sketchy, I'm not going to lie. That was a big bit sketchy, let's be honest, there from Tobias Gronewold there. You could say, and fair play to him, he did pull completely out of that move, but that does, I feel, leave him a little bit vulnerable to Samir Ebrahimi in the 71 just behind him there. That Renfelton Esports red machine looks very, very dangerous if I'm completely honest, but again it's chalk and cheese, isn't it, about what you were talking about, the Scuderia Ferrari team that David Tinitza is in that 51, and yet you've got Samir Ebrahimi who looks like genuinely he could be up for having a little bit of a fight here.
Yeah, and the thing with Samir Ebrahimi is that Ebrahimi doesn't want to waste time fighting with Gronewold or Vornum or Noyaux or Statsenko or McCormack. Only has eyes for Smith right now, which, fair enough. I'm sure quite a few people do in the paddock based on the speed right now from Smith. Just keeping up with James Baldwin's the only driver to really do so right now. There is the Rocket Simsports car. That is your silver class leader, which is the only target for the Rembolton team, the one that's being driven by Samir Ebrahimi, that Ferrari. This is the only target for them. Because if they finish ahead of Gronewold or Vornum, it doesn't matter. Now, obviously, speaking of finishing, we are only 10 minutes into a race which is 1,440 minutes long. But still, the eyes are only on this car because that's the only one that changes the points in the standings and the only one that changes essentially their proper race result. Here's Tinitza defending, it's attacking Ogorognikov there. So Ogorognikov's had a couple of issues at the moment in that number 41 Bentley, drops back behind Tinitza and manages to keep Stapleford at bay.
And that's going to be a big instant for Ogorognikov because he was considerably up the road. He was about 2 seconds ahead of Tinitza there, so something obviously going wrong for that 41. We know that is the last thing we want to see for the race that's happening to the 41, as we see Tobias Gronewold here for the Esports team Unicorns of Love in that 14 onto the back of Till Vornum there, and Vornum kind of dropped off the back of Niles Noyaux here for this battle for 5th, 6th and 7th position. Also interestingly, Elvin Smith is still up for that battle for first and second position. I am genuinely very, very impressed that he's just holding his position there. It feels like he's got the pace to stay up there, maybe think about making a move, but maybe he's thinking long term, maybe he's thinking kind of big game plan, or like you said earlier on, that there's no real rhyme or reason to it. Why would you put yourself in a position of risk?
Yeah, and like I say, you're just going to drop back into the likes of McCormack. What you do is when you fight, you're going to disadvantage yourself, disadvantage James Baldwin, drag the rest of them into the mix. Let's just not do it for now. You've got plenty of time left in this race. Just sit behind and wait, as there's the move from Tobias Grunewald, straight down the inside of Till Vornham, sends it in there, gets the up and under, does the Race Anywhere Simsport car, and might well hang on. A little bit of side-by-side, a bit of a brush on the exit of the bus stop as we head down towards the source. Further contact between the two, 550 metres it is, all the way up to this corner here before we start dropping down the hill. It was a big send from Tobias Grunewald, but it is Till Vornham who has the advantage still.
Vornham, how he held back onto that. That was absolutely incredible. Igor Okorodokov's day is going from bad to worse, because that's Robbie Stapleford for G2 now, ahead in that 62 BMW. So the Bentley 41 going a little bit askew in this early stage of the race. No doubt that they'll be able to undo that damage there, but yeah, I'm wondering if maybe there's a little bit of damage that's been held onto that thing, because it looks to be in the corners where it's losing a lot of speed here.
Yeah, I would suggest. I mean, it could be. It doesn't sound like it's actually something that they tend to mess up with too much, but it could be the pressure's being slightly off as well. Anything like that. Don't know. I would probably lean more towards it being something damage related. It was a bit of a cluster on the opening couple of laps. We know that Igor Rogorkov can get involved in them ever so slightly in the opening scraps, but we'll have to wait and see on that. Maybe just playing the long game with the tyres, making sure that his tyres are comfortably in the window, and of course each car on the grids there, it's not as if it's a spec car that just has a silhouette model put on top of it. They all drive very differently, they all work their tyres very differently, and maybe Ogorovikov's not quite getting his tyres up into the temperature window and such that he would need to do so in the early stages. We'd have to wait and see on that one. Here's the battle though with Vornham, with Grunewald, with Abrami, with Dominic Blyer, all involved with here, incredibly tight. And at the moment, it does seem as though the Race Anywhere Simsport car isn't looking quite as fast as basically anyone else that is battling with.
Yeah, and that's allowing potentially 10th and 11th place to catch up as well. Maxim Batifue and Jacob Osterman in the 110. Race control message, incident involving cars 4 and 23 to stop and go 10 for car 23 for causing a collision. Yeah, West Competition Racing. And, well, that's not what you want at this early stage on the race. Stop and go 10-second penalty.
No, the FFS racing car, that number 23, that is the one that finished in third place last time out at Bathurst. They're obviously not having a great race based on where they are on the standings at the moment, being quite a lot further down. But still, yeah, that's just adding a little more salt to the wound, so to speak, unfortunately for them, as we look back towards the back end of the top 20. And this is, I know obviously how it is at the start of a 24-hour race. Everyone's quite close, and we expect them to spread out quite a lot. But I can tell you for sure, having commentated on this last year, and knowing how these races go with a quality field like this, I would be surprised if there weren't battles pretty much all the way through this 24-hour race. We just know how these go. They are just interesting prospect is all I can say.
Well, I mean, we know that because of our post-race conversations with the likes of our broadcast producers, Mike Yao and Steve Proudley. They're absolutely knackered at the end of the 24 hours, not just because it's a heck of a long stint, but because they're having to work so hard watching like 3-4 different feeds of action all through the field and think, right, I need to go and switch to this battle here. Oh no, I actually need to go and switch to this battle here. And it's like there's so much going on. I think they do an amazing job of bringing us all of the footage there. Another penalty coming in then, 15-second time penalty for the 949 for causing the collision with the 557. Now you saw the 949 sideways round. That's the 949 Racing Ferrari 488 that gets that penalty there. And yet again, I mean, this early stage of the race, this is just not what you want to have.
No, but like I say, again, it's getting from bad to worse for them because they did have, like I said, the instant earlier on and now have that to add to the list. The 949, by the way, when we say their number, that is their team name as well. They are called 949 Racing. So get off our back on that one. It's just like every time I say the number, it's normally it's because I don't want to say the team name or whatever, or said the team. But though for that, it is the number is just the team name as well. So top effort on that one. Alex Samolia involved right in the middle of the mix now, has to find his way past Yuka Rogogov. I'm pretty sure Samolia was a little bit further ahead because he wasn't too far away from Robbie Stapleford earlier on. And he was also ahead of Nick Hoban. So definitely has dropped backwards in the very recent past. Now is Buffet in the Race Anywhere Ferrari directly behind. Darren King, Tobias Scher, Bischoff, Sadler. I mean, it's just the train is constant.
It really, really is. And the problem is that the more this train goes on, Lewis, the harder you have to work to get yourself clawed back up, because now you've got a gap of 20 seconds between the top 20. So if you imagine you're outside that top 20, that's 20 seconds you've got to kind of reel back in to get yourself into the top 10, top 5. So a lot of work for all these drivers makes it so important. And I keep saying this, it's almost a bit of a cliche at this point. The first hour of this race, the first half an hour of this race, absolutely critical to how your race is going to go.
Certainly is. A bit of progress made from the I was going to say it was the 959, but actually no, it's not, because there is the 959, the Wacko's flip table car that was trying to find a way. It was actually Hendrickson dropping back into this battle a little bit as Fleischer is trying to find his way past Dylan Tan. The two remain side by side. Tan's got the outside line coming through Malmedy. Super display between these two as they'll rub just a little bit more, and the Wacko's flip table car is trying to find its way through, looks to the inside and decides better of it, but does seem to get alongside Dylan Tan ever so slightly in the background.
Oh my goodness, that's a bit of a battle right there as we cut forward to the fight between Maxime Batifoué and that's Samir Ibrahimi just up in front in that 71 Renvelt machine. Again, look at how much Ibrahimi has dropped off the back of Oosterman. So Blyer and Oosterman now doing a fantastic job in 9th and 10th place there. In 8th and 9th, but Ibrahimi not quite able to hold on to the back there, and I'm wondering if Batifoué can get past right now, is he going to be able to make some inroads? Yeah,
it's kind of patience is a virtue on a circuit like this, especially when you've got drivers closing in on you, the likes of Stapleford and Tinitza, two drivers who I wouldn't want closing in on me in the opening 20 minutes of this race. But still, you're absolutely right. I think Samir Ibrahimi's had a couple of issues. Potentially, this is the thing, is that, you have a couple of slides here through the middle of the circuit. Your tyres are a little bit too hot. You've got to bring them back down a little bit, which means you've got to slightly underdrive the car to bring the tyres back into their good operating window, and that might well have been the case. And like, you're absolutely right, Maxime Batifoué is really close in. Look at that up ahead though, because there is a bit of movement. Dominic Blyer is trying to find his way past Tobias Groenewold at the moment. There he is. It's not even on Groenewold, because Groenewold's made his way past Till Vornum. Vornum's got a little bit wide over the top, and that is Dominic Blyer's invitation to pass indeed. So the Race Anywhere car losing 2 positions coming down the hill out of La Source, and drops back, but is instantly going on the attack. We've seen this from Till Vornum quite a bit today. Is just get past, try and pass straight away. Valentino Rossi-esque. Essentially, when it comes to those moves, is as soon as you've been passed, what's the first thing you should do? Instantly fight back. Yeah, but it's not really worked out this time for him, unfortunately. He's been mugged quite badly there, and the thing is he's essentially offered that position on a silver platter to 2 cars, and at least we can't say that he's not polite, if anything else. Here you go, you take that position. I'm not really wanting 6th place anyway. However, a lot of speed in that Honda. I think he just needs to knuckle down, get himself back into the rhythm. I think he will find himself going forward again, but the problem is look at that already. So Till Vornum dropping off the back of Tobias Groenewold and Dominic Blyer. The big danger, if he falls behind Jacob Oosterman, he's in real danger of being knocked out of the top 10 within 20 minutes. Yeah, the Mercedes AMG Esports Unicorns of Love car that is sat directly ahead of Dominic Blyer. Here's another 10-second stop and go to car 42 for ignoring yellow flags. Goodness me. The number 42, that one, of course, is the Brabham Esports car. So they've received a bit of a slap on the wrist in a stop and go 10. If there is one type of penalty you do not want to get around here, it is a stop and go or a drive-through penalty, because the pit lane, it's long, very long. It is. Last year, I distinctly remember it being around 80 seconds for a full, just a drive-through, because you are so slow for such an intensely long period. It's not as if it's just down here into T1. It's down the hill, all the way down. Then you got to navigate that awkward pit exit as well. It's between 60 and 80 seconds you lose.
The problem with that as well, it's such an early stage of the race. If you've got to take a drive-through or a stop-go and you have to take it early, you're going to lose so much more time than you would say at a later stage of the race, because everyone's still bunched right up, everyone's still quite compacted together. So 80 seconds losing that right now, that would be the difference between you being in the top 10 and you being right at the back of the grids. Whereas later on in the race, you might have a little bit more to save if that happens to you.
And you might go, they might be heading a lap down fairly sharpish as well. Blyers passed Grunewald, so up now into 6th position. I was going to speak of the Mercedes-AMG Esports Unicorns of Love that was on pole here last year in that Mercedes as well. I think it was Tobias Grunewald that was actually doing the qualifying session for the team. But they were on pole. They were in a really good spot before they were hit with some very bizarre technical issues. They'll want to come back and fight strong here at the 24 Hours of Spa. And try and sort of rectify the issues of last year. But right now, only in some of them don't have the pace as they did last year. I can pretty much confirm that right now. I don't think it's a major thing right now, but they looked incredibly strong last year. Now they just look really strong, if you get what I mean.
But that's exactly what a good team should be doing, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
taking that, development, taking that lesson that they've learned from all of these races, and not one of these teams that are out there, you can say, are new kids on the block by any stretch of the imagination, whether that is as a team or whether that's with their drivers. They've all got a lot of experience on the sim. That's the only way they can be at this top level. And also, just on that note as well, the fact that that's what I think makes it so exciting. And I've said this on previous broadcasts, Lewis, the fact that we know these names, we've seen them time and time and time again, so it's almost like we get to know their characteristics and what we can expect from them.
Yeah, absolutely. We've spoken about a lot of these drivers time and time again in various competitions, and even for me recently, outside of even just stuff here on ACC, so outside of GT3 racing, they've got plenty of experience in the sim racing world. They just need to kind of learn from the issues they had last year. Unfortunately for Unicorns of Love, the way that we kind of saw it was that they can't really learn from the issues of last year, because it was one of those things. It's just, there was a couple of technical and bizarre issues that affected the team, but it was sort of out of their control. It was just one of those things. They came back strong afterwards, and they have been unbelievably strong in 2022 so far. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that they can continue that form and maybe move a little bit forward, especially considering the largeness of their fan base. We'll focus on the attacking that we've got. WPS Racing just ahead with Fleischer. You've got Dylan Tan, you've got Kinlong Lee, you've got Ben Cranor as well, and all this. There's the Brabham Esports car that is definitely a lap down. Here's Dylan Tan looking to the outside to try and pass that Porsche, and did not get past.
Just watching this as well, and again, recovery drive seems to be the order of the day for anyone outside of the top 30. Now, just very briefly as a segue, Lewis, you were talking about fan bases, and one of the more active fan bases already, just half an hour in, is the 149 Yaz Hate. They've been I'm trying to think of the polite word for this. They've been spamming the old chat box in YouTube, and I've got to be honest, I quite like seeing that. It's quite fun, because it's utterly harmless. We might get bored of it and give him a 10-second time penalty later on.
Yeah, exactly. We have the decision on that.
Yeah, I wish we did. Oh my god, could you imagine actually if we?
I know which team you would. I know which team you'd penalise almost straight away, mate.
Absolutely nothing on that one. But yeah,
remove drive. What you want?
Yeah, well, let's glaze past that one. There's Jacob Oosterman That was a nice little move up the inside. Till Vornum going backwards at a rate of knots, tries to get the cut back yet again, but can't quite do it. So, the point I was trying to make is this is exactly the sort of thing that we want to see. We want to see who you're supporting. We want to hear all of the banter. We want to hear all of the support. So, yeah, very, very much approve of that. Also, I don't have mod status, so it's out of my hands.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just disappointed that you weren't going to say the big fan base of me and you was out in chat, but unfortunately we don't have one.
The real Lewis McLeod.
Well, yeah, we're each other's fans in various chats, like when you're doing your Not Kill broadcast. But in this one, we don't have any fans. I've done the whole thing of like in SRO, in not the esports, but in the real 24 hours of Spa, when Dennis Lim was driving. Every time Dennis Lim was driving, there was like a group of mates and stuff. Obviously, you know, drivers that take part in sim racing and stuff, when they take part in real world events and do big events like that, it's always spam this wins to help Dennis Lind. Boom, just in chat constantly for hours. It was too much, and it was at the point where he should have got a drive to for that. But still, either way, Bischoff trying to hold off or rather get past Yiga Rognikov as one Bentley sits behind. Another one in Salarov is also there as well, heading down the hill. A little bit of action from the two Timware.pro teammates. A little bit of a push wide there for Marco Bischoff. And one goes through, so does the other. Sadarov is going to hold this slightly tighter line coming down into No Name and go around the outside of the Porsche. It's a little bit dicey. Ogrodnikov, though, is back ahead. And Sadarov is trying to find his way past.
He certainly is, and yeah, that was getting a little bit dicey, given that we were talking about the 41 confirmation then of some race control messages. Then incident involving cars 110 and 191 on lap 1, no further action, and the 949 and 129. That was a racing incident. So that 949 has been pushed from pillar to post from the looks of it, and we're still on the lap 1 incidents.
Yeah, I think there was quite a few. That one, you know, might well have been the one coming down into Poole, and there might have been something a little bit before that as well. But I'm not too surprised. The opening couple of laps did have, whilst they were fairly clean, they did have a fair few incidents, which you would expect. You know, having a grid as large as this, 46 cars on it, which means that there is obviously plenty for race control to adjudicate over the opening couple of laps of this race, and indeed over the opening an entirety of the 24 hours, as there is the look back to the inside from Sadarov, not able to pass Bischoff, whilst Bischoff might have allowed Ogrodnikov to pass a little bit easier, purely based on the fact of Ogrodnikov is a pro car and Bischoff is a silver. He's going to fight Sadarov a little bit harder because this is for position in class. Exactly what he's trying to hang on to. Got to worry as well because Lars Kisser in the number 4 HRT car is also sat right there. Stop and go penalty being dished out to the Munster Rugby Gaming car, the number 6, for avoidable contact on the number 100 earlier on in the race.
That's an oofed right there as we're still watching this battle then side by side as Marco Bischoff just ahead of
Ogrodnikov got issues.
Got over in front of Ogrodnikov. I know I was a little bit confused there because I was like, well, Ogrodnikov was in front there, so what on earth has happened there? Yeah, look, Ogrodnikov's struggling, but the problem is that he's not losing any of the fight. He wants to try and get the best finish to his stint that he can, but I don't know how much that car is going to let him have.
Yeah, they've clearly got some very, very serious issues within that squad right now. And the problem is with essentially they've got stint limits and stuff that they need to meet when it comes to the length of time they can have this stint on the race circuit. It's only about 65 minutes that they can be out for as the longest stint they can have. You don't want to come in before that. You don't want to come in too early because as much as it's not too big of a deal, because you would be able to go for 62 minutes and drag yourself back online, so you're actually still doing the same pit stops as everyone else. It wouldn't be too drastic late on. You might actually have to pit once more, which obviously you really want to avoid around here. But the point is you don't want to blow that card early. You know, if you can go off kilter at some point in the race, hey, there might be rain or something later on, and if you pit too early now, you'll be paying the price for that for the entirety of the day. You know, it's not just as if it's like a sprint race here, where if you pit a little bit early, it's like, well, once that race is over, then it's fine. So no, if you make a mistake and try and pit too early now, yeah, it's a large bill.
Oh, no, I'm a little bit distracted while you were talking there, Lewis. I'm looking at the timing screens, and have a look at Elvin Smith, second place. Now, he was, remember, for the entirety of this race so far, 2/3 of a second behind James Baldwin. He's dropped now 2 seconds back, and now Darren McCormack, Hansen Smith have taken second place at such an early stage of the race here. And again, it's not for position in class, but yeah, it's going to feel pretty nervy having a car chasing you down.
Yes, I think they might have overdone the tyres ever so slightly trying to keep up with James Baldwin, which, fair enough, get that. That's fair enough. I did notice that the gap had gone out by about a second a little while ago, and you're absolutely right. Darren McCormack is right there. And I think Elvin Smith would be wise probably not to fight this one too hard, purely based on the fact that there is no gain in fighting this one. There's no allegiance between Rocket and Veloce in this matter, and so that if there were, then maybe he would put up a little bit of a fight. Fair enough. There's not. So if I was in Elvin Smith's boots, the moment that Darren McCormack even looks to the inside, it would be like you're just sat there thinking, please, if you are going to send it, properly send it so that you're past and then I let you through and we don't lose that much time messing about. Let's not dilly-dally. You get on with what you've got to do. I've got my own job.
I'm just watching now. You mentioned about maybe they've overdone the tyres on that car, and I have to agree. It does look like it's sliding about a little bit on the high-speed corners, a little bit more than it was before. I wonder if that's maybe the carcass of the tyre just starting to get a little bit too warm for its own good. But look at the fact that Darren McCormack now right onto the bootlids of that Rocket Sim Sport machine, and as you said, this almost doesn't matter for the race itself. They just need to knuckle down and think that they're about 10-12 seconds ahead of their nearest rival, which is actually Oosterman in the 110.
To get an update, by the way, from Michael Hamlet about the percentage chance of weather around here. It is a 92% chance of rain in this race. That is pretty high. That's as near as makes no difference. A guarantee that we'll pretty much see rain at some point during the running of the 24. It's what we expect. It's the Ardennes. It's this time of year. We expect plenty of rain. Well, Till Vornham has got back ahead of Robbie Stapleford. So if this is anything to maybe look back on for the Rocket Simsport team, where they have gone out quite strong, maybe lost out a little bit of the tyres. Well, Till Vornham started out kind of losing out the tyres a little bit earlier on, and maybe the tyres are coming back in. Wonder if that might happen to the other Honda NSX a bit further up the order. There is Robbie Stapleford going back on the attack. He's got to the outside, showing the superior straight line speed for the BMW M4 GT3. Gets around the outside of Till Vornham, going through the Les Combes chicane. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Space was given both ways, but you could sense that straight line speed advantage from the BMW comparatively to the Honda.
Oh, and there was something slightly naughty isn't the right word to use for it, but it just felt like Robbie Stapleford just putting a palm up and just saying, just you sit down there, I'll just take this. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was beautiful confidence from Stapleford. He knew that he could get that car braked much later, pull it around the outside of the corner. Yeah, supreme drive there from that G2 Esports machine.
Well, here's Darren McCormack. Said the recent 18-year-old is trying to get past Elvin Smith right now, as they've got some very, very serious aspirations in this championship. Said that Unicorns of Love have been getting stronger and stronger as particularly in 2022. Williams Esports are also in that camp, and he has teamed up with two very experienced endurance racers in the esports world. He's got to the inside of Elvin Smith, and absolutely right, Elvin Smith for Rocket Esports does not fight Darren McCormack at all on the run through the bus stop chicane. McCormack's teammates being Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski. The two of those have been victorious in the first ever Le Mans Virtual. They've won countless esports championships. They've battled whether it's touring cars or GTs or open wheelers or endurance racing. They are two of the most experienced drivers in the sim racing world. So for Darren McCormack to potentially go after a good result this afternoon, they're two good drivers that I'd want to have in my camp, and so that is an exceptionally strong team. To be fair, that is something which we can apply to pretty much any team on the grid, though. But, each their own.
I'm still hung up on the fact that Dara's only 18 years old. That is a bit
isn't it?
right there. Yeah, it's a bit of a gut punch. But Hendrickson into the pits then for the 127 BMW. first of the pit stops very, very early. Is that a drive-through?
So we have been told that he has been demanded to return to pit lane from race control and swap driver, courtesy of an unstable connection. Now, in motorsport terms, you have that to repair damage, right? It's the meatball flag, and I guess in sim racing terms, the meatball flag is applied to dodgy connections. It's a requirement from race control to return to pit lane to sort out whatever issues going on and get back out there and get racing.
100%, and well, it's what it is. That's very, very unfortunate, but it's the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes these things are out of your control, and Kirill Saturov there looks like an absolute boss right now, trying to catch on to the back of Bischoff. I just realised, has he not even got a shirt on right now? He's just absolutely going for it this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's brave. That is brave webcamming yourself. I mean, maybe there is a certain other website that's also got a subscription to this. I don't know, but either way, Sadarov is in 19th position. You can tell he has actually got a bit of a vest on there, so let's not panic too much. We're not going all the way out to the other parts of the internet. But, I mean, I will say, it is quite hot in Europe right now. A little bit of a heat wave, not quite as drastic as we've had recently, and what we'll probably get at some point later on in this year. But I can tell you, doing endurance races in the middle of a heat wave is not fun. It really isn't an enjoyable experience, because it's just... It makes what is already a difficult task just 10,000 times harder. It's not as if most people in Europe have got like air conditioning coming out of their elbow. It's like no, you've just got to suck it up and deal with it, to be honest.
Well, the other thing as well is that not only is it like the ambient temperature quite hot, but it then gets amplified with the fact that you've got a processor going at like 60 degrees, you've got a graphics card doing like 80 or 90 degrees as well. All that temperature then floats up into the room as well, and it gets even warmer for the ambient temperature. So we see Manos Gerardis trying to have a look around the inside there of Beisden there. But yeah, I mean, the temperature gets up very, very quickly. And not only that, your breathing changes also completely when you're doing an endurance race. When you're doing any type of sim race, and you go into that kind of focus mode where your breathing becomes shallow and you're just like concentrated, glued onto what's happening up in front. And that raises your body temperature even more. So by the end of it, you can be very, very uncomfortable at the end of your stint, and suddenly you're absolutely sweating. You've got no idea why.
Well, here we go. We've got a warning going out to car 99. That one being the Race Anywhere SimSport Pro car that Till Vornum is driving in. By the way, speaking of Till Vornum, was having a bit of a ding-dong battle with Robbie Stapleford once again coming into Les Combes. The other two incidents between the 911, 949, and the 144 and the 42 coming down as no further action. And they're starting to really get through the meat of the incidents there, as we're already skipping through to about lap 6. It's not as if there's just one person behind in race control, so there is plenty going on. Warning also to car 72. That one is the Remwell and Esports orange car. It's their Aston Martin that's running a bit further down the order. That is not Samira Brahimi's Remwell and Esports car, so don't worry too much as we continue on to approach the end of the very first hour of running here. Maxime Batafulier was trying to get past Samira Brahimi, but obviously the two in different categories. No easy pass. This is back up to Elvin Smith, who has recently dropped back behind Dara McCormack, who's not been able to close in too quickly on James Baldwin. In fact, the gap is going out. Baldwin's last lap time was a 2-minute 18.3. Dara McCormack's was an 18.8.
Yeah, that speaks for itself, and I think that is going to be a bit of an eye-opener for Baldwin up in front, especially if McCormack can pull the ratchet down now that they've got themselves into second place, as we see Giorgio Simonini into pit lane in the 63, and yeah, that car doesn't look like it's going anywhere right now.
Yeah, championship leaders in the pit lane about 20 minutes before they really should be. So clearly there are some very serious issues going on there for the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team that is returning to pit lane once again. West Competition Racing on screen at the moment. Another one that we'd expect to be a bit higher up, unfortunately not really in position right now. They did so well last round to finish second in class back at Bathurst. well, I don't think they're really going to be feeling that one out today. They've got Tinko van der Velde directly behind. I do believe, actually no they don't, because that is the Munster Rugby car, which Tinko van der Velde has driven before, by the way, so that's why I'm getting so confused. But that one is a lap down at number 6.
Yeah, and the thing is that is something that is going to add a different complexion, Lewis, through the rest of the race, is the fact that lap traffic is going to come into the mix, and it's a very difficult position because, right, imagine you get behind a lapped car all the way down through this bit here just after Les Combes. You're really not going to get past that car until you get down to, I don't know, maybe say the double right-handers or Blanchimont. It's going to be a very, very costly place, so you have to time it very well.
I'm just going to clarify myself, by the way. Tarek Gamble in the Munster Rugby Club gaming car is not a lap. It's not a lap down. Was actually battling for position there. It actually just dropped behind, but obviously has served a penalty earlier on in this race. So they are going to go a lap down though. On our race leader, you can see the Veloce McLaren flashing the lights in the first real major bit of lap traffic for James Baldwin to try and navigate. Switches it up to get back down the inside. And this has got to be swift for Baldwin. It's got to be like a hot knife through butter, because if he isn't, well, he is going to lose an awful lot of this 4-second lead that he's worked so hard to build up.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to stomach as well, because you've literally knocked your pan in through one of the most difficult parts of this race, through the first 45 minutes, to build yourself up a little bit of a gap there, and it's wiped out before your very, very eyes. It's definitely a very bitter pill to swallow, this.
Certainly is, and like you say, you've got Dara McCormack and the Rocket Sizzle car as well that will be closing in. Elvin Smith, they'll be closing in a little bit. Obviously, Elvin Smith's not really the worry there, because it's not actually for position in the category. But still, you want to win overall and all that kind of stuff. The point is that the first time you go through traffic is always kind of the trickiest. Those that they're desperate to hang on to the lead lap, almost unnecessarily an unnecessarily large amount, but still, these are the things that you have to deal with. I don't think Baldwin will be too worried. He's had to deal with his fair share of lap traffic racing in events like this, so it understands how to get used to it. I've been told that James Baldwin, and that is a good point, because the camera angle is not on the right, and normally we have a camera angle that is quite low and off to the side from James Baldwin. Not so, and you can tell as well, he's not racing in his standard rig. So that's interesting from James Baldwin. I'm sure that's not slowing him down at all, but still.
Yeah, he's not in his normal streaming setup, because, as you say, the camera's normal at his side. He's got his broadcast microphone and stuff, and it actually looks like he's got somebody behind him as well. So, are we seeing a little bit of the old Veloce gaming headquarters on the go?
Yeah, I did get told that they were moving quite a lot around earlier on in the week, and it's why they missed some events back on Wednesday and stuff, trying to get everything sorted. So they have clearly been moving around and been very, very busy indeed. But always interesting to see. And clearly, like I said, when you have those things move around, when you move into somewhere that is potentially different, uncomfortable is probably the wrong way of putting it, but you kind of get what I mean. Is that sim races, and the way we have our wheel set up, even if it is in the worst setup known to mankind, like it's the wheel is slightly off center, it's slightly, but you get used to it. You driving it as here comes Sadarov to pass Bischoff coming up towards Blanchimont, and this is going to be a bit of a brave one, and Sadarov has indeed found his way past the Porsche of Bischoff, who's going to try and find his way back through. This is all a battle down the back end of the top 10 within the silver category. But yeah, you get used to your own setup and its own little nuances and stuff, to then move into an unknown environment where the temperature's slightly different, where the noise is slightly different, where the feeling is slightly different. It can be quite hard to get into the rhythm. Clearly for James Baldwin that is not the case, but still for quite a lot of times it does become a little bit of a toothsome effort.
It really does. I think what you would get to, though, is the fact that you adjust it. I think you adjust it quite quickly. Maybe not to say 100% of your ultimate pace, but certainly to about maybe 90-95%. I'd say you'd be able to do that within an hour or so of customising yourself to a new rig. As you see, Fabien Piffet round the outside there of was that Ibrahimi, yeah, for the podium battle here for silver right now. So up into third position there. That was a I don't want to say a wild move, but it was a controlled and calculated move, and he saw it, and yeah, what a predator.
Yeah, You got the GGWR car as well, Darren King in the 999 just sat there as well. You've got Tobias Scher in the Prime E-Racing 77 that's also keeping very close company in this battle. And it's kind of one of those things that when you've dropped behind one person, well, someone else is waiting. You've always got to kind of be a bit mindful of the queue up that happens. And when you're kind of like that, even if you can get back up to the speed that you originally found, everyone else will still see you as a sitting duck. By the way, speaking of other gaps and stuff that are happening on the racetrack, Dara McCormack has been closing in a little bit as they've gone through lap traffic, of course, on James Baldwin, your race leader, but crucially has pulled out a 1.1 second lead in that battle over Elvin Smith. And so that gap's kind of growing. Smith in the Rocket Motorsport car will be closed back in on by this group. Senko and Niox in the pro category that'll be just closing up bit by bit.
I was just noticing a comment there in YouTube chat about where are the Nissans from Lefford Corrigem. Unfortunately, and Lewis, correct me if I'm wrong, it's been a while since we've seen the Nissans in any real top flight competitive action here.
Yeah, it's not a car that we typically see. I mean, you don't really see it too much in the real world, battling out in the top of GT stuff. We don't see it in here either. Darren King in the GTWR RHE Academy car is making a little bit of a step down the inside and does indeed clear his way into 14th spot. So he's now got past Samira Brahimi. Tobias Scher will be the next one to try and find his way past. Alex Smoliar will also be closing in, who's dropped off quite a lot, considering he was, as I said, not far off the top 10 at some point in the race. Yeah, not sure. But no, for real, I'd like the Nissan GTR back that. I don't think when you're talking of the finest tiny measurements of balance which is required, you know, when you're looking at the smallest measurements of time, you need to take the very best car, whatever it is, and unfortunately that certainly wouldn't be the case.
Yeah, it's a bitter one, but it's just what it is. You know, you have to accept how these cars are, and the balance just isn't there with the Nissan as it stands. Talking about not having the balance right now, I'm getting very, very concerned for that 41 of Igor Ogorodnikov all the way down into 23rd position. I tell you what, he is falling faster than Bitcoin at the moment. He is all the way outside the top 20 and no sign of getting back up.
Well, we've got a warning going out to car 99 and to car 72. 72 being the Red Molten Orange car. I think we might have already had that note because it was the orange. The 99, the Race Anywhere SimSport Pro, that is the Honda NSX. So yeah, we have had those two notes because they've already been warned before. I was getting more panicked to see, like, is that a second warning for the pair of them? But no, it was the original warning. So don't worry. Hashtag blame Mike Yao on that one. Niels Diox looks to the inside once again on Stetsenko to try and find his way past, and Niox still not able to do so. He was going to give it a good send there.
Yeah, he fancied it, did he? The intent was definitely there. We cut further back though. Samir Brahimi, where is that car going? There's no pace left in it whatsoever. He's getting attacked left, right and centre. Here comes Prime E-Racing's Tobias Scher in the 77 McLaren. And in fact, it's not even just Brahimi. All of the Ferraris are starting to go backwards quite quickly. However, weirdly, do you remember when we were saying the opposite about David Tinnitzin? We said, you know, compared to all the other Ferraris, he was struggling, and yet now he is the top place Ferrari.
Probably because at the start of the race they were maybe underdriving it a little bit. I mean, let's be honest, the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team do know what they're doing in races like this. They are the champions of last year, so, you know, and they're winners of this event. They know how to play the very, very long game. It's kind of what they were doing at Bathurst. They didn't qualify very well at Bathurst and were working their way up. They still finished in the top 10 in their class, being the pro class, which, considering they were dumped very heavily into the wall by the Rocket SimSports team going down into the chase, I think, you know, they still finished in the top 10 after that. I mean, yeah, they're a quality team. They know exactly what they're doing. And in this sense, I think they might have just underdriven it over the first portion of the race so they can attack late on in the stint. Also, we don't know if anyone's going to be double stinting tyres or anything. Those are the questions that we'll have to deal with a little bit later on. There's a bit of a woofer in the background trying to distract Niels Niox, who's forgot to turn the lights on in his room. He'll wrestle it over the curb, the second part of Fania, and hopefully won't be too distracted by the dog.
Well, I don't think they are, but yeah, I'm watching Niles here as well, and you were on about underdriving the car from David Tinitza, and I completely, my mind had went blank as to the point I was away to make there, but
Nice.
yeah, exactly. But when you said about David Tinitza underdriving the car, I mean, that takes a lot of skill and ability for the driver to do, because having to hold back, having to dial it in, having to not fight as much as you want to fight, knowing that you've got a bigger plan, a bigger strategy in mind. It's so tempting just to absolutely nail it and push the car. But if that is what has happened with that Ferrari, and it would make sense, yeah, that is a really, really good bit of driving from that number 51 Ferrari. But back to Mikhail Statsenko, onto the back of Elvin Smith here, and this could get very tasty very quickly. Looks like we're going to have a four-way battle for the final podium position, but again, different classes involved here. Statsenko gets a heck of a run out of radio.
Yeah, but that's on Tarek Gamil, who's obviously going a lap down on this. Elvin Smith is a little bit further ahead, so I don't think this will be too much of a deal. Tarek Gamil does kind of need to jump out of the way, certainly does so on Statsenko. Doesn't move, though, for Niels Nyox in the Munster Rugby Gaming car, so obviously Gamil will be dived soon is where I was going to go with it. I think Niels Nyox will be a bit more desperate, a bit more hungry to get through, and boom, there he goes, straight on the inside. He's going to drift off the apex ever so slightly just ahead of that Bentley. That was absolutely fine from Nyox, giving himself a little bit of a gap to Dominic Blyer as well, who'll try and clear his fellow Bentley. He has a little bit of a kick of oversteer off of the corner running down the hill towards Puon, and not quite close enough to send it there. But you're absolutely right. Statsenko, Nyox, Blyer, they are all closing in on Elvin Smith very, very quickly indeed at the moment.
I knew that was Tarek Gamil, honest.
Good effort.
We'll just pass that one by. Race Control saying that the incident between cars 27 and 42 on lap 16, no further action for that one. So again, now we've caught right up to what, about 5-6 laps ago now. So Race Control having a little bit more of an easier time, I would say, given that we're coming up to pit stops. And again, this is another crucial point of the race here, Lewis, because it gives us, it gives everyone watching at home, and more importantly, it gives the other teams and drivers a little peek as to strategy, how drivers are going to be playing this, how teams have got things set up for the entire 24 hours ahead.
Well, that was the look as well in the background as Tarek Gamil was going to get dropped behind Dominic Blyer as well. Here's Samira Brahimi, who's been having the issues on that car. This is the one that we kind of struggled with. We did struggle with this back in Bathurst as well, working out whether there was any damage on the front. The livery that they've put on it kind of looks like it's a little bit scratched up, but that's just the livery, not actually showing any damage on the car from what I can see, meaning that I think it is just overdoing the tyres ever so slightly, which is putting Samira Brahimi into such issues with Tobias Schur right on the rear end of that Prime E racing car. Don't think there'll be a look to the inside into La Source, but the McLaren is one thing that we did note back at Bathurst. The McLaren was actually pretty substantially quick in a straight line. I would suspect there might well be a look for Tobias Schur once we've reached the end of this 2-kilometre run. All the way down to Les Combes. You'll rise up the hill here, and then it's about a mile from this point, all the way uphill through the Kemmel curve onto the Kemmel straight, and bam into that braking zone. Tobias Schur surely going to get past here, already alongside, looking. Be a big commitment on the brakes, but I don't think this will be a particularly difficult move because the Renault and Esports red car, it's limping.
It certainly is, and you were on about the livery there, I believe. Rustic is the one that I would use on that car, but again, yeah, tyres are done on that thing. You can see the way it's power sliding out the corner, already starting to lose 2/10 of a second onto the back of Tobias Schur here. But yeah, I mean, Samir Ibrahimi is going backwards, so I think it's time for us to go backwards and have a little look back over, Lewis, at some of the action from the start.
Yeah, I think we need to take a look at the race start and turn our brains all the way up to 11 to see exactly what has gone on here, because it was a fairly dramatic start to the race. Riding down the hill, though, it was James Baldwin with a nice, clean lead over Elvin Smith. A bit of side-by-side in the background as Dara McCormack will try and get himself back in line behind the Race Anywhere SimSport car. But it was a good launch from Statsenko, who was in third at the point and was looking to try and attack for the race lead. There was no way for him to make it stick on that run down into the first chicane, and it was obviously the Veloce car that would lead heading down into the first corner, side by side behind. But this was where all the drama was happening, David. Don't know exactly where it was going, but that was what happened to the Symphony of Pistons car. Bang! Spun over straight in front of quite a few of the other cars coming up the hill.
Yeah, and that already sends those two cars about 15 seconds, 20 seconds further behind. More pile-ups going on. That's one of the, if I believe rightly, the virtual drivers by TX3 machines.
Oh no!
Oh, that is not what you want to see. A little bit of contact on the rear ends, and that is a very, very unfortunate-looking Lamborghini, and just cars spilling off left, right, and centre. Further on, that is what we asked. What happened to our championship leaders? Possibly some heavy damage onto the front of that Lamborghini after hitting the wall at such an early stage, and that is not the greatest thing that you're going to see here. Well, the great thing is we didn't catch that live during the first lap there, because I think at that point, that exact moment, Lewis, I was busy saying, "Oh well, at least it's been fairly clean."
Well, we did understand now why there was front-end damage on the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team, because it was Unicorns of Love that had a little bit of a half spin, and then it was the concertina effect, one car into him, and then boom, there was nowhere really for David Tanitsa to go, bumped straight into the rear end of all of that. Just a crazy first lap of racing. James Baldwin has been into the pit lane and hasn't made it an hour, but obviously by the time he'll depart the pit lane, probably would have been way past the hour considering how long the pit lane is around here, but clearly going very, very aggressive. It does pass the lead over to Dara McCormack and the Williams Esports team, then Elvid Smith, Stutsenko, Niox, and then Dominic Blyer. This is the battle though that we're looking at, what is now for third spot, Yazhi ahead of the BS competition car.
The other thing on that note as well is the fact that that obviously means that Baldwin, or if he's staying in the car, or whoever gets in, is going to be so hearing that Baldwin's still in the car, going to be out into some very thick traffic if they've not timed this right. If he's on his, well, there we go then. So that he's managed to actually get out on his own. This could be huge actually, because if he's able to get out, stay in the clear air, get some really fast laps in without any bother whatsoever, that could be turning up trumps for him.
Well, here comes Niox then straight to the outside of Stutsenko. Is anyone coming into the pit lane this time? Stutsenko is for Yaz Heat. Also in the back, I think Dominic Blyer did come straight into the pit lane as well. So a couple of takers on the second lap within the pit window as we just pass over the first hour complete. Yeah, of course, because the pit lane is so long, when they've come through all of this, they're essentially coming out what would be realistically like 20 or 30 seconds ahead down the road, right, where it is going to be in clean air and such. So that's kind of why, because obviously you're dropping back all that way to roughly the tune of about closer to 2 minutes. You're dropping from the pit lane sequence, so it kind of makes sense. Wonder if there was any tyres taken on Baldwin's car as well. Kind of would make sense to do two slightly shorter stints and just take fuel. We are being told there were tyres taken on James Baldwin's McLaren Veloce. Either way, looking at Darren King, the GTWR RHG Academy car that is now inside the top 10, courtesy of plenty of other takers into the pit lane, including Tobias Grunewald and Jakob Osterman.
And it's going to be a very, very busy pit lane. One of the big things that they have to watch out for is the speed limits in the pit lane, because that can pretty much make or break your race just by accidentally going a few miles an hour over the speed limit. It's an automatically assigned penalty by the game, and a very, very hefty stop-go penalty that gets assigned to you. And again, that is just crippling for any race effort.
I was commentating around here on a different sim, but I'm pretty sure it was Brzezinski that was in this race, and it was the pit lane here, and had gone round, and they were in, obviously rolling through the endurance pits, and had gone round the first corner and started going downhill, and then to save a little bit extra fuel, they clutched in. Never do that. Never ever do that, because the pit limiter is not only linked to it's the engine, which is the limiting factor as to what holds the speed. So that if you aren't in first gear, if you try going up into second, it will disable the pit limiter. And if you clutch in, well, there's no engine holding you back when you're going downhill, which meant that everyone started accelerating. I'm pretty sure it was Brzezinski, wasn't the only one that did it, because there was about 4 or 5 people that day that gave it a go. clutching in to save a little bit extra fuel. No idea why people would do that, but fair enough. But they all end up doing about 100, 150k in the pit lane. Boom. Everyone got drive-throughs. Every single person just got drive-throughs, stop and goes, were being flung out left, right and centre. Dara McCormack, by the way, whilst I've been waffling on, has come into the pit lane. So the race lead has actually gone the way of Rocket Sim Sports, our silver class leader. They'll be pitting at the end of this lap though, but just interesting that already we're seeing quite a large discrepancy between those in the pit lane. This is where some lap traffic is going to come into the mix though, as that will be Dylan Tan coming out of the pit lane directly ahead of Elvin Smith, who does manage to get his way past.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, what a turn of fortune for this Rocket Simsport team. It was a disastrous Bathurst for them with a DNF. Two new drivers jumping in behind the wheel and really bringing some brand new energy and vitality to that team. So a DNF in Bathurst to leading their class in this race. I mean, that is a turnaround and a half, Lewis.
Well, I mean, it's not. I kind of would say it's not uncommon, and it kind of isn't. Like, when you have such a bad first round of the championship, it does ignite the fire to fix what's wrong. If you have like kind of an average first round, you're kind of like, oh, that was all right, but we need to do quite a bit to fix it. Or if you had great pace that then you didn't take advantage of. Again, it's sort of like, we had great pace, we'll just try and do the same thing again next round. Whereas when you've had a bad first round where there aren't actually many positives to take, you sit back, you look at it and you think, right, so nothing was good, let's start again completely. That's exactly what's happened here with Rocket Sim Sports, and they've come into this round and boom, firing on all cylinders, clearly working in a car that's working quite well around here, but also taking the large advantage of it. As there is Alexander Herber now, who's got Victor Nikolai directly ahead, he's got Dylan Tan directly behind. These lot have all pitted. You can see the car directly behind, that's the BS competition car that is yet to jump into the pit lane of Niels Nyx, and of course the car ahead. Those two will be in this lap. You can see the time is ticking down, 22 hours 55 minutes. Once it goes past much further past that, then they'll actually receive penalties because it's a 65-minute stint limit, which we're only 30 seconds away from that 65 minutes. But as soon as you enter pit lane, you are safe from that penalty, which does mean that Samira Brahimi is going to be very, very close, but should be able to get to pit lane with a few seconds to spare.
Yeah, that's what we're going to have to keep our eye out as we see the stragglers coming into pit lane, the last of the pit stop takers here, as we're watching Alexander Herb down the hill here for GTWR R8G Academy here, just about a tenth of a second ahead of Dylan Tan in that number 889 Mercedes here. But this is what we are believing. I think that there's nothing to suggest otherwise. Your aggregate, or rather overall race leader when everything is said and done, because you're top four into the pits just now. And Baldwin just looks very relaxed and very, very comfortable in the way that he's driving that car right now.
Yeah, like I say, really in the rhythm at the moment around this legendary racetrack. Kind of makes sense that it would be drivers the likes of James Baldwin that would get in that rhythm. Came good at the end of the qualifying session to take pole position, but was struggling a little bit at the start of the session, but clearly the race has not had any of the same sort of issues, but did pit earlier than quite a lot of the other cars. He pitted well over 5 minutes ago, and so he's has added an extra couple of laps potentially onto this stint, or even later on in the race that he might will have to try and win back somehow. But diving down into La Source, that was a 27 lap stint, 28 lap stint from the likes of Niels Nyx, from Elvin Smith, from Stapleford, and from Brady. Might actually be the only real time in the race where you can do a 28 lap stint, because of course the driver timer starts at the very start of the race, which was actually, in fact, it wasn't going down into La Source, it was coming down into Eau Rouge. And it's the driver stint stops when you come into the pit lane. And so, in a sense, it might be actually the only time you can really do that, because you're carrying a lot more speed into this section than you were. Might be the only time that we can see that. We'll have to wait and see on that one. That could just be me waffling. But still, just because of how much later around you start.
Well, yeah, I mean, the problem with that is that it's like everything else in these 24-hour races. There's so many different variables in the mix with this, Lewis. There's, everything gets thrown in, and you can plan for everything you possibly can think of, and then you end up having your entire race undone by the one thing that you completely overlooked. It always seems to be the way when that actually happens. I'm just looking at the order just now. Dominic Blyer up in second position, but I'm believing, has Dominic Blyer pitted? I think
yes.
He has. Yeah, he has.
Yes,
so
he has.
He's all the way up there into to second place then. So Rocket Simsport in third position. So Blyer obviously off strategy in that number 10 Bentley right now, but Maciej Malinowski down in fourth position with the Yaz Heat 149 machine. So, well, there we go. That's a decent start for Rocket, I think.
I'm not sure that they are. Right, so there is Harry Phillips instantly getting out of the way of Malinowski, who was just on the charge, and Arthur Camera is also going to try and come through. It's kind of one of those things that when you jump into the car in the leader race, you do sometimes struggle to get into the rhythm, and that might well be what Harry Phillips is just finding here. Malinowski making the move. Arthur Camera sat right in the wings, and Jakub Brzezinski has also jumped into the Williams Esports car that's now moved down into sixth position. But yeah, I don't think Dominic Blyer is as off strategy as you think. He pitted at the same time that James Baldwin did, so has gone for the slight undercut, picked up the clean air, but is only 2 laps under most of this group. So I kind of wonder how off strategy that really is. One thing is guaranteed though is James Baldwin has a big lead. Look at that, 13 seconds now. Dominic Blyer's just set the fastest lap of the race with a 2:17.837.
Just looking at the pit stop times as well, there's not a big difference between the 66 and the 10. So I'm confused as to how Blyer has gotten such a brilliant strategy going there to get himself up into that second position there. That's that is a decent day out at the races to take second position so far just now. So Malinowski getting past Harry Phillips as we saw there. And the thing is like, again, Phillips has got the memo, and it's what you've been saying all the way through that first hour there. They're not in this fight right now. The only one they've got to worry about is Oosterman down in 7th position right now. That's the only person that they're actually fighting for, so there's no point taking any risks. Although, one other thing I would say is maybe he'd quite like it having as many cars between him and Oosterman as he possibly can.
Did you see the lights flashing on Harry Phillips' car?
I did.
Yeah, so now this is the exact opposite of what all of the other... This is the confusing... This is like the unspoken language of light flashing in motorsport. It is actually kind of confusing. Is that I can almost guarantee that Harry Phillips' light flashing there wasn't a get out of the way, it was a get on with it. Right? Because you kind of saw Malinowski was defending coming down into Les Combes. Harry Phillips doesn't want to fight to come back, so he's flashing to be like, just get on the racing line and just do what you're doing, because if the more you defend clean air, the more we're losing time here. Just get on with what you're doing. That's kind of where that light flashing is going, which is obviously very hard to pick apart from the "can you get out of my way, please?" But that's the joys of light flashing, and those are the risks you run. But yes, of course, Harry Phillips is actually wanting Malinowski rather than getting out of the way, more so to just keep setting some good times so that Phillips can follow, can keep Camera at bay, can keep Brzezinski at bay, and can keep Osterman at bay, who isn't that far behind. Crucially, is only about 5 seconds behind of your class silver class leader.
Just looking as Dominic Blyer currently has the fastest lap of the race, their fastest second sector of everyone on that last lap there at 2:17.867. So there's definitely a lot of pace in that number 10 machine. The problem is with James Baldwin and that Veloci Esports number 66 being 12 seconds after your first pit stops. I mean, Triton Racing, they're going to have to get a move on here, and I know they're good, but I'm not sure that they're going to be able to make any massive inroads.
Well, there was the big move from Batafoulier to get past the Munster Rugby car at the moment. And Darren King also trying to find his way through as they head down the hill towards Eau Rouge. Does manage to make his way past. You've got Macri as well, who's jumped behind the Race Anywhere SimSport Honda. they've lost out an awful lot, like quite a considerable amount, because they were in the top 10. I know that there were obviously issues in the opening stanza of the race from that number 99 car when it was obviously Till Vaughan behind the wheel, but still was battling, was inside the top 10, I believe, when they came into the pit lane. They've lost out quite a bit, including out to their teammates. The Ferrari that Wenham's driving, that was of course the one that Fabien Piffet was driving in the opening portion of this race. So yeah, they have actually lost out quite a bit there, has the number 99.
Another team that's lost out quite a lot is Jika Brzezinski and the number 55 Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports machine. They're all the way down into 6th position, and they were up for a podium just 15 minutes ago. So again, it just shows how quickly things can turn on a knife edge, and I've got no doubt that they'll turn the other way later on during the race as well.
Yeah, they added their pit stop was 10 seconds longer than the likes of the number 66 McLaren Veloce car. So 10 seconds is quite a lot to add. The time in the pit lane was 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the 66s was 2 minutes and 1. So that's a pretty substantial margin. A little bit extra fuel. Of course, the 66 did go 2 laps less then, so might have to come to the pit lane a couple more times. That's kind of one of the things it's quite hard to read into at this point in the race. One of those things that will have a clearer picture in around 22 hours and 45 minutes. Then we'll have a really clear picture as to what they've done.
Yeah, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? It just sort of clears it up. It's like, yeah, that's exactly what we meant. But the problem with it is that there's so many things, and I'd said this about 10 minutes ago about the different variables. From our point of view, there's so many things that we could speculate on in terms of the strategy, in terms of the drivability, the performance of the car, the damage on the car, all that sort of stuff. Every single one of those changes almost on a lap-by-lap basis, and quite often we say we have predictions what we think are going to happen that are rendered useless by the very next lap.
DeSalvo a little bit too hard over the curbs at the top of Radion, and Bischoff was going to be fairly close to try and attack for what is 16th overall, and wasn't able to do so. I wonder, by the way, sorry, there was a question. I was trying to figure it out without saying anything on broadcast, but I am now going to just bring it up. Arthur Camera, we saw a little bit of the shot of him in his simulator rig, and in the background there was a pit lane. I kind of, if the next time that Mike Yao brings it up, I want you at home as well as me and David. What pit lane is that? Because I was kind of thinking it might have been Spa, but I don't think it is.
Is that?
We won't spoil it too much. But I want people at home as well. Let's have a little bit of a competition.
Well,
let's have a little bit of a game. Everyone in chat, try and figure it out.
It's just been shouted in my ear.
It has just been. Yeah, no. It's revealing.
And I agree. I can, now that I've heard that, and I can see why. Yeah, but I would never have guessed that. Never.
No, me neither.
A million years.
There was one major giveaway, but we'll gloss over it.
It's Knock Hill, isn't it?
Yeah, it is actually. It is complete. Knock Hill, well known for being sponsored by Tag Heuer. But yes, everyone at home. Also, wouldn't the pit lane's on the wrong side for? Oh, I guess actually because you can run both ways at Knock Hill, so never mind.
You certainly can, and they insist.
As you commentated on the other day when I tuned in to see my mate, your boy Dan Kell on track.
I know. He did very, very well, didn't he? But yeah, we digress massively. Back to the race.
No, no. Back to everyone in the comment section trying to tell us what circuit that is. And either way, we'll race our way down the hill. James Baldwin's leading by 12 seconds over Dominic Blyer. Of course, James Baldwin in the McLaren Veloce. Dominic Blyer driving the number 10, which belongs to DV1 or just Triton Racing these days. The 149 of Yaz Heats with Harry Phillips behind in 4th position for Rocket Sim Sports. Arthur Camera in this car here, the BS Competition. Then Brzezinski for Williams Esports. Tobias Pfeffer for Unicorns of Love. Jakob Osterman in the Edge Racing by Gardy car that's just trying to get past Tobias Pfeffer right now. Had a little bit of a look and his McLaren wasn't able to do so. Isaac Price in the GT Esports car, and then the number 67 of Wenham, which is the Race Anywhere Ferrari, currently rounding out the top 10 of proceedings. There is a very healthy lead at the moment from James Baldwin. Everyone else is on the attack. Osterman is there, is charging, is waiting, but he's got his eyes on something much, much better than just Tobias Pfeffer. He's got his eyes on Harry Phillips.
Yeah, doesn't he just? And it feels like it's a little bit predatory at this moment. He's lining him up so well. But again, it's just going to have to be a little bit of patience, I think, here as we can see Arthur Kammerer. So yeah, let's know what you think that is. And already a lot of fairly decent guesses coming in.
There is a lot of good guesses coming in now. Bearing in mind, I did say I thought it was Spa. I thought straight up it was 100% Spa. I just kind of felt the way the pit lane was there. I was trying to delay a point for long enough, trying to keep Mike on the broadcast director on the same camera running down the hill, because I couldn't remember what the sponsorship board was at the start-finish line, or the start line running down the hill towards a region. I was wondering, is that Tag Heuer? And it's not. It's Total Energy. But I think now we should probably be at the point when they cross the lap this time. We could probably reveal which one it is. Most people are absolutely right. Of course, it is absolutely the Red Bull Ring. Which, as soon as Mike Yao said it in our ear, I was like, of course, the pit lane's got red, white, and red stripes in the pit lane, isn't it? Of course, it's Austria. It's the Austrian flag right there.
It's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine.
Oh my God, we're not very good at this job.
But I knew that already. That's I'm surprised when I keep getting asked back. But hey,
yeah,
I'm sure it's for my sparkling wit and personality. That's I can see chat having a riot at that one. But Isaac Price, nonetheless, and what fascinates me as well, Lewis, is something that we've picked up on a couple other times on previous broadcasts, is the variety of the different setups for the simulators. Not just the equipment used, but like the way that drivers sit, like how close they sit to the screen, whether or not they're using VR, the angle that they sit at, and it's absolutely fascinating. I mean, that is some giant FOV that's going on there, and obviously we're more used to maybe seeing some drivers that keep the middle of their car in the middle of the screen there. But honestly, it looks like it's shifted a little bit into the two screens on the right hand side. So yeah, he's happy enough anyway, and he's fast enough.
I mean, he's got the Darren King seating position, which is like a decent way away, but you're basically sitting over the wheel and like really throwing it in. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Darren King, he's a pretty buff dude. That thing could be pumping out like a lot of a lot of weight going through the wheels. But no, he you can tell he's muscling that car around. Boo.
It's the lean that I love, and we all do it as sim racers. We all get a little bit carried away, and our brain makes it real by simulating. And this is the one thing, right? We've talked about this numerous times before about, but a couple of years ago when pro racers who'd never done sim racing were, they'd have the excuse about I don't like sim racing because it doesn't simulate the G-forces. And well, look at what Darren King is doing just now. This is your brain making it real. That it fills in the gaps. It knows that, well, if the car's turning right, my body should be turning, sort of moving to the left slightly here, and it's amazing how we automatically do that, and we never realise it. We never take notice of it actually happening at the time.
No, I was at an event in 2018 at the Nürburgring, and a good friend of mine, Rob Wiesemüller, decided to go on a simulator right in front of me, and I've never been more terrified of anyone in my entire life. It was just the sheer intensity of just the lean angle, the really like the throwing it in, the moving everything, like and really like shaking around, like pulling, and I'm like, oh my goodness. I am terrified of this human being. By the way, this is not Tobias Pfeffer that we're looking at. Don't worry too much. Tobias Pfeffer has not grown up. How old is Tobias Pfeffer? He's 17, I think. 16, 17.
Why?
I know.
You say that?
Yeah, well, I mean, we were having a discussion about Dara McCormack earlier, who was born in 2004. There is Tobias Pfeffer, who has decided to potentially make his bed in the background this time. That is good. That's always like a 50-50 with Tobias Pfeffer when we jump on board with him a little bit. But Pfeffer running in a very good position for Unicorns of Love in 7th at the moment. Of course, they'll be eyeing up a little bit further down the road. They are winners in quite a lot of competitions in ACC, and they're just annoyingly young.
I've got to be honest. It's another part of this whole ecosystem, this whole world that we're part of that I absolutely love. Is the fact that we've got this beautiful top ticket event here, where we've got some of the fastest racers in ACC racing it out, and you see their webcams. It's like. It's not glamorous. Everybody's like in their bedroom. Everybody's in their study or their hallway, and in a little space that they've got to themselves, that they do this sort of passion, this hobby. It kind of grounds it. It makes it feel like achievable. I think for anyone, regardless of age or ability. They're literally doing exactly what you're doing if you take part in it, and you're walking along it on YouTube. As Tobias Pfeffer. Having a look here on Jakob Brzezinski. Brzezinski looking a little bit vulnerable here, Lewis.
Yeah, this is looking not so great for the pole, who's got to worry about Tobias Pfeffer looking down the inside and sends it there. Mercedes AMG Esports versus Mercedes AMG Esports. Brzezinski is wise enough in sim racing to not try and fight that and halt the charge of Tobias Pfeffer. Allows Pfeffer to clear off now into 6th position as they begin yet another lap here at Spa. I said before that Brzezinski's got, oh my goodness me, he nearly just cleared the rear end of Tobias Pfeffer's car off, and now Osterman's going to come back through. So that was nearly quite a critical mistake from Brzezinski. But as much as he's got all that experience that I was speaking of earlier, whether it's in GTs, touring cars, full-on endurance racing, sprint racing, open wheelers, whatever it is, he's raced it in sim racing, same as Nikodem Vishnevsky. The 26-year-old, though, has a little bit less experience on this platform than he does on most others. Typically, you might see him racing in rFactor 2 or an ACE on a race room rather than over here in ACC, but can dip his foot basically anywhere in sim racing. Doesn't seem to quite have the speed of his Mercedes counterpart there, of Tobias Pfeffer.
Yeah, and that's the thing that you get to see about these top quality sim racers is up the inside. Isn't that a car that is a lap down? That's a 23.
West Competition Racing, yeah.
Yeah, so okay. Well, to be fair, Harry Phillips like, right, fine, whatever, mate. You do you, and I'm not even going to bother with this, because at the end of the day, it's just more risk, isn't it? And that is a super intelligent move, because you know, the one thing through this 24-hour race is the fact that you want to make sure that you're not taking any more risks than you absolutely have to. Because if you take more risks, you're given more opportunity for things to go wrong. Yes, it's a bit frustrating that a lapped car wants to try and fight with you, but realistically, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Let them go. Do their own thing. You focus on your own fight, and that's all you have to worry about. However, that's a difficult thing for any sim racer to do, because you've got this built-in need to fight any car that is within 500 meters of you.
I mean, yeah, there's no one cares who's got the high ground in this kind of battle. No one's Obi-Wan Kenobi, so you've got to kind of play your cards right in a scenario like this, and don't try and hang on. There's no need to. You've got to constantly weigh up what is the worth of me keeping this car behind. Like what's the worth of that one move? And when you really think about it, you might think, actually not that much, because right now, to be perfectly honest, for Harry Phillips' point of view, again played the cards right there. There is an unfortunate circumstance which is approaching, and that is that the lead of the silver category is coming into question right now, because Tobias Pfeffer and, critically, Jakob Osterman are closing in at the moment. Now, I don't think he'll fight, well, he might fight Pfeffer a little bit harder to try and keep him behind, to keep a buffer between the top two in the silver class, but when Pfeffer actually goes for a move, it's kind of like, right, don't really fight it too hard. But then you are going to have to change your mindset when it comes to fighting Osterman. And trying to do that on the fly, weighing up who you should battle and who you shouldn't, is actually really quite tricky.
It really is. And again, that's where it helps having your team on the voice commands, on the voice chat with you. You'll likely always have a spotter, you'll always have a teammate or two to have a bit of a chat with. A lot of these drivers are streaming it on their own streaming platform as well, so they will get all the info that they need to be able to do that. Now, I say that for maybe say the top 20, top 25 of the teams here. Some of the teams outside that top 25, maybe some of that time is going to be lost on not knowing who they're going to be fighting. The problem as well you've got is once you go a lap down, you lose so much speed because you're constantly having to let off and let cars past you and compromise your pace just for cars that are on a different lap to you as well. So it's why it's so important to stay on that lead lap, and it's maybe why you see some of the cars fighting tooth and nail just to try and keep that.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of don't want to be thrown out of your rhythm too hard, and that's how it goes in racing. There are some drivers that are very good at jumping in and getting straight onto the rhythm, other drivers which take a little bit longer to get into their rhythm, and when you're thrown off of it in the middle of the race by people coming through and lapping you, it can be very frustrating. To some, it might not actually make that much of a difference. They do find their way into the rhythm very quickly, but in this scenario, potentially less so indeed. As you can see in the background there, of course, closing in was Tobias Pfeffer. This is back to 12th position as Battistini is trying to get past Darren King in the GTWR RHG Academy. Not for position in class, it's for position overall, of course, and is looking for 11th. And if Battistini wants to close in really on the likes of Isaac Price and Brzezinski, well, needs to make hay while the sun's shining and get past this car directly ahead.
Yeah, certainly does. The thing with it as well is that it's very patient. That's the one thing that I've loved about this championship and from these SRO Esports events. We see these drivers time and time again through different championships that we either together or separately commentate on, Lewis. And again, the way that they behave is very different in the SRO events to some of the other ones. It's much more, especially this year, it feels like much more controlled, much more disciplined, and they've got that eye that we were maybe not seeing in previous seasons on the bigger picture.
Yeah, and big picture is always how you've got to be on in competitions such as this. You can't just let things fall by the wayside. You've got to really play the long game in a race. Now that sounds crazy because it's a 24-hour race, but yeah, we know how everyone kind of speaks of endurance racing these days isn't what it was back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, where it was a proper endurance race. It wasn't just about the drivers, it was about the cars as well, trying to make the distance. It's not how it is these days. It certainly isn't how it is in esports. And that's why people kind of attribute this to being closer to sim racing, is that every single lap delivered in a 24 hours, if you want to win, has to be nigh on perfect. That's why some drivers tend to not think too much of the bigger picture and of the longer game. They get drawn into the battle that they're a part of and think, I can't really think of the long game. I can't really delay my decision. I've got to get past, and I've got to get past now, because you're in that sprint racing mindset. And sometimes it's not really the case. I mean, even in, I say it all the time, I come from a touring car background. Everyone's like, oh, they're door bashing, and I'm like, yeah, they probably are. But even in touring car racing, you've still got to play the long game. Even if it's only a 10-minute race, the long game is critical. Understanding when and where to fight and when not to lose time is part of it, and that obviously affects this much more so, because it's a 24-hour race, which people still people still think it's a sprint race, but it's not really.
Anytime you're fighting, as a rule of thumb, Lewis, anytime you're fighting, you're going backwards. You're not going as fast as you potentially can be. So you want to try and minimise that. And sometimes it makes it much easier to kind of take the foot off, plan your moves out, which is something that these drivers are very, very good at. They've got the move planned out maybe 5-6 corners in advance, based on the car that in front of them. Again, familiarity plays a great thing here. So you see Giovanni De Salvo here in the number 51 Scuderia Ferrari Vilas Esports machine. He knew he was going to get the run up this back straight here, down into Lake Coombe, onto the brakes nice and late, and then pulls that in. So again, just a nice, simple overtake there. It's when you have to make those wild lunges, that's where it becomes a big issue. And our producer actually just pointing this out, Lewis, and we've been noticing this for some time now. Just like that 41, the 55 Williams, after a really, really good start with Darren McCormack now, they're going backwards at a rate of knots.
Yeah, clearly Brzezinski's not quite got the pace of his teammate, which, I mean, to be fair, kind of, I expected is the wrong way of putting it, because Darren McCormack, Jakob Brzezinski is very, very fast. It's just Dara McCormack is an ACC specialist and is very, very good on the platform. So for Brzezinski to get even within a couple of tenths is pretty hard work, and he's a driver that can get within a couple of tenths. But then matching that every single lap time can be a little troublesome. I think this it's kind of one of those things that it looks a lot worse than it is. But it does mean that as a team, you'd kind of wonder, right, are they going to circle every single stint now? Are they going to basically do it where it's Dara McCormack, Brzezinski, Wisniewski, McCormack, Brzezinski, Wisniewski, McCormack, Brzezinski, or are they going to go, right, no disrespect, but maybe a little bit of damage control straight away. Let's put McCormack back in, as Batafilio was looking to the inside, but maybe put McCormack back in to try and make some progress. But then you don't also want to, use those cards too early and use too much of McCormack right now, and kind of already throw yourself by the way. It's not an easy decision to an easy way to strategize these cards. There is just the 3 of them over the 24 hours, which means that realistically everyone's going to do 8 hours, but that tends not to be the case. It might well be that McCormack does 10 hours or maybe even slightly more than, and then the others do slightly less to try and make the car go a little bit further down the road on the timesheets.
I'm just looking, actually. Is that right? Jakub Brzezinski, that last lap there was 9 seconds slower than everyone else around him there. So Brzezinski obviously has either had it off or he's come into some real problems. We'll get an ID when he does actually come round, because he's not actually even... Yeah, there he is now showing on my my time screens there. But 228.6, that's a big bit of damage on well, at least in terms of timing. The car looks fairly clean.
Which is why it tells me it'll potentially be a spin of some description, because like you say, the car looks absolutely fine. There are plenty of opportunities to spin off around here, going a little bit too wide into Malmedy, going a little bit too deep into Pouon through here, going off Campus, which is just after Fagnes. This one's coming out of Pouon into Fagnes, so it's the right-hander directly after this. There's the look to the inside from Batafilio. Might well have obviously been assisted and such, but it could have just been a mistake at this point of the racetrack, which has dropped them backwards. Impossible to tell at the moment. We just need a replay on that one, which I'm sure they're looking at behind the scenes. Don't worry. Let's see what's happened to the Williams Esports Chill Blast car and why they've dropped down. So this is coming up the hill, and now this is what concerns me, is that this could be a pretty big one. Coming up free rally on, takes a lot of the curb over the left, goes for a spin, spins the right way though. Wow, he is very lucky.
Get a lottery ticket tonight for that one, because that was a brilliant save there from Brzezinski. So, but the good thing is that's actually a really positive thing, because yes, it's a scary moment, and yes, he might not have the pace of some of his other teammates, but again, there's no massive damage to that car. He didn't take a hit there, just a very scary moment, and at worst, maybe a change of underwear there, Lewis.
I think there's an at worst about. I think there's a definite change of underwear within Brzezinski's house right now, because that will be very, very concerning. This is the silver lead though, and unfortunately Rocket Sim Sports' time seems to be up, leading the category at least in the opening couple of hours, because the Age of Sim Racing team by Gardi, the team that was victorious in the silver category back at Bathurst, has just gone around the outside at Les Combes to take over the lead. Jakob Osterman into the head of the silver category, ahead of Phillips. Tobias Pfeffer sat in the background. That is in the pro category, that's just trying to clear these two, and will look instantly down the inside of the Rocket Sim Sports machine. Makes it a little bit of side-by-side coming down for Rivage, and that will be perfect for Jakob Osterman. He'll sit there and think, well, thank God that he's got straight behind, because now there is no chance for Harry Phillips to instantly go back on the attack.
Whew, that was a little bit aggressive there from Osterman, wasn't it? He was taking that position, and Harry Phillips wasn't getting any choice in the matter whatsoever. But you're spot on with that one. That is a decent gap that's opened up already, to the best part of a second to Harry Phillips right now. And Tobias Pfeffer, he'll be taking it very gingerly when he wants to try and get past. Talking about, we're talking about the Williams car going backwards. Marco Macri as well in this Race Anywhere Sim Sport. Do you remember when they were in top 5? They were looking very, very strong indeed, and it's just not happened for them after that pit stop.
But he is closing in on Batafilio, he is closing in on Brzezinski as well, and he is pulling away from Giovanni De Salvo. So there is still pace in this car. And you're absolutely right, they were inside the top 10 basically coming into the pit stop window. But clearly whatever they've done, maybe a little bit of a mistake, maybe they went a little bit too long. We saw quite large discrepancies, large in the tune of 10 seconds, which is quite large on a field like this. 10 seconds though difference in the pit lane, obviously depending on how much fuel people are taking. That'll work. That'll be different car to car. Some cars require more fuel to get through a stint, others require less, and it's the fuel rate's the same, the fill rate is the same car to car, but it's just about how much they require to get through a stint, and that can kind of affect things in the pit lane. And so whilst you have a car that might be quite fast, you've got to outpace essentially a 5-10 second addition in your pit lane to try and kind of balance it. That is GT3 racing through and through.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and we wouldn't have it any other way. It's this whole thing of such an incredibly even competition, the fact that we're an hour and a half in and we've still got a fairly tight field, by the large of it. Fair enough, we'll ignore James Baldwin, who is an absolute alien anyway, 11 seconds to the good of Dominic Blyer here. But outside of that, your biggest gap is like 5 seconds from every other car. That's what makes these championships so darn exciting, is the fact that you just don't know, and you can't write yourself off, you can't write your chances off. Unless you're out of the top 40, then well, it's it's going to be a rough day. But as long as you're in the top 20, who knows where you're going to finish up in this 24-hour race?
Yeah, as much as James Baldwin is, having a very decent lead, he is being closed in on ever so slightly, bit by bit, just chipping away from Dominic Blyer, and that's kind of how you do endurance racing. You chip away at the gap. You don't ever cut it down really by, seconds a lap. And also, again, we're at Spa. What are the chances of rain being in the air? Who has come into this with maybe more of a wet setup? And that's maybe where some of the teams and such are dropping backwards a little bit at this point, where we're expecting to move forward as the race goes on. That's kind of one of the things. It was what affected a couple of teams last year. I had a chat with Coanda Simsport after the 24 Hours of Spa last year, and they attacked the race with a very wet setup, and it rained quite a bit in the middle of the race and then didn't for a very, very long portion. They fell backwards a lot because of it. There is Jordi Sanders into the pit lane once again. That's the second pit stop for the 404 after issues earlier on.
That looks like that's going to be an F for that one, because it sounds like he's had a monstrous moment at the top of Radion, possibly some contact involved in that one. So the 404 racing machine having real problems earlier on. That first stint just didn't get going for them. They got caught up in lap 1 incident earlier on, and sounds like another incident for poor Jordi there. And at which point, for me, I'm right, see you later guys, I'm off to the pub.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a hard one. We can kind of speak this from a competitive point of view. I've done my fair share of 24-hour races, and by fair share I've done a few of them, not many actually, but still, I've done a fair share of endurance racing and stuff. As Amir Hosseini is on the rear end of Zahir. These are two drivers and teams that I would not have been expected to fight for 39th position on this grid, and a little way behind Tinko van der Velde. Either way, when it comes to endurance racing and stuff, I've always said is if something bad is going to happen, like something really bad, like we're going to get crashed out quite heavily, I want it to happen in the opening 2 or 3 hours of the 24-hour race, so that we can all as a team be like, right, bye, and then just say go to the pub, go to bed, go and watch Formula 1, go and do something else, right, rather than trying to battle your way through this. Let's ride on board with Jordi Sanders and see what's going to happen now. We're running down to Eau Rouge and Radion, and we had a moment earlier on in the race from Brzezinski, and I think we're going to have a much larger one from Sanders. Took way too much of that curb and bang, heavily into the barrier. And I can guarantee you one thing, that is not the last time we're going to see that all day.
Oof, is all I can say to that one. That looked painful. It might be sim racing, but it still makes you wince every single time when you see a car coming into contact with the wall, the top of the hill at such speed, so ferocious, and it can hurt. It can genuinely hurt in real life, with the fact that a lot of these pro drivers now run in very, very expensive, high quality wheels that are, direct drive, essentially factory industrial motors that are inside them, that have been adapted to work as racing wheels, and the torque inside these things is absolutely frightening, as we see Brzezinski still coming under pressure here from Maxime Batifouet, and we see the Fanatec logo on the tops of these cars here. Fanatec obviously making quite a lot of the jump into DD wheels and direct drive accessories and stuff like that as well. So it is a scary thing to do, to hit the wall at that sort of speed. You have to let go of the wheel now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I say, with certain ones, I mean, of course you've got your lower budget direct drive wheels, which can have 5 to 8 Newton meters of torque. The more expensive ones will go from 15 to 20 and even slightly above that. When you speak to drivers about what goes through the wheel here, is there was a little bit of a mistake for Batafilia, and that is going to be the opening for Macri to come straight back through, and Macri working his way back up the order in the Race Anywhere Sim Sport Honda NSX. Got to the outside of Batafilia, who's going to back out a little bit in the MKers car, and you've got the Scuderia Ferrari Velez esports car. Yeah, GT, I'm pretty sure the numbers that I was reading is between 10 and 12 typically, 10 and 12 Newton meters of torque. So if you have like one of those high-end ones and then you turn it all the way up to 20, you're actually kind of giving yourself more weight than you actually need in a car. But then that sometimes is filling in some of the gaps where obviously we don't have physical moving around in the car because of G-force and stuff, so you're maybe giving yourself extra information through the hand stuff. Basically it's all very confusing, but I can tell you that if you're running between even 10 and 12 Newton meters torque and you're running what is essentially these days in GTs, they're very similar to Formula rims, right? You put your thumbs through quite a tight hole and then turn it through that way. When you crash, if your thumbs are still in those holes, it hurts. It hurts big time because the wheel will be ripped out of your hands. And when you're running up towards 20 and above Newton meters of torque, if you hit the wheel in the right way and it goes basically to full power straight away, it can genuinely, no joke, break your thumbs. It's why a lot of people tend to wear gloves and stuff when they're racing, because it's a little bit less likely to happen, and why quite a lot of the DDs at the higher level tend to come with a kill switch, so that if you are going to have a crash like that, you can very quickly, bam, slap a big, it's as if you're in an industrial unit. It's a big red button, you slap it and it just cuts the power straight away.
Just on that note, Vercetti on YouTube chat actually pointing out that one of the other wheels, I think he's on about the Simulcube 2, saying it has protection on it as well. Now that makes sense. So this will be a bit of software, and it's it'll be modulation. So it's like saying, well, this is the maximum that the torque can go on that wheel. So to protect your hands on that. That's makes sense if that is the case, but you're absolutely right. The thing is that it's not just the feel of it as well, it's the sound of it as well. The whole experience can be quite jarring. It's like these direct drive wheels can be very noisy and a violent beast. So yeah, I'd still be letting my hand off of that one.
Yeah, they lose sound in certain ways, like through obviously not having gears and stuff, because it's just a direct drive. Is how it works. The motor goes straight to the pipe, straight up to it. Let's have a look at this battle though before we waffle on too much, because Batafilia has to worry about Giovanni De Salvo, who was trying to slot the gap that Batafilia was trying to open up by getting around the outside of Brzezinski. This is getting a little bit messy. De Salvo was looking to the inside. Sadarov is also right there. Bischoff, Ibrahimi. This is getting very, very dicey indeed. Obviously, between multiple classes as well, Macri, Brzezinski, Batafilia and De Salvo all in the pro category. Then you've got Sadarov, Hetic, Bischoff, Ibrahimi all in the silver category, all meeting right here on circuit for 11th overall. There's obviously some bigger gaps forming as Brzezinski's dropped off the rear end of Macri and now has the MKers car of Batafilia looking to the outside, going into Fania. Is going to commit to try and go around the outside. Mercedes on Mercedes action, but that one doesn't typically work.
It's a bold move. It's not going to happen, never in a month of Sundays. But yeah, this is a real train that we've got going on. Jakub Brzezinski now is got some very, very frustrated drivers, I think, behind him. Batifui, De Salvo, Kirill Sadarov, Sven Hetic behind there, Marco Bischoff. Yeah, this is going to get very messy, and I think one of the cars is going to end up in the wall at least.
Well, here's Sadarov was looking and backed out of it ever so slightly. I am inclined to agree with you here, DC. I think that this is going to end in tears for someone. Just not sure who. Looking to the outside, Scuderia Ferrari, Velez Esports trying to make it stick around the outside of Maxime Batafulier, but doesn't make that one stick. They're all trying to do the big up and under. Samir Brahimi with the biggest one, and has dragged himself at least slightly alongside Marco Bischoff on the run down towards turn one, but they all then again, the acceleration from the Porsche was plenty to keep at bay. No one going for the big dive bomb down into La Source, into the hairpin. And it just means that it's opened up for one big slipstream run all the way down the hill and then back up again.
This run down to Lecum is going to be fascinating given how strong this train is right now. Brzezinski is going to have a big moment, and I don't think that actually that was anything to do with Batafulier there. I think Batafulier actually just ended up getting caught up in this, but look at the mayhem going on further behind, almost 4 wide into the corner.
Oh my goodness, Samir Brahimi almost cut off as well the front end of the number 70. Oh, sorry, it wasn't even the 77 in all of that. It was, this is just mad as it was a 77, it's Sven Hettich. I wasn't sure which McLaren he was trying to pick off the nose of there, but you're absolutely right. Just absolutely manic. And Brzezinski losing out a whole heap from all of that. There it is, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. He's having yet another moment up over the top.
Oofed is all I'm going to say on that one. Did we just get a cheeky
that was
there? That was that was just to keep the 149 fans happy in chat there. But there is Jakub Brzezinski doing a little bit of damage control, and that wheel looks like it's juddering a little bit there. He did take a little bit of a clip on the rear axle on that car, but I think, to be honest, I think that car's absolutely fine.
I think it is. It might well be ever so slightly one hand down, but I don't think it's too major. I see what you mean, but it does seem to vibrate just a little bit going through the corner. You can see it here. There was only a little bit of straight line action that you can kind of see, and this is actually you're turning ever so slightly all the way home to some degree. But I think it was actually tracking in a straight line here on board with Brzezinski. Either way, it's a moment that he didn't want to have. It was yet another moment in his first stint in this race. And what it means is, even if he gets out of the car at the end of this stint, it'll be sort of like, right, you're out of the car, and even if they change through drivers every single stint, he's going to be out of the car for 2 hours, and then thinks, right, how do I have another stint where I don't do any of that again?
Well, it'd be nice. I'm sure that's what he's hoping for. Unfortunately, those two mistakes, you know what it's like as a sim racer, those two mistakes are going to be living rent-free inside of his head for the rest of this stint, and then if somebody else jumps in the car as well, he's going to be mulling it over, thinking he has to kind of undo the damage that's been done there, where realistically it's done, it's dusted. You just have to focus on your own race. In the grand scheme of things, you've lost maybe 10 seconds out of all of that, so it's not a massive deal. Head down, get on with the race, and just do the best you can.
Yeah, I mean, again, Brzezinski's got enough experience in sim racing to kind of know how to fight that and how not to think about it too much. Samir Brahimi is going straight away on the attack. Gets cut off there from Sadarov. Brzezinski is already having to defend a little bit. That is not for position, though. That is the Munster Rugby gaming car, so don't worry too much about them. They are a couple of laps down at this point after serving some issues earlier on in the race. Here's Dylan Tan trying to attack Yiga Rognikov. So Dylan Tan's made a lot of progress here, because last time we caught up with the Legion of Racers car, it was outside of the top 30, if memory serves, but has closed into Yiga Rognikov, who was actually inside of the top 15 earlier on in the race. So these two meeting, coming from very different sides of the grid.
I know we go on about the age of some of the drivers in here, but that's Dylan Tan there looks on the slightly younger side of our entry list here, and it's it's just rubbing salt in the wind here. As a very old man, it's this isn't my world anymore here, Lewis. This is firmly why I'm in commentary.
Oh yeah, this is why again I retired from the actual sim racing world a while ago, because I was not good enough to compete with all of the young blood that's coming into the world of sim racing. Dylan Tan being one of them. Although at least this time, I distinctly remember in the Asia Sprint Series last year had a camera that was pointed up. It was pointed up slightly higher, so it looked like he was even smaller and even younger. It almost looked like he could barely fit into his into a sim rig. Thankfully, he's got a better placed camera for this season. Warning for car 42 for ignoring blue flags. Car 42 is the Brabham Esports car. So I think it's the second warning for them. They had one for Oh no, maybe they had a penalty earlier on in the race. I think they had a stop and go 10-second earlier on in the race, and a warning for car 88 as well. That one being in the pro category, and that one, of course, is the R8G, the Mercedes-AMG Esports R8G car that has received a warning from race control. So obviously straight on it, but not wanting to gift out too many aggressive penalties at this point in the race. They kind of want to play their cards a little bit slower, does race controls. We've got a bit of a three-way fight here for 28th.
Yeah, nice little scrap here. That's Ben Kriener, actually. Now, that is a really good recovery drive from that 94 HPD Pro Jazz Honda there in 28th position there, because the Hondas, the HPDs have really been struggling with this kind of championship so far. As that's going to be side by side. There's going to be Fleischer and Chris Sever then down into La Source there. The other thing that I was going to notice as well is actually something that was pointed out from our YouTube chat. Henrik Gamble, Lewis, believe it or not, in that number 72 Renfelt and Esports Orange machine. Now, from what we're being told, they started at the back of the grid and they're up to 20th position. Now, that is one hell of a drive in the first 2 hours of a race.
Certainly isn't bad. I think they got warned by race control a bit earlier. I mean, show me a car on the grid that hasn't been warned by race control at this point, because we've had quite a few. But yeah, I think they've had a little bit of warning, which is expected when you're having to rise up from the back of the grid. It is one of the circuits, though, where it is very possible to do so. And of course, they're not trying to take the overall lead. They're just trying to battle for a good position in the silver category, which they've got one directly ahead in the form of Sholobov. That car directly ahead, though. Wow, that is the number 63, the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team that is a lap down. That is Zahir Issa behind the wheel right now. For our championship leaders coming into this, to find themselves already a lap down, already in 39th position, whilst Henrik Gamble's been rising up the order, they have been going very, very quickly backwards.
Yeah, that's a difficult one to kind of watch happening, because, you know, you mentioned earlier as well, right, when we cut back, I think it was like 37th or 38th we were having a look at, and we were seeing some of the names of the drivers down there, Lewis, and you're like, what on earth are they doing down there? Because we're so used to, it was Amir Hosseini and Zahir Essa down in 38th and 39th, and we're used to seeing them outright win races, but yet again, it just speaks to the quality of the field, the breadth of the field. You've got Tinko van der Velde down in 36. Now, granted, that was after an early issue for that number 5 machine, but yeah, as De Silva then side by side with is that Batifui? No, that's not.
Yes, it is.
It is Batifui. I should really trust my instincts on this one.
Yeah, so there's a position made up from Giovanni De Salvo, 12th position at the moment. Macri is a little further ahead in the race anywhere. Sim Sport Honda NSX at the moment. This is back to Sven Hetic, who's he's been passed by Marco Bischoff on the run into Les Combes. So these two have switched very, very recently. It's dropped Sven Hetic now to 17th position. And what was a very tense 7-way fight, 8-way fight, if you really want to account race anyway, we're kind of running away for what was about 11th position, has spread out significantly since the last time we checked in on them. Here is Isaac Price closing in on Harry Phillips. G2 versus Rocket.
That's making me feel so uneasy watching how close he is to that monitor. It's intense. It is intense. It's like you can see that with almost, you know, how much he's having to fight with the wheel as well. And at the end of the day, and I know that obviously we've got our beloved FOV police that like to jump into every conversation that's around here, but at the end of the day, whatever works for you works for you. That is the fundamental bit of advice, is the fact that if you've got a setup that you're happy with and you feel comfortable with, you ignore what everybody else says. You just keep to your own thing.
Absolutely, and I even stretch that as far as this is almost like criminal to some people. And so I stretch that as far as to views, whatever. I'm like, look, whatever. I've been to esports events where I've seen people driving from chase cam, which does, it's a little oof. But I'm like, no, do you know what? If that works for you, you do it. Because if it's giving you spatial awareness that's stopping you from hitting people off the road, then that to me is a plus for you against those that are so determined to drive from cockpit that they're more than happy to bash everyone off the road, because that's not racing. So, you know, whatever makes you happy, FOV, sound, view, whatever, do what works for you. Whatever's best in your book. even if you want to turn the force feedback off because somehow that makes you feel more comfortable in the car. I know people that are like that. Fair enough, each to their own. I know what makes me comfortable, you do you.
Yeah, and that's the key point. It's that whole thing of like sim racers clamouring for realism, but yet they don't want to have the £35,000 repair bill after they cause havoc. As Sven Hettich, I think it's safe to say, going in a little bit hot there into Lecombe there. That was a little bit of damage control trying to scrub some speed off. But to be fair, that McLaren looking very, very fast indeed, and Bischoff looks like he's going to be some prey for Sven Hettich in that Prime E racing machine in just a couple of seconds' time.
Yes, indeed. I mean, like I say, it had got quite close. The thing is the McLaren was quite quick in a straight line, but the Porsche does have a good punch off of the La Source, and that'll actually advantage it a little bit on the rise over the crest at Radion. Just give it a little bit of a kick off the corner, not much, but then the straight line speed of the McLaren should really drag it level, but unfortunately hasn't been able to do so for Sven Hettich as of yet. Obviously did lose the position to Bischoff very recently for this 16th position which they're battling for, so they have switched over fairly recently. But yeah, this is what we're going to expect for the 46 runners that we've got on the grid. I do believe we still have 46, as much as we did see that large moment a bit earlier on in the race. There is Isaac Price straight down the inside of Harry Phillips, a little bit too deep, and of course Rocket Esports fighting this one a little bit harder than they had others, because, well, we're 2 hours into the race now and now you can start fighting them, but Isaac Price has now made up that spot. Wenham will be closing in a little bit in the background of the race anyway, Simsport Ferrari, as will Darren King in the GTWR RHG Academy car, which means that this Rocket Simsport car that's led for the majority of the race in the silver category might well be dropping backwards. Now trying to make it side by side down into Eau Rouge and Radio. I was going to say, I'd be backing out of that one, especially when it's not actually for position in your class.
It's not the boldest moves. I'd be backing right out of that one and having absolutely nothing to do with it. Thankfully, centre heads have prevailed there, and Harry Phillips with the widest shot known to man, I think, on that webcam.
Great FOV, cinematography, 0 out of 10.
He's really going for it right now. I just want to give the viewers at home maybe a little bit of insight, because obviously, Lewis, you've said yourself you've done endurance races and done a couple. I've done a couple as well. I just want you to explain, we're 2 hours into this race. What sort of effect does that have on a sim racing driver, say for a driver that's been in for both of those 2 hours? How are they starting to feel about now?
I would hope fine, because if you're starting to get affected now, then you're in trouble city. This is going to be a painful day. Right now, they should be feeling absolutely fine, in the rhythm, comfortable, maybe a little bit frustrated with how something's gone. Take, for example, using the Williams Esports team that Brzezinski is behind the wheel of. For James Baldwin right now, should not be a problem, not a raised heart rate, nothing. There should be no issues in that car between his teammates. It's less so about the driver in the car. I've always kind of said this when it comes to most things in endurance racing. It's why I don't like being a race engineer, because you have no control over what's going on. You can fill in some boots, ideas and strategy and stuff, but that's kind of it. When it comes to you as a driver, when it's your car and it's out on circuit, when someone else is behind the wheel, you kind of feel very vulnerable, because you can't do anything about what's going on. So for Baldwin's teammates, for example, they're kind of sat there by the wayside. Say Eamon Murphy, who's always teamed up with the Mercedes Giovanni Di Salvo, trying to make a move here potentially on Macri, and is certainly going to dive it down the inside into the bus stop. Macri's going to try and hang on around the outside. They're going to have a good bit of side by side here. The outside line does typically prevail here, because it gives you the inside coming down into La Source. And we'll get back to my point in a moment once this battle has finished itself out, because the Salvo's not able to get by now. He's going to commit to the inside into La Source, and Macri is going to let him have it and probably slipstream him up towards Lecombe. But yeah, for the teammates, when you're sat there by the wayside, you're just like, please don't make a mistake. And then when you're in the car, the time kind of ticks by quite quickly, because it's kind of like you're in control. You're the one that's in charge of what's going on.
You absolutely are. I'm kind of fascinated to see whether or not Salvo is going to give a free boost up this back straight here to Marco Macri. So. After all, it's not going to happen, is it? He's got that position. Yeah, I mean, the thing with the teammates as well is the fact that it's that whole thing of all's fair in love and war, but you have to kind of work together and look out for each other. The other point with that is, like here, what I'm surprised to see, and what I'm surprised that we don't see as much as, is these little temporary alliances. You know, like we see in the likes of, you know, completely different racing, but NASCAR, we see these temporary alliances where teams work together. They bring each other round and they try to push themselves up through to try and get the best position that they possibly can, because at the moment they're down in, what's that, 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th position there. But if they knuckle down, they could try and get into the gap to, say, Dan King, but it almost never happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's the James Baldwin's, by the way, is in the pit lane, so he has managed to make it go a little bit further as we find a random cone in the pit lane. It's still shorter than most, but it is longer than his first stint. The first stint from Baldwin was actually under an hour by quite a way. It was 57 minutes 27 seconds. This one was 1 hour 1 minute and 46, which is obviously a lot closer to where you'd want it to be.
Yeah, but again, it's also because this pit lane is so long, it makes it very, very difficult to judge properly. Like, he got a 12 to 13 seconds gap there opened up as Batifoe had a huge moment there, having to try and hold onto that car, and yet it doesn't look like he lost all that much time out of that, but certainly that would have been a little bit of a shaky moment there.
Yeah, it certainly would. And obviously these are all awaiting their pit stops as well. We know that everyone's going to be coming in the sort of the next 10-15 minutes, and so for some of these, they're kind of like, right, I want to get past so I can make up some ground before I come into the pit lane, you know, hammer time and all that jazz. But realistically, it's harder to do because the car that you're trying to pass is doing exactly the same thing that you're trying to do. You just feel that you're maybe a couple of tenths faster, or trying to get an advantage of them through the pit stops, or maybe give yourself a nice clean run in the braking zone on the entry to pit lane. But then again, the last thing that you also want is you don't want someone directly behind you that wants to come in the pit lane if you don't, because the way the braking zone is here, it's wise. Spa's pit entry for me is kind of rubbish. It's really not a very good pit entry. It's on the outside of a chicane where people that want to stay on the circuit, they're going from right to left and they're braking quite early. Meanwhile, if you want to go in the pit lane, you actually more go over to the left and then straight line it right over the racing line to get into pit lane a lot quicker than anyone on the racing line's going. It's not very well designed in my book, but each their own.
I'm not leaving myself open to that one. But the problem with it as well is that how many times have we seen, Lewis, cars that are fighting in amongst each other get caught out by a car in front that ends up diving into pit lane and ends up either hampering one of them or hampering both of them as well. So it's a difficult one to talk about, because obviously the cars have got to come into pits at some point. The fact that it's so early on, for me, it would have been much more straightforward to have some sort of elongated pit lane that comes from around about here at Blanchimont.
Yeah, I mean, it's just maybe not even that far back, but like here, boom, pit lane entry on the right hand side, off you go. I mean, don't get me wrong, it wouldn't have been pretty, but there is Samira Brahimi straight down the inside of Batifoe and now goes around the outside. But what if the Mercedes wanted to pit there? What does he do there? He's got to pull straight. Yeah, it's messy. In my opinion, it's not a great pit lane entry, but it's certainly not a good one. Definitely the worst one in the world for me is obviously Austria. That one is terrible. Samira Brahimi straight to the inside of Batifoe, receives a little bit of contact on the rear end as well from the Bentley of Sadarov, as quite a few come into the pit lane. The likes of Dominik Blyer, Malinovsky, Osterman also in the pit lane, Sven Hetic in the pit lane, Jakub Brzezinski also in the pit lane. It's busy in there, but thankfully it's long enough for it to not matter. The up and under from Samira Brahimi might work here in the Ferrari camp.
Yeah, just noticing, obviously, that's yet another hour ticked off of the 24 hours here. They're starting to come by thick and fast here. And again, all the action that's going on is just fascinating to watch, as Ibrahimi here gets the arms out, the elbows out, and every other bit there as well. Leaves Batifoe to the clutches of Kirill Sadarov, who is not going to take any chances with this one, trying to send that car down on the inside. And the try to see if that is the 977. In fact, no, that's not. Obviously, the car behind them there is one of the Williams ones.
Yes, indeed. Of course, yeah, it's kind of one of those things when you're just being attacked left, right and centre. Some of them might be on the same lap, some of them might be on differing laps, and I think that is exactly the case for that Williams Esports car that, of course, we saw Tinko van der Velde having issues with earlier, that one being the Bentley. That's the number 5. Tinko van der Velde was behind the wheel much earlier on in the race when we saw it backwards at the Kemmel curve, courtesy of some issues on the third lap of the race, something like that. The Dutchman was backwards, so it's kind of how it is when you're in this. I almost kind of feel like it's more productive as a driver to almost ignore people being like, oh, that guy's on a lead lap, that guy's a lap down. It's like, it almost doesn't matter right now. Everyone's an enemy out there. Just battle with who you got to battle with. Don't battle with who you don't battle with, and just move on. Like, just if they look faster than you, don't fight them. If you're faster than them, try and get past. That kind of thing, rather than thinking, oh, actually, that's a position I should probably fight that. Be more productive.
Yeah, but again, it's the whole sim racer thing. It's trying to get them out of that mentality. That's going to be the biggest issue here. As I'm watching all the drivers coming into pit lane here, I'm fascinated to try and see where that 66 McLaren is going to come out. Eamon Murphy behind the wheel now of that one. Looks to be about the same sort of gap with Mateusz Tiskovic behind the wheel of the number 10 Bentley right now. So a nice little bit of a gap, but Murphy actually I think is right on the tail of the 1, 2, 3 of Grady right now. So maybe going to be a little bit held up here as Tiskovic has actually got some clear air.
Yes, indeed. There is Eamon Murphy trying to get past the FFS racing car of Grady. You're absolutely right. Has a little bit of traffic to deal with, does the Irishman, but Grady does politely get out of the way. Rather than, there's no blue flags there, and even if there were, it wouldn't really matter too much. Grady was, though, thinking, look, that is just a genuine move position for what was 18th, 16th, as it will obviously rise up as they pass drivers in the pit lane and stuff. But that was well judged from Grady. Didn't need to fight it because it's not his battle. Grady will be in the pit lane, I think, on the end of this lap, maybe the end of the next one. Eamon Murphy's your race leader on strategy. So why fight them? And Grady didn't. So I think that's smart heads-up driving.
Yeah, it's clever to say the least here. But BS Plus Competition in the lead of this race by the default of they're out of sequence at the moment. They've still got to pit, but nonetheless their social media team are going to be very happy with that. They'll be snapping a few photos and popping that up on social media, I've got no doubt, saying that 2 and a bit hours into the race that they're in the lead of the race. That's still a nice headline, isn't it?
And going way longer at the moment. That's the critical thing, is that they are going much longer than their rivals in this race of Eamon Murphy, who did pit already a couple of laps ago. Obviously the first stint of the race was 57 minutes, the second stint of the race was an hour and 1, while Niels Nyox's first stint of the race was 1 hour 4 minutes and 34 seconds, which is so close to the 65-minute stint limit. And this one from Arthur Camera is going to get in the same sort of ballpark. So it is, it is in that kind of going for the 28 lap stint. It's ridiculous the margins they're doing, but the thing is the strategy that BS Competition are on is they're going longer every single stint, and that is going to pay dividends much later on in the race. That is playing the long game.
3000 IQ strategy, isn't it? That's what we always go on. And Tariq Gamel getting a drive-through penalty down there in the Bentley in the number 6. That is
from race control.
That is an awkward one. I think that is going to be for pit speeding, and I wonder if they've it's possibly what you were explaining there about on the clutch and rolling that car a little bit too hot into pit lane, or maybe on the way out of it.
Yeah, that was not good for Tariq Gamel, though. That is one thing to be... I wonder if it might not have been speeding. It might have been the driver stint. As far as I can see it on pit wall, I don't know how absolutely spot on. It's track limits is what we're being told. Tariq Gamel's stint, by the way, was 1 hour 4 minutes and 51 seconds, which is 9 seconds away from receiving a pretty substantial penalty, but no, we're told that is for track limits, which after 2 hours and 10 minutes is not good to get a drive-through penalty for track limit excursions, and we'll see probably quite a few of those as the night goes on.
Yeah, you don't exactly want to see that happening. The problem is that now essentially throws a nuke in any strategy that they had for the race. Now they're already down in 40th position. That's going to send them even further down. You know, recovery drive, realistically, you're going to be lucky if you get into the top 20 after this point. Maybe even a little bit higher up, depending on how your luck goes. But yeah, it's a bitter pill to swallow. Again, it brings up that question, Lewis, about, you know, when do you throw the towel in? At what point is enough enough?
I mean, it kind of depends on the mentality between the team. I mean, if it's a team full of people like me, then it's almost immediately. But yeah, when you're as a squad, you kind of, the more people are in the team that are positive, almost regardless of what position you're running in, they're always just sort of like, no, let's just keep going. We'll just keep going. We'll just keep going. We're going to reach the checker flag. It's an endurance race, and that is the endurance spirit. Regardless of what position, regardless of the drama, if the car still moves, you still move, and that's kind of, you know, that is endurance racing in a nutshell. And so I think for quite a lot of these teams, there'll be the determination not to throw the towel in. It's a test to not only win or get a top 10, it's a test to get you all the way through to the end of the race. We'll take a look at some replays, though, over the opening portion of this race, because there's been plenty of drama. James Baldwin would start the race with the McLaren Veloce on pole position. Would have to fight his way off, though, from the Rocket Sim Sports number 22 that was attacking on the run down Eau Rouge. And then we head all the way up this 1 mile long stretch between the top of Radion and all the way down at Les Combes. And of course, the Yaz Heat car was on the attack, was on the prowl, trying to find his way through. Dara McCormack also trying to grab 4th position from the Race Anywhere Sim Sports Honda NSX just behind. Honda's looking very strong around Spa in the opening portion of the race. There was plenty of drama behind, though, as they'd all snaked their way up the crest. Tinko van der Velde would receive a little bit of an issue. The FFS racing car getting into the rear end of the Merc between them. And of course, those two footing the bill. For Tinko van der Velde, it was a short trip into the barrier and then dropped a lap down on board with Brabham, who charged into the battle. They would receive a 10-second stop and go for ignoring yellow flags, as they would charge their way into the incident that would just continue and keep going as people were desperate to try and find their way up the order. Virtual Drivers by TX3 having a bit of a moment, as with one of the Audis, the 949 Ferrari as well. Over the left-hand side, it was just a little bit of chaos. Big move, though, from the Unicorns of Love Machine, straight down the inside of Race Anywhere, who would instantly fight back, just trying to hang on as the Race Anywhere car was kind of struggling over the opening stint of the race. They would be dropped backwards. Renvelton Esports trying to get past the Ballas Lamborghini. They'd drive just a little bit into the rear end of them and just send them off the road. That would receive a bit of a warning as they would hold back to allow the position to come back through. But as the race continues here at Spa, Gorka is trying to keep Van Droyten at bay, and Dara McCormack as well. Post pit stop, Dara McCormack, who is back behind the wheel of the number 55.
Yeah, it's been a thrilling start to the race so far. We've had 2 hours 15 minutes of proper top tier action. Thankfully it's not been anywhere near as dramatic as last time out at Bathurst. It's been all about the racing as opposed to anything else. That's been the fantastic thing to report so far. Tom Gorka, though, doing a fairly decent job for primary racing, but we've said it a couple of times about other drivers. If there's any driver that you don't want to have in your rear view mirror, though, surely it's Jonas van Droyten here.
Yes, indeed. We'll say the 149, obviously receiving updates as to the pit stop times that we've had that stint. Malinowski, the 149, it had a shorter stint this time, or shorter stop rather, in the pit lane by 5 seconds. So it's a much shorter stop, so they've also taken a bit less fuel this time as the 149. It's what kind of promoted them up into 3rd position and put them really in position to charge after Tushkovic, who's now in 2nd, and your race leader, Eamon Murphy, at the moment in control as we keep our eye on the battle for 16th place.
just watching the battle for what is essentially going to be the battle for the lead, as well as we've got Eamon Murphy now. That gap come down very, very slightly now. It's just hovering over that 10-second mark. Matej Tišković in the big bad Bentley here. I think this is now going to be go time. Tišković, I think, has the pace to bring this down a little bit more. But the other big thing is have a look at Maciej Malinowski, 2.8 seconds behind this second place number 10 car right now. Definitely not out of the woods just yet, but again, you have to keep pushing on.
Yeah, they've built a sizable gap over Gregor Schill, who's now the third different driver, of course, behind the BS competition car at the moment. It is kind of one of those things, some drivers and teams like to switch out every single stint. Some teams like to keep the same driver behind the wheel for a couple of stints. That's exactly what McLaren Veloce did. A 5-second time penalty to the 911, I believe it's a Kramer Racing car, if memory serves. Might be wrong on that one. No, of course I'm wrong. Yeah, it's WPS Racing Team, Munich Esports. Never trust a commentator's maths or number counting ability, and that's exactly why, because WPS Racing have received a 5-second time penalty for an instant between them and the 888. So 888 belongs to Legion of Racers. And 5-second time penalty. It's nothing too major. It's not a 5-second stop and go. It's just a 5-second penalty. So that'll be accrued on the next pit stop. Here's Jack McIntyre behind the wheel. Caracas directly behind. And to be fair, not too far behind, that's Chris Hartveld. This all is the battle for second in the silver category.
Yeah, they're doing very, very well as well. Caracas, another lad who looks very, very early on in his year stage anyway, but onto the back of Jack McIntyre on that number 22. McIntyre doing a good job of just, putting that car exactly where it needs to be, but Caracas is a very cool, calm and collected driver, isn't he? He doesn't really force the issue unless he's absolutely sure that he's going to make it stick here, which is one of the reasons that I do think he's a great fit for this Race Anywhere SimSport team. Very, very calculated is the word I would like to use on his case, just purely because he's, what we were saying earlier on about the fact that you have to make these moves and set them up several corners in advance. That's exactly what he's done here on the run down to Lake Coombe. Is it going to be a look up the inside? He thinks about it, has a look, but can't quite make that happen. But again, doesn't force the issue here, Lewis. Tucks back in and decides to just keep that pressure on. We know plenty of other drivers who would have just kept the nose in.
I mean, literally, as you said, he's not forced the issue. He was looking to really force the issue, but then, absolutely right, didn't follow through with that, which is the right thing to do. There is sort of one of those things where it comes to a move where you leave the nose down the inside, which is a critical error. Never just sort of half-heartedly leave it. You're either going to go for it and go for it completely, or don't. Don't do the half-hearted middle ground, which is what Caracas was dangerously close to doing, but did back out and give himself enough room to not clip the rear end of Jack McIntyre. The Lithuanian driver is on the charge at the moment. It's feeling a lot faster than the Honda NSX directly ahead. The Honda started out with some very, very good pace. It does seem to have dropped off as this race has proceeded. Obviously, we're 2 hours and 20 minutes now into this race. Plenty more time obviously left to go, but still it does seem as though the Hondas are dropping backwards. I think it might work out a little bit better if it should rain, which we are still partially expecting at some point during the running of the 24 hours of Spa here. But the longer that Caracas doesn't get past, well, Chris Hartveld is going to be charging in that 999 car.
Just seen Maciej Malinowski setting the fastest lap of the race there, 2:17.752. He's obviously on a charge right there, still 2.5 seconds behind your second place driver just now. But Grandes Caracas again behind Jack McIntyre. McIntyre knows he's there, but he's not having to drive defensively. And one of the points that we'd made earlier on is if you defend fresh air, you lose so much time and momentum, and that's exactly the type of mature drive that we're seeing from both of them, to be fair, because Caracas knows exactly where he needs to just settle down and pull that car through. And if anything, it looks like McIntyre has a little bit of a gap this time by, but a little bit late coming through the corners at Orange and Radion there. Looked like it was going to cost him a little bit, but I think still got that gap.
Yeah, got to be careful with using that curve. Saw them diving it straight over the top of Radio. It's amazing. I always find it genuinely amazing how they take so much risk every single time over the top for 24 hours, knowing that we've already seen a couple of cars take a visit either to the barrier or towards the barrier, in Brzezinski's case, by abusing that curb over the top. There is the drive-through penalty for Igor Rodriguez. That is for, we believe, speeding in the pit lane. So whilst one Williams Esports car was running well, it's kind of running a bit averagely now and is trying to work its way back up the order. The other is having a very bad day indeed.
Yeah, it's all kind of going south, I think, is the politest term that I can use for that point. But again, this comes back to what we're saying there about at what point do you call it a day. They're just keeping on chipping away. They're keeping on pushing. Things aren't going their way right now, but it's 2.5 hours in to a 24-hour race. There's still a long time to go. Lots of ability for a lot of these early moments to have. And you said earlier on as well, if you're going to have something like this happen, get it out of the way within the first couple of hours, because then you can just focus down, knuckle down, and get yourself back into the race. We've seen it happen many times before in half of these, half the race distance of this, where remarkable comebacks have happened. We've seen drivers getting through, coming all the way through from, say, top 40 all the way up into the top 15.
Yeah, like I say, it's a long day, and unfortunately for Tico van der Velde, Igor Rodriguez and Fidel Moreira, they're not having the greatest start to this race. They did finish in 13th in class in the last round at Bathurst, and they just need to keep their noses clean and try and drag their way back into it somehow. And unfortunately, it's going to be a very, very long day because the drive-through penalty does add an awful lot of time, which they've come straight into serve. You can see there on the left-hand side of shot. Somewhere where the gap isn't changing, by the way, is that our race leaders, Eamon Murphy and Mateusz Tuszkiewicz, set exactly the same lap time over the previous lap. One of the HPD Yaz Pro cars is also in the pit lane there. The 2-minute 18.145 for both Eamon Murphy and Tuszkiewicz. Now, they are being closed, both of them are being closed in by Malinovsky, as you've been pointing out, set a 17.877 over the previous lap, so he's closed in a further 0.3 of a second onto the rear end of the Triton-driven Tuszkiewicz. Right now, this is with Jack McIntyre, who's now behind Caracas. So Caracas, the Lithuanian, has got himself up into second in class, 8th overall, and Chris Harteveld is also still closing in. Harteveld's last lap time was around, it was a little bit rough because obviously McIntyre did lose position on the previous lap, but it was 0.8 faster than McIntyre on the previous lap with the 999.
I'm loving that pro setup that Jack McIntyre's got up in the background there. You can see the streamer light, the pro microphone. It's amazing to see how many of these drivers all actually have that now, because most of them have their own broadcast that they're doing, maybe as part of the team. But yeah, a lot of work goes into their PR and their image, just as much as maybe say into their sim racing gear. Looks like a little bit more of a straightforward setup there for Dylan Tan in the Legion of Racers machine in that 889. But again, it makes almost no difference to their driving ability. It's literally just for the webcam. What
are the chances that big massive bit of wood is a step ladder up to the top bunk of a bunk bed, and then the desk is underneath? I'm pretty sure that's what Dara McCormack has, because he was posting on social media about his setup recently. So yeah, to be fair, as that really is like the thinking back to being a boy in that line, just thinking, I'm like, how cool would it have been to have had like a sim rig underneath that is space efficient and it's just cool.
Lewis, I'm sorry, I'm not having that. I'm 38 years old. I want that. I still want that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now. I want a set of bunk beds now, and I'm not sure the missus is going to be too happy about it.
No, I was going to say, yeah. How would
a
you
bed
feel?
for when I'm in the doghouse and the rig underneath. That would be absolutely amazing. But it has a little look up the inside there, and it's space. It's space management. That's all it is.
If you had if you had the double bed up on a bunk, then you've got so much space underneath to put the triple screens and stuff. So it makes sense. you know, to do it underneath.
I need less space because I've got VR, so everybody
great
wins.
Point. That is a great point. Well, in the sense that it can be in the doghouse, so it can be under a single bed because you can only do it on a. Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Don't worry. Dylan Tam though, he's tried to attack Mattia Blotto at the moment for 24th position, currently separated by a very small margin over the line, less than half a second. It certainly is much less than that. It's definitely only about a tenth of a second between the two of them, and they will be scrapping it out down towards Les Combes on the loud pedal at the moment as they race their way up the hill, and the 889 will have the inside line to commit itself on the brake to try and pass the Mobileye Jean Lacey Esports Academy car, which certainly does so with fairly minimal effort, it must be said.
Oh, I don't know, a little twitch on the exit of Les Combes there. You can see the overcorrection on the wheel of Dylan Tan there. But yeah, look, that in the grand scheme of things, that was a very easy overtake for Tan to do because he did all the work going down. It essentially started out of La Source. You have to get that good run down the hill and then up through Eau Rouge and Radion as well. That left him in a much better position to get that job done, as we see Leon Berndt here for Renvelt and Esports Orange again, you know, holding on to that fairly decent job that was done earlier on by his team through that first couple of hours there to get up into that 20th position, just losing out to Igor Murtazov there in 20th position. So he's now, what, 4/10 of a second, and from the looks of it, that position has just changed.
Just as well, by the way, again, confirmation that Vadelik, by the way, that 5-second time penalty, anyone who's sat there kind of panicking, does that mean he's got a 5-second stop and go? That's just going to be a 5-second that will be added to the pit lane. What has happened to Eamon Murphy? I think he's gone off. Eamon Murphy has got a lot of damage on the front of the car. I think this must be another casualty of Radion, because Mateusz Tushkovic has just taken over the race lead, and also coming through has been Malinovsky. Now, whilst the Veloce run, being the Yazheat car and the obviously McLaren Veloce car, so obviously didn't fight that one too hard. I am going to take a wild stab in the dark. This is our first major casualty going through Radion.
I think you're absolutely spot on, and this is me trying to have a quick look at the Twitch stream of Eamon Murphy to see all of the and hear all of the expletives there. Oh no! So the fact that this replay begins here just makes my heart sink.
Well, I mean, we saw Unicorns of Love bite this bullet as well last year. Let's see, going up and over the crest, a little bit too much of the curb on the right. That is honestly very similar to what happened to Unicorns of Love 12 months ago. It took too much of the curb on the right-hand side as you're coming up over the crest, just brushed it ever so slightly with the right-hand side wheels, and as soon as you do, you overcorrect it and boom, straight in the barrier on the left-hand side. Eamon Murphy, as soon as he touched that curb, he was a passenger.
Oh my God, if that was real life, his internal organs would have been absolutely pancaked at that point. Goodness. Wow. So Eamon Murphy, I can only imagine, would have let out a massive yelp. That has destroyed the strategy, destroyed the car, and you can see just how upset Eamon actually is in that car. This is another bit of it, right? We go on about these guys being the very best of the best here, but it's still a human factor. It's still an emotional thing, because these guys put their heart and soul into these races, and they really push so hard. It's such a thin edge of performance, and when it goes wrong massively, and you've kind of got to bear the brunt of that. You've so many things going through your head of like, the team will have been, I can imagine, nothing but supportful, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Help and love and wanting to try and just, you know, it's fine, these things happen, but as a driver, Luce, you know this yourself as well, you're your biggest critic on a moment like that, and you feel absolutely awful. Oh yeah, I know that pain around here in a 24-hour race. I have done, again, yeah, I know I do speak of some of the old races that I've done before. I know Jack McIntyre was a little bit critical of that, but he's in the car now, so I can talk about it, it's fine. There was a race around here in 2016, right at the start of 2016. 24-hour race, we were in LMP1s. I dropped it at Puon really hard, but I dropped it so hard that I crashed the server, and so I didn't tell anyone, and we kept in the race. But still, you know, unfortunately, that is not the case as to what's happened here for Eamon Murphy. He has just unfortunately dropped it, but like I say, he's there in person.
that is the only person that's going to be super, super hard on Eamon Murphy, I feel, is probably going to be Eamon Murphy. Everyone else will probably be quite like supportive, be like, look, mistakes happen to everyone, and then he'll be led like, oh my god, I don't want to be here anymore. It's especially worse when it is in person. You've done it, and then you're instantly looking to your right hand side, and who's there? It's James Baldwin. You're right, mate. Who's that camera? Lit. The whole team's just there.
Yeah, that's it's awkward to say the least. Right, there we go, Maciek Malinowski. This is what I was away to go and say. I was very, very convinced that Malinowski was going to be a prime contender for taking the lead, and there we go, Tiskovic demoted to that second place here. And my god, I mean, the one thing, right, we saw that 2.5 hours where it was for the lead, it was starting to get a little bit sort of like they were in control. It was looking very, very done and dusted. And there is the perfect textbook example. Never, ever, ever take your eyes off of this race, because it all changes in an absolute heartbeat.
Yeah, especially again, I know we've spoken about it a lot, but still we will speak about it again. The potential of rain on the horizon, which we still do expect. It did take quite a few hours for it to rear its ugly head for some in the race last year, and the likelihood is that it will probably happen at some point overnight to some degree. By the way, this RAG car, loving the rear end of that. Look at that, absolutely super.
That's a very, very nice looking thing.
Got the look like lightning strikes and stuff on the rear end. I'm all over that. Jack McIntyre has obviously been passed by Caracas, hasn't let him go, and so why not go straight back on the attack, try and grab second position in the silver category back again, use a bit of the curb on the left hand side just to widen the circuit a little bit, but obviously the inside line will prevail there. Later in the race, should that have been the last lap of the race, I'm pretty sure McIntyre might have tried to really hang it around the outside until way past its sell-by date, but right at this point in the race, no real need to do that. The more they battle though, the more they're dragging Hartwell back into it. It's exactly what you said earlier, when every time you're battling, you're losing time doing it.
Yeah, absolutely are. And the funny thing is, as well, is that it almost leaves you a little bit disappointed. The chaotic side of me sees it, and it's like, just go on, stick it in. Let's see what happens. But the thing is that they know the game, they know the race way too well. It's too early to pull anything like that just now. They just have to sort of bide their time and wait very, very patiently, which is. I've got to be honest, I'm not that controlled, and I certainly would have.
You got a bit of a temper?
No.
No,
not.
Do you not? No. Do you not? I do feel sometimes that in a race, to put it lightly, you go a bit Scottish.
It's a bit harsh.
Exactly. Love you, bud. But yes, no, I get the I can see it from a driver's point of view of wanting to go on the attack all the time, but then you kind of... I think it's actually one of the advantages of sim racing to some degrees for most of them, is how quite a lot of the times when people get out of the car, they tend to become the race engineer of the car, right? I think that helps drivers' mentality because they're very good at seeing it from the engineer's point of view. Right, of going, when you're an engineer in the team, you tend to go, actually don't fight this, let's play the long game, let's not fight, their pace is this, their pace is this, their pace is this. And so as drivers, you're always in that kind of tune of what would a race engineer tell me to do right now? Even if there is no race engineer in their ear, they'd be like, what would a race engineer be telling? What would I be telling myself from that point of view? And then they tend to think, actually, no, I won't fight for that yet.
I think the other thing as well is that it shows, the direction that esports has come along as well, and I often make the comparison to some of the larger profile esports that are maybe not racing games, like say League of Legends and Counter-Strike and all that sort of stuff. And what I mean by that is how seriously and how professional it's taken outside of the actual event itself, not just the race itself, but when they're not in the car, as you say, the drivers become race engineers. They work for weeks developing these setups when they're not in the car. Even during the race, as you said, they'll jump out, but they all have their individual roles that they're playing. They're playing this support thing. It's not a case of you simply hand it over to the other driver and you go and watch TV for a couple of hours. The drivers almost never ever do that. I know I can't do that as well, because if I'm not in the car, I want to see what's happening with my teammates. It's a vested interest, and you know, it really is. In that respect, a 24-hour endurance race in sim racing is absolutely identical in terms of the emotional roller coaster that you get in real life. So I have done a real life 24-hour race, and honestly, I prefer the sim racing in terms
Really?
of 100%, because there's not the same level of fear. There's not the same level of well, you don't have to sit in a freezing cold garage overnight. That's a
Yeah.
bonus for sure. But the adrenaline, like when I won a race, like the only ever endurance race that I've won with my friend on iRacing, the elation that you feel is, and again, for all of these drivers, they've all individually won endurance races, they've all individually won sprint races. The feeling you get is, I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. It's so nigh on identical to the rush that you get and the elation that you get from any sort of real life success. It's you know, the two lines have been thoroughly blurred. And coming back to the point about the teams being more professional now, that's exactly where it comes from, is that you have that vested interest, and you jump out the car, you look after your team, and like what we saw with Eamon Murphy there, the first thing they'll be doing is on the voice chat is they'll be supporting them. It's such a far cry from where we thought sim racing was, you know, even 5 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've spoken to a few real-world drivers about like doing endurance racing in real life, including doing the real-world counterpart of this. Obviously, the 24 hours of Spa. Some that have done like the Bathurst 12-hour and stuff in real life. Dennis Lind and Chen Megisberg and that lot. And they've all kind of come back saying the same thing: is that they don't understand how in sim racing, when you get out of the car, exactly as we've said, when you get out of the car, you then take up a different role in the team, right? You become a race engineer or something, so you don't actually rest in sim racing. In endurance racing in real life, a lot of them, right, they're out of the car. They're gone. They're not like they've done their stint, they've done their job. They're not a race engineer or anything like that. They're not going to join the pit crew or whatever. They've done their job and they get out of the team's way. They let the team do what the team's doing. They'll go back to the trailer or somewhere else to go and have a coffee and relax and whatever. And it's like it's very bizarre when they take part in sim racing 24s, because they're just like, it is relentless, completely relentless, because you are a part of the race from the start to the very end. You don't really get much time to cool down mentally. It's kind of, that's one of the things that we don't necessarily really think of when it comes to comparing it from sim to real. But you know, to use that as a full example, I know that we've all been in a endurance racing or whatever, even if it's only 12 hours, and you kind of think, right, I need to step away from the race for a couple of hours. I'm going to go downstairs and watch the TV. And you go downstairs, you sit yourself down in front of the TV, you get yourself a nice drink, you think, right, what's on? Oh, what's this stream? Oh, it's the race that I'm in. It's like, right, you just can't get away from it.
And the thing is because, you know, your head is constantly in the game, and sometimes you do have to forcefully kind of cut that off and try and get a break through it. But the other part is, you know, as we see Jonas van Druyten having to have a little bit of a wipe down there of his face, as it's bound to be getting rather warm in there. But the whole thing is that a lot of these drivers and a lot of these teams have been working for weeks on setups, so they'll do numerous amounts of laps, trying to get data for the car, trying to get data for the track, all the different possibilities and stuff like that. And so that's why they're so invested. Whereas normally in the, you know, if they're in real life, they're lucky if they've got a test day before the race weekend, maybe a couple of free practice sessions. But for these drivers, they've helped in a way that no other real life racer can. It helped develop these cars, and it's almost an extension of them.
Yeah, it's kind of where I've always said this, like, in esports and stuff, is that if there was one thing that I wish we could have, was an ability to make less practice, because I think it would really change things. Here's a three-way fight we'll talk about for a moment, because Vedelic is trying to get around the outside of both the Wacko's flip table car and the SOP Esports. A little bit of a brush there as WPS get pushed off a little bit wide in that 911 Porsche, 911 being the number of the car, not just the vehicle that he's presently driving in. But the WPS racing car is going to try and remain alongside as they head up through Eau Rouge and over Radion. But that was a little bit feisty strategy there. Of course, Vedelic does have a 5-second timeout to serve on the next pit stop, but wants to desperately clear the pair of these so that he can make some decent progress. Because it's a 5-second timeout that will add to the pit stop, so it's not as if you're going to come in the pit lane extra early to come and serve that 5 seconds. You're going to serve it just on your normal pit stop sequence.
Yeah, and just watching Riley Murdoch here for the SOP Esports machine, how much steering input he's having to put into that car there. He'll be quite happy that he's got that position from Luca Vidlich here, but I think he wants to get the BMW, the 959 of Yatlam Law that's just up in front of him. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Wacko's flip table racing machine that we normally see in the SRO Asia Esports Sprint Series as well. So great to see them having a full season out here with the IGTC effort as well. So really enjoy seeing them out here as well. But I mean, Riley Murdoch here, that car looks planted in some places, but a bit of a handful in others.
Yes, indeed. Like I say, just trying to get to the rhythm of the car, but every car drives differently around here. Every car's slightly a slightly different handful at different points of the track. And I kind of said this, there's the bit of the understeer coming in the Aston Martin. The Porsche is a bit more oversteer. He does have a little bit of a kick. It's one of the things that Commander was struggling with a little bit last season. Having a chat with a couple of them post some of the races, like the one that we had at Paul Ricard, and how basically saying that it was you're on a knife's edge and you're trying to catch it the entirety of the time. Murdoch trying to get around the outside. Oh, this would be a lovely move on Yatlam Law if he can actually make it stick. Got the inside for the second part of the bus stop. There is still an overlap a little bit from that BMW M4, but it should be the Symphony of Pistons making his way up the order. A bit of a flash of the lights. That was again to basically say, yeah, you're clear, mate. Just come across and try and just get on with it, please, good sir. And Riley Murdoch up now into 27th overall ahead of Yatlam Law, who probably won't fight Vedelic too much, because again, as much as this is a battle overall for positions, Yatlam Law has actually no reason to fight with two silver class cars. It's not actually a battle that's going to pay him any points in the race at the end.
Good to see that happening. I think Yatlam Law was thinking about trying to get that position back there, but Vidlich will be very happy, as you said, having that 5-second penalty as we cut back to Mohamed Thasbi here for SEM9 flash axle in the 21 Ferrari, just behind the 72 of Bern here. And again, that the Renfelten machine that's just in front. I'm surprised to see Renfelten really have been struggling this afternoon. There's no other word for it. We're usually used to seeing them well up the order, but it's just not been for them.
Well, don't forget the 72 is the one that did start from the back of the grid. It's risen its way up inside the top 20, and its kind of movement forward has seemed to have plateaued a little bit. It hasn't actually moved any further forward than its present position, really, of about 20th, which is kind of where we caught it about an hour ago. So more extra positions are sort of eluding it, and it might actually drop back one. Is getting around the outside. The 7.9 flash axle car is making this one work again. Another one of our Asian teams, and this one coming from Malaysia, of course. The 7.9 flash axle car does get itself inside the top 20.
Yeah, and as you rightly pointed out, that Renfelten orange machine getting a cracking start, but I'm thinking more of like Olivier Ratz.
Generally,
yeah, the 71. They were looking so strong in that top 5, then they drifted out, and then it's now out of the top 10, and it just feels like they're kind of in no man's land right now. It's such a shame, because there's a lot of pace in that car, in that Renfelten Esports red machine, but again, with Felix Rupert, Orlando Ratz, Samir Ibrahimi and Ruben Cordes behind the wheel of it, it's too early to discount them. Certainly they can easily over the course of the next 12 hours get themselves back into the top 5 here. Yeah,
indeed. I mean, I say at this point, I mean, if you really want to, go and take a look at the top of the order, take a nice little screenshot, come back in 20 hours and then tell me how different it is, because I can almost guarantee you it will be very different. Whether oh goodness, plays a part in it or not, it doesn't really matter. It's just an order like this, and a race like this, and a track like this. It is a brutal track. It's kind of one of those ones that we know how hard it is. We know how tricky it is. The thing is when you have a crash around here, whether it's here at Radeon, whether it's round the back end of the circuit at Blanchimont or coming through Pune, if you have a crash, it is a quick crash. It is a hard crash. It is a I've got to go into pit lane very, very quickly crash, and that's why this circuit is just absolutely brutal, and why this 24-hour race is always the jewel in the crown of real world championships or sim racing championships. Is why it's one of the most prestigious events in the world to go and win, be it in the sim or real world.
It's one of it's a weird one for me. So like Spa has never grabbed me massively. I think that the idea of it, the race itself, the 24 hours, is an incredible race, but the circuit itself has been one of those that's I'm gonna absolutely get murdered for this, but I think it's overrated. I think it's
overrated as well.
Yeah, but the event itself is just absolutely spectacular and I think it's what it represents and the amount of effort and determination that the drivers have to show to actually get this and put this win in the bag, because there's so many bits that can go wrong. There's so many bits of this track that are willing to undo every single bit of hard work that you've put in.
Just going to clarify, by the way, as to why I think the circuit is overrated, because it's not so much about the layout itself, it's about how much it's used. This is the thing with being in sim racing and stuff, is that there's a lot of attempts to replicate the 24 hours of Spa. Now, this is obviously in the in the official side of the SRO Esports stuff, so it's about as close as you're going to get. But it does get replicated quite a few times elsewhere in sim racing, be it on iRacing, or Ravax 2, or here on ACC, and a couple of other places trying it as well. It gets replicated quite a lot, which means that as a driver, you can actually do this race, and this is exactly what happened last year, that you could do this race 4 consecutive weeks in a row. And I know of teams that did it at least 3 times last year, and that is a lot of racing on here. And the thing is each time you kind of do it, if you have more attempts at doing it, or from our point of view, more times of talking about it, it does remove the occasion from Spa and what makes it such a good circuit in real life. There was a little bit of a moment from the HPD Yaz Pro car that did get out of the way of Maciej Melanovski, who is leading at the moment by 4 seconds. Oh my! Okay, never mind. I think we've had a little bit of a technical issue on the server, because there was a bit of an issue in the background there. Not 100% sure as to what has gone on there, David, but we'll update you as soon as possible.
2 seconds. I'm just nipping to go and put 50 pence in the meter.
Nice, no worries. That's a good effort. It's your responsibility every time. Every time. 50p for a server as well.
I'm telling you what, they're going up in price. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, again, technical issues do happen. We don't know where this is at the moment, so we won't ponder too much on it at the moment. One thing is for sure, though, that Yaz Heat are in control, 4 seconds clear at present in the race, course ahead of the DB1 Triton machine. So it's a bit of drama. We'll take a look though at the race that we have had and view ourselves over whilst we await for the technical issues to resolve. We're on board with the Veloce McLaren car that would lead from pole position. James Baldwin behind the wheel, and then obviously under an awful lot of attack from the Rocket SimSports car, the leader in the silver category, that would have its mirrors absolutely filled with the Yaz Heat car directly behind. Side by side as Dara McCormack would try and get past the Race Anywhere SimSport car for 4th position, and would successfully make that pass into Les Combes. The Yaz Heat car wasn't quite able though to complete the pass on the Rocket SimSport car, whilst there was drama in the background heading up and over the hill. The Symphony of Pistons car getting spun out straight into the pathway of a couple of the other machines heading up towards Radeon for the very first time of the race. There'd be plenty of drama though. Virtual Drivers by TX3 would be sent around just ahead of the car that we're riding on board with, one of the HPD Yaz Pro cars, that one being the 93. And then this moment for the championship leader, the Automobili Lamborghini Esports car that was sent off. There was more drama as well, as the 949 Ferrari would be sent off. Also, one of the WPS Racing number 911 Porsches would also have a bit of an issue coming down into Pool, and looking backwards from the 949, as you can see, a bit of the issue there. It was with the Mobileye Jean Lacey Esports Academy car that had a bit of a spin in the middle of all of that. Just a little bit of a touch of wheels heading down into the chicane. The issues were a bit further ahead. BS Competition got slowed down a little bit, then Unicorns of Love into them, then of course the Renvelt and Esports car, and then one of the Simway.pros, and then boom, David Tanitza was the last one on the scene, received a little bit of damage on the front end of that car, as he would then start going a little bit backwards in the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports cars. Bit of an issue for Tinko van der Velde up and over the crest. There was a bit of contact as FFS Racing went into the Mercedes directly behind, and the two of those would be off into the barrier going through the Kemmel curve. And for Tinko van der Velde, it would become a very long day indeed on board with the Brabham Esports cars that would charge its way through the middle of all of that, and would actually receive himself a bit of a penalty for ignoring yellow flags heading through the section. But I think quite a few drivers could have cropped the bill on that one, as quite a lot of them were just trying to work their way through 3 and 4 wide whilst the incident was still going on, and it just added to it and made a bit of a mess as the run up towards Les Combes would continue. Unicorns of Love would be on the attack straight past the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car, and the battle between those two would continue for a little bit, would drag them back into the Ren Welton car, but Unicorns of Love had eyes on something a little bit bigger today. Speaking of Ren Welton, this one would go straight into the rear end of the Ballas Esports Lamborghini. Just a little bit of a touch on the rear end. It would slow them down and drag them actually back into the mix of the cars behind, as the Ren Welton car was not trying to make progress on that move, but this was the one that started from the rear of the field. Recent dramas as well. Jakub Brzezinski having a bit of a moment coming up through Eau Rouge and Radion. Amazingly though, watch this. Keeps it out of the barrier on the right, keeps it out of the barrier on the left just about. Just had a little bit of a change of underwear and would carry on. Still be some issues for Williams Esports to deal with. This Ferrari, though, was heavily into the barrier. Jordi Sanders straight over to the right-hand side and bang into the barrier. Bit of a shame for them. I believe they are still out on the race circuit, but for the 404, that was quite an error. More issues, of course, for Brzezinski, who had a bit of a train behind by this point. I think the second consecutive issue up and over the top. Too much curve on the left-hand side, just ahead of the chasing pack, and somehow, we're the luckiest man in the race right now, kept out of all of the drama. WPS were trying to attack their way past Legion of Races. There'd be a little bit of a brush between the two, squeezing their way down into La Source, and Legion of Races would be sent straight on. Would drop them back behind the 404 Ferrari, at least when it comes to track position. And then one of the most recent, largest bit of dramas. Hold your breath for this one. This is on board with Eamon Murphy. And that is a very big crash indeed. Big shame for Eamon Murphy, big shame for the Veloce McLaren. They having dealt a very, very large blow in the early portions of this race. But it is, at least to some point, their sister team that is leading at the moment in the Yaz Heat car right now. Big drama straight away.
Oh man, just watching that hit there again for Eamon Murphy, that's given me some proper chills watching it. It was just so hard. And the angle of it as well, it was almost head on coming up that hill, which means that it's going to be some severe damage onto that car. And again, a lot of time to repair and a lot of time to get things fixed as well. So again, a red flag situation here in the virtual race, and quite honestly, no real strangeness to it compared to what we've seen in real life. I'm thinking back to a couple of years ago, actually, as we get all these the canned pictures of the circuit here at Spa. I'm trying to think of Bahrain a couple of years ago, Lewis, where the thing was red flagged, I think, for like 12 hours or something like that, because of the weather. So, red flag stoppages do happen quite often during GT3 races. Oh
yeah, you want to speak of red flag races? I mean, Spa in real life. I've had the privilege to commentate alongside Martin Haven. Not a brag, don't worry. But he was telling me once of a story where he commentated around Spa, and he took over at 11 o'clock at night, and then there was quite a crash and quite a rainstorm. And so he gets in the commentary booth at 11 o'clock. This is, I think, 2016. And this crash happens. A red flag comes out almost immediately. It's quite a large crash. And, of course, broadcasts, they don't cut. They just keep going. And he handed the commentary back over at 8 o'clock in the morning. It was a 9-hour stint. 8 o'clock in the morning, hands back over to the likes of David Addison and that lot. Green flag comes out. They were red flagged the entire night. And he's just done a 9-hour commentary stint at Spa in a red flag. We will just take a little bit of a step aside. We do apologise for all the issues that we're presently having. We're just going to take a step aside whilst we deal with some of the technical issues, and we'll keep you updated after this. Don't go anywhere. Until then, go back. Well, we are back again, but I will give you the lowdown as to what has been going on. We are under a red flag scenario here at the virtual Spa for the 24 Hours of Spa in the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series. And basically, the server has had a bit of an issue. They are restarting the server, or resetting the server rather, as we speak to get all the drivers in place. The timer is still ticking down, so essentially the race is continuing as it would be if it was a red flag scenario in the real life, so you aren't missing any of the action. The race is expected to start in, well, obviously we don't have an exact time, but they're trying to get the server started for in about 10, 15, 20 minutes time. So we'll try and follow that one as we speak. And we can see some of the racing action that we had a little bit earlier on in the race to give you some lowdowns as well, some talking points as to what we've had so far. James Baldwin had pole position, led his way through a start of the majority of the race under a lot of pressure from the Rocket Sim Sports car in the early stages, who was your silver class leader. The Asia Racing by Gardy car, that is your race leader at the moment in the silver category, and the Yaz Heat car is the leader in the pro category at present, after all of the drama in the early stages. The racing's been pretty intense. There was a little bit of a calamitous affair in the opening stages of the race, of course, as you would expect in racing in the middle of summer here at Spa. We do tend to have some dicey action. A couple of bits over at Radeon, a couple of bits over the likes of Pouon, and then on the second lap of the race up in this section. It's been a drama-filled experience here in the second round of our season. The 12 Hours of Spa, of course, at the start of the season had its fair share of drama, so it is always expected that we kind of build on this. That was a slightly delayed running of the 12 Hours of Spa. I do obviously know that everyone sat at home is ready for this race to get back underway, and unfortunately I will tell you the delay is continuing. This is just how it goes. This is racing. You know, in motorsport and stuff, you'll have to replace some of the barriers and whatnot, and it'll be a red flag for 2-3 hours. Sometimes the rain will be so heavy that you can't race, and the red flag will go on for 8 or 9 hours. Here in sim racing, sometimes we have the occasional server issue and such, and we need to have the time to make sure that everything is back in its position fairly, and make sure that the race will continue on in a fair manner. There's no point in rushing to restart the server, having everything completely unfair, and then having an unjust winner after a 24-hour long day. What this will do, though, as a server reset, is any of the teams and drivers that have had issues in the early stages of this race, they will be allowed to essentially return to it without any major hiccups. The procedure is that the time is still ticking. Once we restart, it will be essentially a restart of the race in the grid order that we had them in, as to it was when the red flag came out, which obviously will take its own fair share of time to actually work out the exact order that everyone was in at the time of the red flag, about 22.5 hours into this race. And so that's going to play its part in all of that. And so once we get the race restarted, the likes of, for say example, the Veloce McLaren, they will be allowed to enter the race as was. They're going to be a lot further down, but they will have an undamaged car and ready to take on. It's one of the joys of sim racing, is that when we do get a server restart as such, fuel is zeroed, driver stints are zeroed, damage is also zeroed. It's as if you're going out there with a brand new, fresh car, as we can still see some of the plenty of battling that we had out there. Of course, plenty of drivers maybe outshining themselves. The Ren Volton car that ended up starting a lot further down the grid managed to work their way up inside the top 10 and such. And so, yeah, they've had their fair share of great experiences and great moves up the order, and the side-by-sides were basically for every single position that you could muster. 46 cars out on the grid, and the battling was just incredibly intense up and down the order, including we had that switch for the race lead in the pro category quite early on after the issue for the Veloce McLaren, and the spin that sent them off into the barrier going through Eau Rouge. Had a switch, of course, in the silver category as well, where the race leaders in Rocket Simsport actually ended up dropping back out of the race lead, courtesy of the AJ Racing by Gardy taking over the race lead for the second consecutive race. They were the race winners back in the 12 hours of Bathurst as well. The Mobileye Jean Lacey Esports Academy car being overtaken here by Dylan Tan was one of the drivers and teams that actually did fairly well at points. They've had flashes of speed as the Mobileye Jean Lacey Esports Academy car, and they've put themselves in good positions time and time again. But unfortunately, they find themselves dropping backwards on multiple occasions in this race. It's a bit of a shame because we do like ourselves a bit of the Mobileye Jean Lacey Esports Academy car. It's a good livery, and also, to be fair, the BMW M4 GT3 has been warming up on the just a touch. We managed to see a lovely little lap around here in the hands of Bruno Spengler in the BMW M4 GT3 right at the start of the broadcast, courtesy of BMW, which was quite a delightful little lap, an experience to be sent around in all its glory, because Spa is 7 kilometres and it's quite an intense run around. We'll see the race starts once again, and I'll just let you know that we are going to step aside once more just for a further 10 minutes or so, just to allow the race server to be restarted in its fullest manner, and then hopefully the race will be back underway. Well, hopefully we'll be getting ourselves back underway. The server's launched. We are almost ready to go. And I can tell you as well that we are going to be talking about a little bit of the cheeky wet stuff as well over the next few hours, because we do believe on the server, as it's relaunched, we might have ourselves a little bit of wet weather to deal with. But the race, whilst we have been away from the racing action for what it can only be described as far too long, we did have ourselves about 3 hours of racing action earlier on, and this is how it went. James Baldwin had pole position and would lead us down to the first corner for the Veloce McLaren. Of course, under an awful lot of pressure from the Rocket Sim Sports number 22 Honda NSX up and over the crest. The two leaders, one pro and then of the silver class in the Rocket Sim Sports car. The attack from behind, though, would come from Dara McCormack trying to rescue fourth position from the Race Anywhere Sim Sport Honda NSX. To the outside he would go and he would take that fourth position, and of course the Yaz Heat car would try and take second. The top two, though, would clear away whilst there was drama in the background. SOP, Symphony of Pistons, would have a bit of an issue after contact with the Munster Rugby gaming car at the first corner, at the first opportunity, and the SOP car would be sent around into the path of everyone else. Speaking of being sent around into the path of everyone else, watch out for the Virtual Drivers by TX3 car. There they are, and bang, straight into the nose of the HBD Yaz Pro car. Championship leaders in the Pro category after their victory at Bathurst would be sent off in the Automobile Lamborghini Esports car after a little bit of contact. You can see plenty of other cars being sent off down the road as well, including the number 911 directly ahead of us here as we ride on board with the 949. A little bit of contact with the Mobileye John Lacey Esports Academy car that also got sent around in all of that. There is the Automobile Lamborghini that was sat on the high side. FDA Esports, or rather the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports, getting into a little bit of contact, just being tapped from the front, from the rear as well, as there was a big concertina effect through the chicane that all started with a little bit of a tap to the rear end of the Mercedes AMG Esports Unicorns of Love going through the final complex of corners. A little bit of side-by-side running up and over the hill, coming through Radion, and there would be a bit of a moment afterwards on board with Tinko van der Velde, and the HRT car got spun out by the FFS Racing, and both of those two would enter into the barrier, and Tinko van der Velde would have a very long hold. On board with Manas Gerardis in the Brabham Esports car that would charge its way into the action with a little bit of a lag moment, would also receive a penalty for charging into the action and ignoring yellow flags, which did go the way of a couple of other teams as well. West Competition Racing right in the middle of things. One of the FFS Racing cars, Virtual Drivers by TX3, the 949, all involved in this incident, as well as the Munster Rugby car and the HBD Yaz Pro Europe. Bit of a moment for Jakub Brzezinski as he would rise his way up and over Radion, taking a little bit too much curb on the left-hand side. He'd go for a bit of a spin, but quite a lucky driver. The pole misses the wall on the right, misses the wall on the left, and is able to carry on by only losing around 10 seconds on the track, and obviously a little bit of pride. This one, a little bit more of a moment, a little bit too much curb on the right-hand side, a little bit too much curb on the left, and boom, big moment for Jordi Sanders, who went straight into the barrier in the 404. Another moment for Brzezinski at the same corner, as he would take a little bit too much curb as well, but this time he was right in front of the likes of the RHG and the entire other contingent that was just chasing him behind for around about 11th position. Still, somehow needs to buy a lottery ticket because it was able to keep it out of those cars ahead. WPS Racing would squeeze Legion of Racers here on the run down into La Source. Legion of Racers would go straight on. They'd rejoin by only losing a single position to the 911 that would receive a penalty for the incident. And then the last moment that we were having really before we went into the break, into the red flag, this from Eamon Murphy. Big contact with the barrier. The car receiving an awful lot of damage. Would be able to continue, and you can see now we are in free practice. We will get the race underway in a few minutes time. There will be 20 hours left in the race, which is essentially because the timer has kept counting. It's kept going throughout the running of the red flag period, as you would expect from a 24-hour race. We're not going to delay the end by too much. So drivers all getting themselves ready for the racing action, which will be just ahead of us in a few moments' time. And this will favour some other drivers, but those that potentially attack the race with a dry setup can now get ready for the wet weather as well. They can maybe tweak their setups. Those that maybe started on a wet setup might want to change some things. They are afforded the opportunity. We're not in Parc Fermé. Essentially, this is a full reset of the race, and it's essentially from this point a 20-hour race as the server would take it. It's just keeping it as the 20-hour race. And so in that sense, it is like a full reset. So for cars like this, the 404, for cars like the number 66 McLaren Veloce car, they will be able to return into the race in full fashion. But again, as I did say a little bit earlier on during the red flag break, the running order prior to the red flag coming out, that will be the starting order for this race. We're not going back to the original starting order or anything like that. We're going back to the order that it was as the race ended, as rightfully it should be. A lot of drivers and teams worked their way up the order and worked very hard for their track position, and so they are able to continue in it. But of course, we must. I know there's been a lot of chat and a lot of people behind the scenes in chat here that have been speaking very loudly, been very vocal, and we appreciate that you've been fans and stuff of the sport, of the esports, and of the drivers and teams that are out there. But also, please do remember that there are real people behind the scenes that have been working tirelessly to try and get this back up and running. There was a large server issue, which don't really want to read into too much, but there was a large server issue behind the scenes that was way out of our control, and that's not even me saying it as sort of voice or whatever. That's just how it is. It was out of the control of us, and we're back underway hopefully, and it's been a lot of work to get into that position. Whilst we're here, we can introduce Joe Peak. I'm Lewis McGlade, of course. I didn't even introduce myself there throughout all of that, but Joe, hello, welcome to what has been quite an entertaining, quite interesting opening to the 24 Hours of Spa.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this greatly, especially considering the unpredictable weather that this place usually throws up. I always love when a race challenges drivers and forcing them to be adaptable to any sort of situation. So that should be entertaining to see who can try and not just outlast, but I guess outwit one another, so to speak.
Now, I don't know if you were able to catch any of the opening race. Of course, we did just have our highlights there, but at the moment, the Yaz Heat car should be our leader. Just kind of kept out of trouble a little bit. They started in third position. They eventually managed to get themselves up onto the podium, but obviously a lot of teams kind of running slightly different strategies. Some teams were going quite a lot longer. The Veloce McLaren, for example, was going much, much shorter on its stints, to the tune of even close to 5-6 minutes on the first stint. Wonder if some of these teams will start changing up their strategy now that they've kind of had like 3 hours worth of almost a warm-up to this now.
Indeed, and that's something where you really need the team behind you on this, because we always think of racing as very much the driver's sport, and it's kind of cliche at this point that it is a team sport. If you don't have that strategy nailed down, that pit strategy nailed down, and have the adaptability with it, somebody behind the scenes who can try and change it on the fly when things do get interrupted, then you're going to get left behind. It's something where a lot of that comes down to how you try and figure out the tires, the fuel, and whatnot to figure out what is going to be the overall fastest way to run things. So yes, you could have a fast driver in there, but if you don't have the brains behind it, then the fast driver might wind up not the fastest to the checkered flag, which determines the winner.
Yes, indeed. You can kind of tell as well there is some slight damage. The darkened part of the circuit either side is the circuit being somewhat damp, which we'll see at the start of the race. It's going to play its part as well. It doesn't look like it's raining particularly hard. It looks like it's going to be a slick start. It's not quite as heavy as what we've got on screen here on the track pans, but you're kind of at that point as a driver and as a team where you're sort of in that middle ground. It's probably going to rain quite soon. It has already sprinkled a little bit in the early stages of practice. I think some teams and drivers are going to be a little bit on edge.
And indeed, and honestly, that's where the driver does come into it. They can kind of give you a feel for where that crossover is. So you really need to rely on what they're telling you, because they can watch. Obviously, it might be a little easier in the sim world than the real world, where you can keep closer eyes on what the car is doing. You can actually look and see it, what the track actually looks like. So you can get a bit of a closer angle, if you will, on that crossover. But the driver knows at what point things do need to change, when you need to switch to those wet tires and whatnot. But in the end, the speed does count for something. So yeah, I'll be excited to watch, and hopefully if it does rain again, it doesn't rain too far into the night, because that's honestly, to me, it always amazes me when drivers are able to take to Eau Rouge in the night, in the wet. That to me is a fearsome proposition.
And it's certainly what they had to do in the 2021 iteration of this event. There was quite a lot of that over the night period. We kind of left the broadcast around about midnight from memory. Maybe it was slightly later than, because I think it was probably 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Me and Paul Jeffrey were kind of discussing the race at that point, and then there was a change of brakes and stuff. We actually had, genuinely, halfway through the race, 12 hours left to go, we had a 3-way fight for the lead. As the two Commander Sim Sports cars were changing on strategy. FDA Esports were right in the middle of it. They'd end up going on and winning that day. And then not long after that, rain kind of came down and threw it. We can see the starting order for this, or the restarting order, so to speak. So you've got Mikhail Stutsenko in the Yazheat car on the left. The rain has stepped aside for a moment. Yazheat will restart from the pole position, from the race lead, so to speak. Dominic Blyer alongside, then Niels Nyox, then Roters, our class silver leader in the AJ Sim Racing powered by Gardi car. Tobias Pfeffer for Unicorns of Love up there in 5th place, with one of our podium sitters, in fact the runner-up of the 12 Hours of Bathurst, starting from 6th, considering better than where they actually started the original race from. Piffet, Smith, King, Tanitsa, the top 5, and again Tanitsa in the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports car. That one, when it was FDA Esports, that was the race winner of the event last year. They've started this race outside of the top 10 with a 15th spot, and they've worked their way back inside the top 10, and now they get a little bit of a fresh reset as well to drag them in, which I think could very much help them indeed. However, as much as this race is about to restart, and we can see all of these on the grid, including the likes of Dara McCormack in 17th, watch out for them, the 55, obviously early race contenders, and keep your eye wherever they appear on the grid. The number 66 McLaren Veloce car. It is actually my turn to step aside, because as much as Joe Peak has joined us in the commentary booth here, Ryan Gill will also be taking you through the next couple of hours. Lads, good luck, and take it away. We'll keep our fingers crossed behind the scenes.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to getting to call this with Ryan as we wait for the cars to have to cycle around here for their pace lap, and then we'll get going back to green flag racing once again. Of course, could consider this sort of a red flag interrupting the race here, Ryan. And I mean, I got to think that is tough on the drivers for sure, just because of the fact that you're kind of in the groove, you're mentally ready, and then suddenly you have to hop out of the car and all the adrenaline goes away.
Yeah, it's difficult, and well, I mean, to put it lightly, a mental reset is not exactly easy in a situation like this. You've been going for just about 3 hours, and then of course there's been the red flag, and the clock has been ticking, ever since that red flag has gone. So the length of the race has gone down, and of course drivers have had to replan their strategies as well. It's not been easy for the organisers. It's not been easy for the drivers either. But look, these are the best drivers in ACC up until this point. Some of the best drivers in sim racing as well, and they'll know how to deal with situations like this. They will know how to mentally reset themselves. And we still have a planned 20 hours of racing to go ahead. So let's hope, fingers crossed, that we can get towards the end tomorrow.
Indeed, and right now you can see that they're still waiting a little bit, and there's a look at the circuit that we're running at, Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, and one of the legendary tracks in racing overall, Ryan, no doubt. I gotta wonder how many of the drivers have really been able to refocus themselves and are ready to go. And also, I'm not actually familiar. I need to check the rule book here. Are they able to swap drivers between during this little red flag period?
From what I have been informed, the drivers are allowed to change who starts the car for the restart. So, of course, we've seen different drivers from when the red flag was taken to the drivers that will start the car now. So you can essentially see this as a race restart in full, just with 4 hours taken off the clock, essentially. And the drivers will very much be treating it like that. Of course, everything resets, all the laps reset, so that means that we're essentially back to lap 1. Any of the cars that were further behind got their laps back. Any cars that DNF'd, though, in the first 3 hours of the race that had actually gone on are unfortunately not able to rejoin. So that is one element of the rules that, unfortunately, for I think a couple of teams, means that they will not be joining us for the restart. But we do have all the other teams that were with us here at the time of the red flag. The cars are going again for their formation lap, and we are just a few minutes away of getting back underway and racing here at Spa for the 24, now 20 hours remaining of Spa.
Certainly, and you can see them coming up and over Eau Rouge as the sun starts to set out here. It's actually about 25 Celsius, it looks like, on the track surface right now, so pretty decent temperatures for the drivers. Not too hot, also not too cold, especially with some of the sprinkles that seemed that we were getting there for a while. And this is a long pace lap as well to have to take around this place, so hopefully the drivers won't get too bored here. The other thing, too, with this whole reset here, Ryan, is now we've got a bit of a green track. A lot of that rubber's gone away. So, yeah, we've got pretty good temperatures for them out there, but they're going to have to readjust to that as well.
They definitely are. The track conditions have reset. They are down to green. It's 25 degrees track and ambient at the moment as well. So, of course, with the conditions having changed, that is something that the drivers will have to take into account. We hadn't seen any rain in the opening 3 hours that we had of racing here, but with the fact that the conditions have reset, the way that the weather is going to play out will be different now. So we might get more rain than we had initially planned, or maybe we'll get less rain. We don't know. I have been told that we have a 92% chance of rain at some point throughout the race. So with 20 hours and a 92% chance, I think it's a pretty safe bet that we'll get rain at some point. Doesn't necessarily mean that it will come immediately. And we will be starting in the dry conditions, but like you said, on that green track, the grip has changed now, so the drivers won't be able to push as hard as they were initially, during the third hour of the race. They're going to have to be a bit more on their toes for the race start.
So, as we watch them come down out of Puhan towards Fanyes here, Malinowski, of course, going to be leading them there in that first spot. Is that going to be a bit of a detriment, do you think, Ryan, coming down the Kemmel Straight? Because I know for me, I always feel a little bit vulnerable on that long stretch to the start-finish line. Excuse me, not to the start-finish line, but to Lacombe, rather, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, the start here at Spa, it is chaotic, and as the pole sitter, it can be quite difficult as well. The benefit that Malinowski will have is that his car is good in a straight line. I was watching some of the perspectives earlier of a couple of the drivers, and I think it was the BS Plus car sitting in third place for the restart. They were actually saying how, they just could not catch the McLaren in a straight line, even with the slipstream. And maybe that comes down to setup with how they've got the rear wing adjusted. Maybe they're running a bit more downforce on the BMW than they are on the McLaren. But they were just saying that they could not catch up to the 149 on the straight. So it's going to be, difficult, but Malinowski does have, the tools at his disposal to defend from that. The problem that he is going to have to deal with is that he won't be going at full racing speed through Eau Rouge and up over the top of Radion on the race start, and that could give the BMW the advantage it needs to maybe try and take an initiative, but of course he does have to be careful of Dominic Blyer starting alongside him in the number 10 Bentley. That's going to be his main threat down towards the race start.
Well, as we come around to that start, it looks like Malinowski is waiting for the green flag now, as we see those behind him looking to try and take the go. All different makes of cars, each with their own strengths around here, looking for the green flag out of La Source, down the hill. Of course, they don't do this like the Formula One cars do at the GP track. This is the endurance version of it. And once they are released, they'll head through Eau Rouge, and we'll see a blast of cars heading through this damp track and up towards Lacombe. They're holding them for a good while here as Malinowski waits patiently. And he is probably going to be getting it here pretty soon as they come up to that start-finish line. And green flag is out. We are going racing for the final 20 hours here at Spa.
Racing we are, and it's Malinowski that's going to take the initiative, going to go right into Eau Rouge and then cresting over the top of Radion in the lead. Blyer is going to slip in behind him, but look at there, Nils Naujok's in the number 1 for BS Plus, going to sit right in the slipstream. They're going to try and take this all the way down towards Les Combes. Is the Bentley going to have a go? Doesn't look like it, or maybe they will on the inside. Nils Naujok's looking at the outside, but no moves done into Les Combes for the very first time, and it doesn't look like it's been a particularly bad start either. A couple of cars maybe going wide on some corners, but the race start has looked good up until now. We've got a couple of cars off and in the barrier. It was all going well until that point, but it just looks like a couple of cars have maybe found themselves in strife, might have to get some damage repaired. Ooh, and we've got another Mercedes off as well, but it doesn't look like it's been too bad so far. We'll pray that lap 2 is a bit cleaner there.
This to me is always the most dangerous time of any race, is starts and restarts, because so many are next to each other, and you could make what feels like an innocent move and throw the race away that way. And that's it didn't necessarily throw it away for those guys that are now at the back, but they're severely disadvantaged. They got a lot of work in front of them. So to me, this is the time to calm down. I take the aggressiveness down to, you know, a 0 basically here, and try to just survive this part.
Yeah, surviving this part is, well, basically what it comes down to. You know, if you can gain a couple of places on the start, that's perfect. If you lose a couple of places, it's not ideal, but the main thing that you want to do is you want to get through the start cleanly. If you can avoid picking up damage, avoid getting involved in an incident, you know, it can really, really help your race in the long run. The last thing you need is to get caught up like a couple of the drivers did at Les Combes early on in the race. You've got damage that you might need to repair, and here we can see Robbie Stapleford going to be on the inside of Petrochenko here, right in towards the bus stop chicane, going to get the move done. The 110 in a different class, a silver car, of course, so maybe thinking the better of it, not going to fight one of the pro cars too fast, so just to try and prevent any time loss that they can at the moment. And Stapleford's now going to be looking up forward to see what he can make of the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's always a good feeling when you get that pass done, and then it's on to the next one. But Tunisia here in the 51 has been trying to size up Piffet just in front of him. Ferrari versus Ferrari on this one. And coming up over the hill, you got to be careful not to cut too much of that left-hand side. You do not want too much, any of those off tracks, especially in this big of a race. Somebody in front of them looking like they're making a bit of a move. I think that's Elvin Smith.
It is, and I've just seen we've had an accident on lap 2 coming out of Radion and into the Kebble Straight. We'll have to see exactly how many cars are involved in that, but we do see Elvin Smith, and gone wide in the Honda as well, pushed out wide, should we say, and it's going to lose a few places because of it. The 22 going to fall back behind one of the BMWs. They're going to fall behind the Tunisia Ferrari, and then it's Darren King in the 999 that they're going to fall behind, so that puts them back down into 10th place, and that's not great for the Rocket Sim Sport car that started in a very good position, and unfortunately they've got a bit more work to do now. But
the good news is it is a long race, so they can try and make that up a little bit later. If you're going to have something happen, have it happen early, as we're going to look at Niels now in the number 1, currently sitting on the podium and still chasing down Blazier. They've currently got about half a second between them, So still too much space to really try anything aggressive right here, but this is where you want to try and use that slipstream to gain that time on this long run up to Blanchimont and then into the bus stop.
Yeah, as they make their way through Blanchimont now and up towards the bus stop, so it is still Malinowski that leads 0.6 of a second now, and just starting to spread out amongst the top three, get themselves into a bit of a rhythm now before they have a go at anything else. Here is Elvin Smith going to have a move on Darren King into the bus stop chicane. Nothing doing much for Darren King to defend there. Maybe in the GTWR R8G Academy car, just thinking that early on in the race, they want to go right towards the end. They don't want to get caught up too much in a fight at the moment. If that 22 Honda is faster than them at this stage, let them go. Don't hold up your own race too much and see if you can get them back later on. Maybe some pit stops or accidents could come the way of the 22 there. So Darren King mainly just looking after his own race at this point in time.
Yeah, sometimes you need to make those decisions. I almost compare this to oval racing in a way. There's give and take in endurance racing. Know what battles are important, because if you just fight everybody for position, you're going to put yourself in compromising spaces. So you got to try and figure out the big picture on this one. As we take a look at King here, as we had a little bit of a look up at Niels in that third position briefly, but a line of cars. And honestly, if you're Darren, this is where it gets tempting to try and push and try and make those overtakes, because this is a buffet in front of him of wanting to try and get a few of these positions, since they're kind of tantalizingly within reach.
Yeah, it's always great as a chasing car if, you know, you're quicker than the cars ahead, you know that you can get past them and, you know, catching down. But it can be frustrating, especially at the start, if you have so many people to work your way through, but you just have to take each position as they come. And you have to remember as well, like all these drivers typically do, and they have their teammates and engineers to remind them of it as well. You've got, 19 hours and 54 minutes of this race remaining. You don't have to make these positions and moves immediately. You can leave it up to some of your teammates later on in the race. Just do as much as you can right now. Don't get your car into too much trouble, and then we'll see how things go later on in the race. The first stint that you have at the start of a race, or of a restart like this, where we started, right over zero again, essentially, you just want to have the first stint go well. Keep it nice and clean. Keep the driver comfortable and just let things play out the way they are. And then once you're about an hour or two in, you can start to have a bit of a deeper look and see if you need to make any more risky moves later on in the race. And of course, when you get to the final few hours, that's when people really do start to get the gloves off.
Indeed, and I'm glad you brought up the point of your teammates, because that's something I feel like is not discussed enough in endurance racing, is the differences between drivers. Because this isn't a case of everybody just going to run the same laps at the same pace. As we get quite a battle here going for 26, and it seems like Kola is going to try his darndest, and he almost is having to shove Hilbrand out of the way. And I think maybe he's got the 93, who's going to try and fight back, coming down into La Source here. Behind them, watch out for Murphy, though, because Murphy's going to try and see if he can maybe get involved, maybe pulling over under on each of them, maybe some door banging. And guys, this is still early in this race. This is hard racing back here for this.
It is hard racing. You can sense a bit of desperation, perhaps, from the likes of Hillebrand and also from Eamon Murphy as well. They want to get past some of these cars ahead. They want to get through on the silver cars and make their way further up the field. You can see on the standings board on the left side of your screen that they've got 4 silver cars to get through to get to their next pro competitor, which is Dylan Tan. They're going to go 3 wide here on the Keble Straight, though. Down towards Les Combes, it's going to be Veloce on the outside line. It's HPD in the middle and Team Full Motorsport on the inside. And oh my word, how they did not come out worse than that, I do not know. But fantastic piece of driving from all of them. They have kept it clean, a bit of body panel scraping, but nothing serious doing there, and some fantastic racing from the 3 of them.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain there was contact in there between them. So yeah, good heads up by everybody to be able to get out the other side of that one. But hopefully it's calmed down enough I can make my point earlier, is you've got different pace and different strengths between drivers. You have to think about that. And like you said, someone later on might be quicker. Maybe let them do that hard work. Let them do the lifting so that you don't have to do something that's beyond your abilities and you overdrive the car. because overdriving the car is not just bad because of potentially damaging the car, damaging the tires too. An endurance race, we got to remember that. It could mess up your pit strategy if you use up your stuff a little too quickly.
Definitely can mess up your strategy. You don't want to use the tyres a bit too hard. There's plenty of cases where you kind of want to nurse them in the opening laps of a stint, and then they'll reward you for the rest of the stint later on. And you know, sometimes you're kind of put into a situation where you have to push right from the start, and then other situations you're able to kind of just ease them in a bit. Here, Elvin Smith, though, definitely not holding back at this point, looking like they want to get a move on immediately, and they've got the second place silver car of Piffet just in front of them. And here is Eamon Murphy, who managed to get ahead of the HPD car and now is trying to get through on the Team Full Motorsport car as well. But the drag that the Audi had coming out of the corner was fantastic. Unfortunately for Murphy, not able to get through, but they're all just blocking up towards the end when they get to La Source at turn 1. Just a chain reaction of cars braking at the moment. And it's all so close here in the opening laps. And here is Elvin Smith again going to try and go around the outside of Piffet this time, but nothing doing on the Ferrari.
No, so he's going to stay put down in that 9th position. Yeah, you know, that battle down in the mid-pack, I'm kind of thinking it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because I criticize them for getting into it. But if you don't attack, it feels like the person behind you is going to go for it. It's basically you've got no place to hide if you're down there around 20th to 30th.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like I said, sometimes you have to push right from the get-go because that's the situation you're in. That's the cards you have to play with. You know, so some drivers will have a bit more liberties, like we see Malinaz, Steve Blyer, and now Jocks up at the front at the moment. They didn't have to push immediately right from the start. They were allowed to kind of just ease themselves into the race and, you know, kind of just ease the car into the stint. Meanwhile, you have people down here like Eamon Murphy, who's having to make way through the field and is having to push as hard as they can to get past a lot of these cars, because these are silver-listed drivers, but they're by no means slow. And Eamon Murphy's got his work cut out for him here in the first stint, but has managed to get past Hillebrand, has managed to get past Collot, has managed to get past Razia, and is now aiming down Killian Ryan Meenan in the 23 Aston Martin, who is just behind the Pro FFS racing car. So both of those at the moment just in a straight line. But for the Veloce and McLaren at the moment, they have to go full push. If they want to get, you know, a good result out of this race, the less time they can spend behind these slower cars, the better. And unfortunately for Eamon Murphy, this is going to be a rather difficult stint, because by the time he's got past most of these cars, his tyres are going to be screaming for help.
No doubt, and he's right now doing a good job trying to size up that 123. Going to see if he can go by Grady around the outside into the bus stop. Just leaves him enough space. That was as smooth as you like. Great stuff there from Tommy.
Yeah, it was definitely great stuff as well. And even Murphy there, still sitting ahead, and the FFS car, Martin Grady, now dropping back, of course, in the 1-2-3, and under a bit of pressure, it looks like. Is that from the Team Full Motorsport car trying to find their way around? This is the problem we have, Joe, is that we have pro cars wanting to get past silver cars, and then we also have silver cars wanting to get past pro cars. And, you know, sometimes it's unfortunate as a driver. You might be in a faster class, but the drivers around you in what's technically the slower class aren't slower than you. They might be a bit more into the groove. They might be a bit more settled with their car. And if they have the pace over you, they're fully allowed to battle you for those positions. And that's one of the issues I think Martin Grady's dealing with right now.
It's another one of those phrases that our viewers are probably going to get a little bit tired of. That's big picture. You got to think big picture around here. So yeah, do I really need to battle with this guy? Yes, you want the overall, but you have to think about within your class. As we are watching Smith now coming down into Fanyes. He's currently seeing if he could keep up with Fabian, who he's been battling with pretty much since we restarted. Fabian in that green and black number 67 that you see just in front of him right now. And you can see a little bit of that shine in parts of the track. I think we've got maybe some of that moisture still. So got to watch out for that as they continue to rubber this thing in. And look at how much the sun has really gone down closer to the horizon too. Coming into the dark, it's going to be a bit of a different ball game.
It definitely is. It was just past sunset, wasn't it, when they set off for the formation lap. The sun has, well and truly disappeared over the edge of the Ardennes now, and Well, the drivers will be getting themselves focused for that night stint, the all-important night stint where so much can happen over the course of a race, and it really is where a race can be decided and lost mostly over the night. You have that fatigue, and the drivers, some of them will be a bit more refreshed, but we have drivers from all over the world. I mean, in parts of Asia at the moment, it's 4 a.m, so some of those drivers could be going into the night stint, which is one of the most difficult stints, whilst already being fairly tired, because they might have had, half a day or a full day even already awake and ready for this event. They've had the delay happen, they've had to refocus, and so many different things that some of the drivers have had to deal with, and that is one of the challenges you have of an international competition, is that no matter what time of day that you start the race, and no matter what time of the day it is in this sim, it's always going to be a difficult challenge for someone, no matter where they are in the world.
Exactly. That's one of the unique challenges of sim racing, really, is we get a little bit of a move down to the inside, but looks like Sherritt's going to decide against it, just trying to see if it... Ooh, maybe an over-under, actually. He's going to get side by side, but he gets edged out. And unfortunately, there's no room at the end yet. He gets one more shot at it. Down into Ravash. This time, he's not taking no for an answer, and he's going to get the spot. Beautifully done.
Very, very nicely done as well. Jordan Sherritt making the moves there, and up another position goes the 63 Automobili Lamborghini Esports team. Of course, they're running with some additional drivers for this particular race. I believe that Ulrich Enslin and Zahir Esser are also going to be sharing that car alongside Jordan Sherritt for this race, so going to be interesting to see them. Nice, crop of South African drivers fielding out in that car, and it's always great to see drivers coming from all over the world. It's one of the continents that we unfortunately don't have represented in the sprint series, but it is great that we can have the drivers racing out here in the Intercontinental series, and we will be going to South Africa later this season, in fact, for the Kyle Army 9 Hour, so it will be great for some of those drivers to race on home turf in the Esports series as well.
Absolutely. And thankfully, that does give me a little bit of a segue back to my point that I was trying to make. In the sim racing world of endurance racing, like you said, you can have people all over the world, which is a bit of a blessing. But like you mentioned, it's a bit of a curse in its own way, because you can spread it out to different areas where it makes more sense on who is driving when. But also, it's a bit different because you don't have to think about that normally in real world. In the real world, everybody's usually been there for about a week, and all their biological clocks are kind of on the same ticker. Mm-hmm. So then suddenly you have to think, okay, well, let's put Bob in for this stint. No, Bob's got 3 a.m. where he is. That has got to be a definite off track there for the Mercedes.
I think Grunewald had his breath held for a moment there, going off over the top of Radion.
So that's another one to him that unfortunately you can't abuse those track limits too much. We already did see some penalties on the screen just recently for some of our drivers. I think that was more for car contact from what I could read there. So live stewards making sure to keep an eye on everything, so you got to play nice out here.
Yeah, the live stewarding team, of course, keeping an eye on all the incidents that will be going on throughout the race. Of course, the teams can report their own incidents, which is mostly what most of the teams do, but they can be picked up by the live stewarding team as is. And we see Hugo Collot here on the back of Killian Ryan Meenan, looking to perhaps gain a place at the moment. We saw Collot having to deal with Hillebrand and Murphy earlier on in the race at the start, and now has finally managed to get rid of the pro cars around him and can focus on the cars that are in his class. And I think it was Fischer just in front of him there, or Fleischer, sorry, that has a 5-second penalty to their name as well for an incident. So that in fact just helps Collot a bit, because he's technically ahead of them already on track, just according to the timing screen, not the actual track. And here we have Manos Gerardis on the inside for the Brabham Esports team. Get a move done on Mike Veerman, I believe that was. The 404 Ferrari had got past the 42, but the 42 makes their way back past again and keeps themselves in that 32nd place overall.
Yep, so the Ferrari just has to give it up for the time being as they come down into Stavolo here. We talked about it earlier. It's a little before 8:30, just a couple minutes before 8:30 p.m. Virtual Worlds here at Spa. So we should see very little light pretty soon. as that continues to go down, and they still have a full 19 hours and 41 minutes to go. And watching some of the drivers a little farther back, I think Gerardus might want that back. No, he was thinking about it though, and then decided against it.
Yeah, definitely was giving it a think, and sometimes, you know, we see the drivers there, they do the filling the mirrors strategy, which is to just, you know, dip out a bit, see and try and fake out the driver in front into making a mistake, think that, you know, you're going to go for a move, and then maybe just dip back in before the braking zone so that you can get the ideal line into the corner. And we see it a lot in the real world, you see it a lot here in the virtual world as well, as those kind of strategies. They do work on some drivers, they don't work on all drivers, of course, but it is using everything that you can to your advantage to try and, you know, get something over anyone ahead. I mean, of course, one thing is having pace over another driver, but forcing them into a mistake can make your job a lot easier. But there's just pure pace here from Manos Gerardis, breezes past the FFS racing car into the braking zone of Le Carmen. Well, that is Martin Grady. Martin Grady just dropping another place, and Manos Gerardis gets up into 29th there, but very, very good pace from the McLaren.
He was well down the field when he started this, so Manos has made up a lot of positions in the 4 hours and change that we've been running so far. We're looking at Vornum now here in 10th place. He's got Elvin Smith. Now, Smith has been in a battle all this time. We've talked about him, but that was with Fabian. So it started to drop off a little bit. It's about 0.8 of a second, and he's gone from attack, or, well, he'll have to go from attack to defense here.
Yeah, he definitely is, and it's never great, is it, when you find yourself in a situation, you know, like that, where you're chasing someone down, you know, you've got the initiative, you're hungry to try and get past someone, and the next thing you know, someone is behind you, and all of a sudden you have to start looking in your mirrors slightly. And there is the strategy that some drivers employ, which is just, you know, just don't look at the mirror at all, throw it out the window, who cares? As long as the car behind you isn't alongside you, it doesn't matter. But no, it can be difficult. And when you've got situations like this, where you've got 3 cars in a row here, as we see Killian Ryan Meenan just going to have a look on the inside, not sure if he's going to get the move done. Slight bit of contact there on the rear quarter panel of the Porsche, but nothing to unsettle the car. And now Killian has to think defensively. What did turn from attack into defense, but it looks like the FFS car has got itself covered up for the time being. Will the full motorsport have a look into turn 1? Nope. Just filling the mirrors on this time around. And a perfect example of how it can be difficult to go from attack to defense and try and keep both bases covered.
Absolutely. Well, and you saw what I was kind of talking about earlier, where you've basically got it on all sides. If you try and make the move, you got to be aware that sometimes that can make you vulnerable. And speaking of vulnerable, here goes the slipstream. I think Hugo might have a good shot at it if he wants to try and have another pass on Ryan Meenan. Meenan's going to go defensive, and so that's going to turn into attack in the end. As and contact between them. They managed to hold it together. Colette says, I'll take a bit of that as well, as Fleischer finds himself now losing not just 1, but maybe 2 down the hill into Rivage, who's deeper on the brakes. Looks like the Audi's got just a bit of an edge as he comes up the inside. The Porsche just has to give up the ghost.
Yeah, has to give it up, unfortunately. Fleischer won't be happy about that at all, and I'm not entirely sure if that overtake from Killian Ryan Meenan was... I don't think he intended to make that overtake, should we say, coming into Le Carme. I think, like you said, he went defensive on the inside, tried to force Collot to go, you know, the long way around on the entry to Le Carme, but just had such a good slipstream that he kind of had to turn it into an overtaking move. There was a bit of contact between the two of them. We'll have to see exactly what Fleischer's team think of that. They may choose to report that incident to race control, and the stewards will have a look at it, but Collot just taking advantage of someone else's misfortune and, of course, gaining a place out of it as well, and they'll feel really good now. They'll be focusing on trying to get past Killian Ryan Meenan ahead. 1.1 seconds separates them now, so we've got a bit of work to do to catch up to them. But as we look at Victor Nicolai here for West Competition Racing in the number 33 BMW, they find themselves just about half a second off of the 72 Aston Martin. That looks like one of the Renwelton cars at this point, and they're just trying to catch up to the back of them, or keep pace with them rather. in this opening stint. If you can keep pace with some of the cars ahead, you don't necessarily need to pass them to have a very good stint, but just keep within touching distance. The pit stops can change everything.
Oh, and honestly, the pit stops are exactly what you're thinking about if you are just sitting and waiting behind somebody. If you've got pace, tuck up behind them. This is one of those tracks with a lot of long straightaways. You can save fuel because it just lifting and coasting that little bit longer than all your rivals into the braking zones, knowing that they're towing you along, or maybe at 90% throttle instead of full 100% as you fly down the Kemmel Straight here. By the time you get to the pit stop, you either can take less fuel if you pit on the normal strategy, or you can just simply go longer, depending on how you want to do it. We got a little battle here for 21st, and that's going to be Murdoch trying to see if he can get anything out of Razor, but nothing doing, at least coming out of the little chicane at the end of the Kemmel Straight down into Rivage. These three still very closely tied together like we saw before.
Yeah, for Tommy Rozier at the moment, the situation that he's in is that he wants to get past Dylan Tan in front. You can see, given a flash of the lights here as well for the SDL Esports BenQ Mobius car. They just want to get through, and that car in front of them, actually, that's not Dylan Tan, actually. No, I've got that mixed up. That looks like the Wacko's Flip Table Racing car that's got a bit of damage on it, at least from what I can see on my feed, and Tommy Rozier just not able to get past them. They're definitely under blue flags, that BMW, and it looks like they're going to have to make a move on the inside of Stavelot to get through. Won't see the end of that move, but cutting back to the likes of Gronewald here at the moment, and they've got past Petrochenko in the 110, so the leader in silver drops another position, but they won't be too bothered about that because it was a pro car that got past them. They'll only be worrying about the silver cars behind them.
Yeah, I started wondering the same thing as I was looking at that car, because I was like, no, that doesn't look like Dylan, and I had seen the blue flag, and it all kind of, the pieces eventually went together in my brain. So that has got to be frustrating. Gamble really pushing hard, and they're going to come together. The 72 gets turned around, actually gets pushed back the right way just before we leave, and he'll be able to carry on, but he lost a spot out of that. I wonder if the stewards are going to maybe have a little look at that one too.
Yeah, they might have to. Of course, the stewards were they were having quite an easy time of it, from what I understand. In the first part of the race, it was the first few laps and the first hour that was obviously a bit chaotic for them to sort out. But then when it came to the second hour, they very much were being able to enjoy the race for once, and this time looks like they've got some more stuff to work out in the opening hour, but for their sake we'll hope that it does clean up after the opening 30 minutes or so that we've seen here at the moment, because it just makes their life easier, and it makes the racing better when there's people not going door to door beyond the limits of what is allowed in the regulations. And looking at Mohamed Savish here at the moment for the SEM9 Flash Axle car. This is a car that's had a lot of success in the SRO Asia Sprint Series for the Esports, and now looking to try and replicate some of that success here in the Intercontinental Series. They're sitting 16th overall at the moment, which isn't too bad for them. A few silver cars in the way as well, so maybe looking forward towards a top 10 at the moment in the Pro class, but right now, I think they're a bit more concerned with one of the cars behind, which, although it looks to be maybe a lap down from them, was right on the back end of their tail, saying, come on, let's get a move on now.
Absolutely. And again, you got to think about what's happening around you, and that car has a great opportunity to save fuel, like I mentioned earlier. So the Ferrari in front just going to pull him along. And if I was in that cockpit, just kind of use it to your advantage. Even if you're a little bit faster, it'll help you in the long run, most likely, as they come around and get ready to complete yet another lap around here. And let's see, in front is that? Yeah, that is sure just in front of them. Tobias in the 77, actually doing a pretty good job of keeping that Ferrari kind of at arm's length, just not quite close enough that he can do anything. I mean, he might be able to get a tow here along the Kemmel Straight, but he's a little too far back right now.
Yeah, just seen Jordan Sherritt as well having to serve a drive-through penalty for contact. I believe that was at the race start, so they're unfortunately going to have to drop a few positions. You can see that on the timing board on the left-hand side. Here's Kevin Siclari for the MKers team. It's up in 12th place at the moment, and Kevin Siclari, very, very fast racer, as we know, seen plenty of his success over the last couple of years in multiple series. And here is David Tanitsa for the Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports team, and he's chasing down Petrochenko now, who has been passed by a few pro cars already, and I don't think he'll put up too much of a fight against the Ferrari here of the number 51, David Tanitsa. I think they'll probably let him through. He's mainly focusing on Fabian Piffet, who's a good 5.5 seconds behind him at the moment. So for Petrochenko, he can afford to kind of let the car through at this stage and then just focus on that gap that he has behind.
Apologies, losing pictures for a second. We'll get that back hopefully soon. But so this first half hour, I mean, what are your impressions so far from what we've seen of everybody hitting the proverbial reset button there, Ryan, and having to readjust to basically, I guess, restarting the race?
Well, some of them have adjusted much better than others. That's as much as we do know. I mean, we've seen Malinowski.
Well, I will return to the broadcast. Hello, once again. Apologies for the technical issues here, but I guess it's just one of those things. It is one of those days, Joe.
It's, sometimes this is how racing goes. You see it in all forms of it, that you get interruptions, nothing seems to go right, you can't get the show on the road, and either it's unexpected stuff or it's things that just kind of you tried your best to plan for and they still didn't quite work out how you wanted. But I mean, that's what we love about live sport, is that you cannot predict what happens, so you got to roll with the punches.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, as much as everyone will jump to the conclusion that it is a game fault, that is actually not necessarily the case, but this will all be dealt with after the fact. Of course, we'll take a look at some of the replays on the restart of the race. Of course, it was the Yaz Heat that was in control on that restart, and of course, it was a bit of a frantic affair on the run down towards the first real braking zone at Le Combe. And it was the Yaz Heat that had the control over Triton Racing. BS Competition in behind on the edge of Sim Racing. That was the silver class leader in 4th position in that McLaren, as they would race their way up and over the top at Radion through the Camel Curve and down towards Les Combes. Plenty of side-by-side. A little bit of a spin on the exit of Malmedy. BMW G2 Esports would be on the defence, trying to hold back the charge of Unicorns of Love, who'd go around the outside, going through Les Combes. A little bit of a brush between the two. Mobileye Jean Lacey Esports Academy car would be making a little bit of contact with SMP. Ren Welton, who'd done a great job in the first portion of the race to rise their way up from the back of the grid up inside the top 20. They'd receive a little bit of side-by-side contact, and then they would be spun around by the Mobileye Jean Lacey Esports Academy car that was spun around in turn at Les Combes. West Competition Racing getting into the side of things with the Wacko's flip table car going through Fania, and then a little bit of contact on the rear end as an aggressive Veloce car trying to work its way back up the order. They would also be passed by this car, the number 5 Williams Esports car that was marching its way up before it got dived down the inside by one of the, that is a terrible rejoin, by one of the HPD Yaz Pro cars, and then a pretty poor rejoin from the number 5 getting onto the throttle just ahead of the chasing pack coming through. On board with the Haupt Racing team, one of the Mercedes backed cars, as it would all kick off at the Camel Curve. Clearly one of the cars going sideways up and over the top at Radion, and just everyone was involved. SMP in there, virtual drivers by TX3, WPS, Wacko's flip table, literally the entirety of the grid as they would try and get back underway. A little bit of a dicey moment over the top onto the Camel Straight in that 1 and a bit mile run from the top of Radion all the way down to Les Combes. Ren Welton, the number 71, would have issues on the exit of Malmedy that would spin them out into the barrier as well before a bit of a dive from the Munster Rugby Gaming car into the side of West Competition Racing. Unfortunately, they would pay the bill, getting spun out by the Haupt Racing team car as well. They get back going again, but a bit of an embarrassing spin for them. Back on board with the McLaren Veloce that was trying to make it 3 wide as Eamon Murphy was properly on the attack, going around the outside of the Audi R8 and the Honda NSX as well. It would be a bold little attempt, but plenty of space was given. And the move was absolutely on. A super bit of racing back here, and the Brabham Esports car also on the comeback charge. Same with the Mobileye Jean Lacey Esports Academy car that was backwards there on the first lap of the restart. Ren Welton would then try and attack the HPD Yaz Pro car, coming down into the final chicane. A little bit of a squeeze from the HPD, a little bit of contact on the apex as well. It was a chaotic restart, it must be said, Joe, but that is classic Spa.
Indeed, and that's why I kept harping on the fact that you got to try and preserve what you've got. When it comes to these restarts, when it comes to the starts of endurance races, you need to think about preserving your equipment, making sure that you stay out of trouble like that if you find yourself in a big group, because you could see in those replays they were going 2 and 3 deep for 4 and 5 rows coming into the braking zones. And yes, to some extent you can't escape that, but you also probably want to find yourself a little bit of clear air, because a few of those drivers did get collected innocently. They were just kind of making the right moves, and then somebody next to them got caught up and spun across their bow.
Now, not that this needs to be the case every round, but of course we did have technical issues in the opening round of the European Sprint Series to the similar kind of effect, and then we had to delay the 12 hours of Bathurst. I do hope that this race, if we aren't able to continue on past this point, rather than it being just completely scraped the calendar, we'd love to get this race underway, because it was a thrill ride last year, and that's, again, not even me trying to big it up, whatever. It was a great race last year. It was looking like it was going to be a great race here as well, and unfortunately a second red flag in the opening quarter, the opening stanza of this race. Hopefully we do get to run it as well again if we aren't able to continue on today, because Spa's such a historic venue in the world of sim racing motorsport. I know David Christie was sat there being like, I'm not a massive fan of it, and I know that even me, I've fallen out of love with it a little bit in the sim racing world, but a race like this is so very special for all the teams, for all the drivers, for all of us here in the country, and for all the spectators as well. We love a race like this that actually has history and meaning.
Exactly, and I think I'm glad you touched on that, because when doing sim racing stuff, obviously it's a lot easier to do a lot of races, so we tend to see some of the classics a lot. So in our case, when we say, oh, maybe we've lost a little taste for it, it's because we've seen it lots of times. But it doesn't matter how many times you see it, when you get to the one that is important, when you get a 24-hour race, and these races are hard to organize and hard to run, so they're special, they're a little bit more rare. It just kind of it gives you a sense of, I don't know if you want to call it reverence, Lewis. It's just like, oh, this is the chance. This is where I can really shine. And if I win on this one, it's not your dime a dozen sim race win. This is something that you had to work to earn.
Yeah, as much as I kind of tried sort of working this out in sim racing, is that there are quite a few big events in sim racing, whether it is one of the iRacing Indy 500s or the Daytona 24 over there, whether it's Spa 24 here, Le Mans Virtual stuff. There are quite a lot of now big events in sim racing where even if they're a part of a full calendar, they're like big races in the sim racing world, and they do carry more value. As much as there are other versions of that race, there are other versions of the Indy 500. Yeah, of course there are. But there is still, it's that one that's the important one. There are other versions of Spa 24, but it's this one that's the important one. And that's kind of where we're going at in sim racing, is that as much as there are all versions which do matter in their own right, there does seem to become always the case that one which is like, that's the big one. That's the one that would add to what in real terms would be like the Triple Crown or something, our sim racing variant of it. And that's the beautiful thing about something like this, is that it really, as much as it's the same race that you can get in other places, it just matters more. And that's one of the beautiful things about something like this, which is so hard to describe until you're actually a part of an event like this.
Well, and it kind of feeds itself in a way when you think about it, because those races with prestige are going to draw all the people that are at the top of the game. It's going to bring the highest competitors, which then raises it. You know, it's a feedback loop because you get more competitive people there. It's harder to win. It holds more prestige. The more people want to come and try and win it. So yeah, it basically is something where is once you establish it as a major event, then it's hard to discredit it and take that away, especially for the level of competition that you see arrive and try and put themselves on the top step of the podium. And unfortunately, we're having a little bit of rain on our parade, like we see on our screen here today, but we'll hopefully get you some updates on that soon.
Yeah, in fact, we do actually have an update from Race Control, and I can confirm now, everyone listening in, we are not going to restart this race. At the moment, the technical issues that are there, certainly it seems as though we will not be able to bypass them, at least on this day. Whether the race will be rescheduled or whether it will be half points or just a full-on cancellation, the Race Control will be deciding at the moment, and they'll come to an agreement at a later date, and that will all be posted on all forms of social media. So please go and follow us over there and keep your eye on the channel because there's plenty more esports action on the horizon. Next up, we'll be heading to Laguna Seca next month for the 8 hours over in that stretch of the woods. But we'll have to wait and see on that one. From my point of view, I've been Lewis McGlade. Joe Peake has been alongside for the last couple of hours, alongside with Ryan Gill as well as David Christie. Mike Gow and Steve Powley have been behind the scenes trying to bring you this broadcast. We do apologise. It is a bit deflating. Unfortunately, it is just one of those things that there's a problem which cannot be rectified at this moment, and we hope to see you in a few weeks' time. Have a very warm goodbye.